Hey everybody, welcome to the show. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Feral Friday. It's Casual Friday at the Morning Sky Show. What do you know? Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3. Hey. Oh baby. All you rebels and rebelettes. How beautiful. Kings and queens and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Wow. Woo! Oh my gosh. One moment, just having a small bit of trouble. Hold on one second. Hold on one second for me. We're working on it. Almost there. Yes, here we go. Get on up and get down. I get on up and get down. I get on up and get down. Hey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is the shit right here. Yeah, you don't have to be a loner, but you do have to be a rebel.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
A rebel. Woo!
Sunrise on the horizon.
All right, everybody, welcome to the show. Let me pour myself a cup of coffee. We'll get going here. It's a bright and early new dawn.
Every headline, every story.
Reach your mark of glory. Good morning, headlines. It's Skyjack Morgan. Welcome to another Friendly Friday. Coffee in your cup to fill you right up. All right, here's the show. Here we go. Let's go.
Your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied. Good morning headlines.
Yeah. Okay. Information. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. I hope you're having a beautiful day. This is the Morning Sky Show. I'm the number one news reaction show on YouTube. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech, and critical thinking advocate, and coffee addict. Please consider making a super chat. If you didn't make a super chat all week long, please consider it today. It's Feral Friday. It's a day to do it. It's a day to buy coffee for your old friend Skyjack Morgan. Or I will buy Melania coin. It's your choice. I'll either buy more Melania coin or coffee to keep me going, because coffee in your cup, it's news to fill you right up. My goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Lots of things have been happening. Donald Trump is being called the first post-literate president, which, I'm excited about. What do we need literacy for anyway? What do we need it for? Melania coin, baby. That's what we need to do. That's what I'm thinking. We need more Melania coin. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know why we're even having this conversation. Melania coin is the number one, the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America. Makes perfect sense. You can barely afford your own coffee. Lateral Alice, start a YouTube channel. You got to do it. Beg for coffee like me. Yesterday, I decided to go live on the chat. On the YouTubes, play a little guitar. I thought we'd do a members only. It was fun. I was by myself. It was good times though. It was fun. I don't know why no one showed up to my members only thing, but people said they don't get notifications. I don't know why people don't get notifications. If you do get notification, please leave a comment on a video, if you will. I couldn't do the members only yesterday, and because I was supposed to go get my car worked on, and they didn't have the part. And I was like, you were supposed to order the part. last week. And I grabbed him by his collars and I said, "Why didn't you order the part?" He said, "Hold it, man. No, don't get violent. Don't get violent. I'm a peaceful man." I said, "Where's my car part?" And he said, "Oh, man, we'll get your car part, sir, sir, sir." Big burly man, works on cars, sir. Tears down his, "Sir, we will get your cars. We will get your car part." So now I have to go next week. And now they want me to pay for the car part in advance. I'm like, "Well, why didn't you have me do that before, you sons of bitches?" And then they sent me a link to pay for it, and there's nothing there. These Honda dealerships, man. I'm like, I want to ask them, I'm trying to play it cool, but I kind of want to be like, does this happen to all your car clients? Is this how you do it? Anyway, then I saw a movie called The Invite, and it was fantastic. Have you ever seen The Invite yet? Has anybody seen it? It's wonderful. I couldn't believe how much laughing I was doing, and it was laughs for grown-ups. They don't make grown-up movies anymore. They don't make grown-up comedies anymore. It's super rare. I haven't seen a grown-up comedy in years. I'm trying to think of the last time I saw maybe that one about bros, but it was fine. This one was really, really good. It's got like 97% on Rotten Tomatoes or something. And I was like, all right, I got to go see it. If a comedy is getting 97% on Rotten Tomatoes, that's got to be good, because comedies usually float around like 60, 70%. This one's got 97% on Rotten Tomatoes. I got to go see it. So I went to go see it. It was great. It was wonderful. It was good. It was really good. I didn't get one, but you're not consistent. On what? I'm always consistent. What do you mean? Sky, you didn't do that, lost your head. Sky, you didn't do that, lost your head. What do you mean I didn't do that, lost my head? I saw it was great. It was a good movie. And then I went home and I did the members only, and I watched this movie free on YouTube. It's called Land and Freedom, and it's about Antifa and anarchists fighting against fascism in Spain, and how the English get involved. And because they'd like to be more reasonable and they want to side with the Stalinists, well, you can see what happens. Well, we kind of know it through history. Spoiler alert, the fascists won. And I think that it's pretty commonly understood that the fascists won because the communists tried to play politics with England and France, and by doing that, enabled the fascists to they split the factions, and they enabled the fascists to divide and conquer, so that the Stalinists abandoned the communist ideals and started killing anarchists, because the anarchists were too extreme about ideas of freedom and liberty, too extreme about collectivism. That's too extreme. So Stalinism, they said, no, we're not going to be so extreme. We're going to abandon this whole thing about collectivism and communal ownership. They thought that the military, the USSR thought that, and Stalinists thought that military victory was more important than social ideals. But the anarchists thought that if we stuck to our social ideals, that would win over the people. And that is how a revolution happens, through ideas, not through military force. The USSR and the Stalinists did not think that. So they lost. They all lost. The military murdered the Antifa, murdered the anarchists, and sided with Britain, France, and Franco won and became a fascist state. It became a fascist country in Spain. Isn't that fun? Boo, dead cars. I know. The car's not dead, though. The car ain't dead. It's just annoying. Yeah. We always live history. It's what we do. With the outcome changes for this round. I hope the outcome changes for this round, but I don't know. It looks like they're splitting us up again, but you never know. I always feel this way. I feel like, man, I'd like to be an agent of solidarity, but sometimes I myself fall into this, like, well, because I've always felt that these people who are constantly saying, well, we got to win them over. We got to find out ways to win them over. And I'm like, I think that introduce them to ideas, teach them how to think critically, because that's the thing about anarchism. It requires people to do the hard work of asking questions and thinking critically. And that's hard, man. It's tough. People don't wanna. People like easy answers and bosses. Bosses give you scapegoats. Bosses and totalitarians and authoritarians, they give you easy answers. And they also make sure that you don't have to work so hard. Here's the answer. Go hate that guy over there. It's their fault that you ain't got no money. Go hate that guy. It's pretty easy. Those trans people, they're the problem. Trans people, they're the problem, and I am your only retribution. I admit I'm the only one. I have to admit, who knew it was going to be me? Anyway, it's been good fun today. Speaking of fascism, people are still flying the flags of fascism. Do you have a flag? People are flying the flag of fascism.
Lawyer's reaction.
Hi. You know what? I do apologize. I know you've come from a very long way, but we're going to use someone else.
She's upset with the flag.
No, I'm beyond upset with the flag.
I like how her husband, she's upset with the flag. Dude, you're black. Why aren't you upset about the flag? Everyone's upset by that flag. Now, you can't see what flag it is, but it's a fascist flag. I'm sure you know which one it is. You know which? Can you imagine what flag is hanging from this general contractor's car as he pulls up to a house at which he was hoping to be hired that happens to be inhabited by black folk, and the black folk are like, you drove a long way. She's being so polite, by the way. Yeah, I know you drove a long way, but I'm beyond upset about your flag, so we're going to have to go with somebody else. She's being really kind.
No, you don't need to take it down. You continue to believe what you need to believe.
No, you could take it. I'll take it down. Obviously, then why fly it if the first thing, well, for money, I'll take it down. Then why are you flying it in the first place? I'll take it down immediately. I'll take the flag down. Well, why you got those stars and bars? Why you got them?
But no, I cannot pay you for your services. Thank you. Have a good day.
Man, she was really not. Thank you. Have a good day. Now watch him as he pulls away. That's Whistling Dixie. That's the land of cotton right there. Wish I were in the land of cotton. Old time racism will not be forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland.
Now, this contractor came to this homeowner's property in his truck that had a Confederate flag waving in the back of it. And upon seeing that, this homeowner immediately decided that she doesn't want to hire this contractor to work on her home. Because,
yeah, I mean, if someone comes up waving a Confederate flag, I almost fired somebody because they weren't vegan. I'm sorry. I don't want to work with people like that.
clearly their political views did not align. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a type of discrimination.
Uh-oh, not discrimination. You're not allowed to be a discriminator.
Let's remember that discrimination means having a preference of one thing over another. And she clearly prefers to work with the contractor that doesn't express their political views the way that this contractor does.
Yeah, exactly. Haven't you noticed that people don't like being around you? Exactly. If you wave a Confederate flag, nobody likes you, man. People want to get rid of you. Exactly. Haven't you noticed that no one likes being around you? Stop waving the Confederate flag. Everybody hates you. Stop it. We don't like racist pieces of garbage here in America. Well, some of us do. I mean, we have one for president. So we do like racist pieces of garbage in America, but some of us don't. I'm one of the ones that don't like racist pieces of garbage. Frank Froman. Exactly. Totally.
And that's discrimination. But it's not unlawful discrimination. You are legally able to discriminate who you choose to hire to work on your home so long as that discrimination is not unlawful discrimination, such as race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, disability, and even genetics. Politics is not on that list, which means that this homeowner did not unlawfully discriminate against the contractor because politics is not a protected class.
Politics is not a protected class, so you can stop crying, Maggers. Maggers, all you do is cry all day. Everyone's so mean to me. Everyone's the meanest. They treat me so poorly. They treat me so badly. Everyone is so mean to me. They're so mean. So mean. Donald Trump and all you Maggers, it's not unlawful to discriminate against you. I'm anti-racist. I'm anti-fascist. I don't like you fascist, racist, garbage humans. Don't like you. Change your belief structures. What's wrong with you? Stop defending the privileged. Stop licking the boots of the despots. You snitches and hall monitors. My God. Jeez Louise. What contract did she sign? What contract did she sign? Oh, well, guess we're going to have to ignore the contract. See, the thing is, most of America, millions of people, they operate without any kind of interaction with the government whatsoever. They operate on mutual trust, understanding, basic shit of humanity, right? Just very basic understanding that you're going to do what you say and I'm going to do what I say. That's basically how the whole society is working. You almost never need to interact with the government. Most of our lives have nothing to do with the government. So contract, yeah, come at me, bro. Come try to do it. If you had a contract with somebody and they rolled up with the Confederate flag and you broke that contract, there's no judge in America that's going to make you pay them shit. I mean, if they did, try collecting it. Come get me, you racist piece of garbage. My God, what a racist piece of shit. I'm on the right and I love you. Do you love me? No, I don't like right-wing weirdos. No, thank you. Right. If you're on the right, that just means that you're a racist piece of garbage. No, I don't like racists, don't like bigots. I don't love fascists. No. And I won't cry when somebody like Tyler Robinson shoots you. I will not care. Not even a little.
One thing I can.
The only good soldier in the Franco's army is a dead one. That's right. Thank you so much for joining me. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Commie. I just got finished talking about Stalinism. I don't know if you were here for that, Igor. But go back, Igor. You can go back and find out what's going on. Oh, someone's talking about my girlfriend. Hey, at least I had a girlfriend. It was rad. I've had lots of girlfriends. Anyone who ever talks about somebody else's girlfriend clearly has never had one. Fucking incel piece of garbage, fucking Asmund Gold wannabe motherfuckers.
Cannot stand is when pages like GOP.
Oh, I love this. Okay, this guy. I like now that you guys are putting your pedo caps backwards. I'm really enjoying that because now it's a little hard to see that you're a pedo but then I see it's red. So as soon as I see the red cap, I know you're a pedo. I know you're in the Chomo squad. So I like that you guys are starting to put it backwards because you're starting to become embarrassed. I like that. Keep it going. Keep that happening. All right.
One thing I cannot stand is when pages like GOP L's here recycles old unverified news and acts like it's happening right now.
Unverified.
This page does this all the time and they're doing it again today. Republican actor James Woods is now facing child predator allegations after trying to take a 16-year-old on a private trip to Vegas. When the young girl informed him of her age, he replied, even better, 1.8 million views.
Okay, so this is an old story, but he's upset that the word now is there. Is that what you're afraid of? This is the internet, Pally. People do this shit all the time. I mean, it was a salacious tale when it happened. James Woods did go up to a woman and tell her, hey, I want you to come with me to Las Vegas. And she said, I'm only 16, sir. And he said, even better. And they're like, get away from us, old man. And he left. That's the whole story. Is it creepy? Yeah. Did it happen? More than likely. Probably happened. Yeah. Not that huge of a story. James Wood is kind of a creep. He's a kind of a creeper. That's what happens. People who are into MAGA-verse and into Republican shit and into that type of thing, a lot of them are creeps. A lot of them. They love Jeffrey Epstein. They love Donald Trump. They love this Chomoverse, man. They're in the Chomoverse. You've heard of the Spider-Verse? They're in the Chomoverse. You can replace Donald Trump with another guy. It's kind of like how Spider-Man could be also Spider-Ham and Spider-Man Noir. Donald Trump's like Spider-Man for Chomos. You could replace him, but he's just another version of Donald Trump. He's just another version. He's Adolf Hitler. He's Mussolini. He's Joseph Stalin. It's all Pol Pot. It's always the same thing. It's always the same guy. You're in the Chomoverse. Enter the Chomoverse. Donald MAGA 2.0. Enter the Chomoverse.
Let's look into this. First off, the article clearly says September 2017. So
that's rad. So yeah, okay, it did happen back in 2017. That's true. I remember that. I remember this happening. In 2017, this dude James Woods, who is a MAGA supporter, it turned out that in the 90s, he did approach young women and try to get them to go on private trips to Vegas with him when they were 16 years old. I mean, this is basic Hollywood shit. 2016 was like, wasn't Me Too really swinging by that point?
This accusation came out 9 years ago. This is basically the whole story. This girl who is now a Hollywood actress was staying with her friends, and apparently James Woods, of all people, came up to both of them.
Of all people, in Hollywood, California. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to Hollywood, California. We see lots of stars, and they interact with other human beings. I know that might be hard from someone from Bumblefuck, Alabama, but all over California, actually, we meet all over California. We're crawling with fucking celebrities. I meet them all the time. Every time I go out, I see a goddamn celebrity. They're not that uncommon, and sometimes they talk to you.
And said, "Do you guys want to go to Vegas with me?" And made that even better comment when she said her age. And then apparently he just drove away when they said no. Apparently that's the whole story.
Yeah, that was the story. Nailed it.
There's no police report. There's no proof of this happening. By the way, this actress was...
Well, there were lots of people there. That's proof that it happened. What is it with you fucking maggers? You don't know what... God, it's so... Every time it's about one of you maggers, it's always, there's no proof. Meanwhile, you guys are into QAnon and stuff. There are things of which there are almost no proof. I mean, even the QAnon, there's some evidence that QAnon's a thing, but it's not. It's just a conspiracy theory based on flimsy evidence. Proof is when a bunch of people see the same thing. That's what proof is. Hey, James Woods just asked that 16-year-old to go on a private trip to Vegas with him. There were other women there. They're all like, yeah, I remember that. That happened. That's proof. It didn't need to go to a court of law because I don't think anyone's saying that he broke the law. Did he break the law? I don't think anybody's saying that. I don't think anybody ever said that. Everyone just said that James Woods is a famous, creepy guy who is super conservative and weird about little girls. I think that's what everybody's always known about James Woods. I think everybody knew that about James Woods. Thank you, Jen Batch. Thank you so much for becoming a Sky City Rebel. Thank you so much, Jen Batch. You're amazing. Sky City Rebels get extra streams, extra content, and extra love in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Please get some W's in the chat for Jen Batch for being a channel member. You're amazing. Thank you. You're incredible. Yes, homosexual, Jew-hating, socialist Nazis. Yeah, Donald Trump, the National Socialist Party. Exactly right. Frank Vrooman, you are right on track. You got it. You nailed it. Yes, the MAGA is a bunch of socialist Nazis. That's right. Yeah, Jew-hating, socialist Nazis. Exactly. All right, let's go.
34 when she came out and said this. So if it happened when she was 16, it means
yeah, that makes sense.
It happened in like the late 90s.
Yeah, okay, that happened. Yeah, that was during the Me Too movement. People were like, yeah, me too. I had some weird shit happen. Remember that? It was called Me Too. And they were like, oh, this crazy things happened to me in Hollywood. And other Hollywood actresses were like, me too. That's why it's called Me Too. They're like, oh, and then this other guy came and did something creepy to me. And another woman said, me too. And it became the Me Too movement of women talking about the shit that creepy dudes like James Woods did to them in Hollywood. That was the Me Too movement. Welcome to planet Earth. How old were you in 2017? How old was this guy?
Decided to wait 20 years to bring it up.
Yeah, that's because there was this thing where everyone was like, that happened to you? Me too. And what is it with you maggers? Like, if your mom told you 20 years ago Donald Trump raped her, would you be like, why did you bring it up? How come you didn't bring it up? Like, you wouldn't, unless you're, maybe maggers would. They'd be like, Mom, how come you never brought it up? Huh? There's a lot of reasons people don't bring up their abuse. There's a lot of reasons why people don't talk about shit. They just bury it. And sometimes it's something as bad as rape. Sometimes it's something as stupid as James Woods asking you to go on a sexcapade in Las Vegas. Sometimes it's just a boss was shitty to them. Sometimes it's all sorts of stuff. all sorts of stuff. I've had so many women tell me about things that happened to them, and I'll be like, "Did you tell your husband?" And they're like, "Nah, I'm never gonna tell him." "Did you tell your dad?" "Nah, you wouldn't understand." "Did you tell the cops?" "I went to the cops, but they were like, 'Do you really want to file? We're not gonna really do anything.'" Those are common stories. "There's no police report." A lot of times people go to the cops and there never is a police report. Sometimes you don't go to the cops because you already know the cops aren't there to help you. The cops are not there to help you. The cops are not there to help you. The cops are not there to catch rich rapists. That's not why they're there. That's not why they were invented. Can anyone tell me why they were invented? Can anybody tell me? Does anybody know why they were invented? Why were cops invented? Why were cops invented? Why were cops invented in America? Let's do it. Okay, the first one is protect. How about to find bad guys? To protect buildings, or hunt and return slaves. Which do you think? Why do you think cops were invented? Why do you think the police, the modern day police, what do you think their original reason? What do you think their original reason was for our police in America? Catching bad guys, murderers, and rapists?
Oh, and by the way, 2017 just happened to be about the same time that James Woods was getting a lot more vocal on Twitter about his support for Trump and his conservative ideas.
Oh my God. This is what I love about MAGA, man. They will turn everything. This guy, James Woods, is a creep. He's always been a creep. He's in the Me Too movement was not about Donald Trump, even though it should have been, since he also was out there talking about grabbing women by the pussy because he's a star and they let you do it when you're a star. So yeah, it was all about Donald Trump. That's why she came forward and talked about James Woods, because James Woods liked Donald Trump. You guys are so gay for Trump. It is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. Like, it's funny, but it's also just tragic. You guys are so gay for Trump. You think that women came out during the Me Too movement talking about the creepy shit James Woods did because James Woods liked Donald Trump. You're such a victim that you think that James Woods was victimized by a woman who had James Woods do something creepy to her, and she only came out about it not because of the permission structure that was being created due to the Me Too movement, but because Donald Trump, because James Woods liked Donald Trump. This is how they see themselves. Yes. Brilliant. Who wants to hang out with the liberal vegan? I don't know. I don't know any liberal vegans. I don't even hang out with liberal vegans. I don't like liberals. And most vegans, they're like Stalinists. They're thinking in terms of how can we just change more minds? You know what's funny? I've been thinking about this a lot, actually, because I had I was looking at because I had a vegan hot dog, and I don't normally buy that type of stuff, but it's 4th of July, so I bought some vegan hot dogs. And I just said, I kind of wanted to eat like a hot dog for 4th of July, and watch anti-authoritarian, anti-fascist movies. And so I did. That's what I did. And I started thinking, the vegan cheddar cheese and the vegan hot dog and the vegan hamburger, all that stuff, and the vegan mayo, they nailed that shit right away. It fucking tastes identical. That type of shit, like that garbage, fast foody type of junk food, they nailed it. Immediately nailed it. Ranch dressing, all the different nacho chips and all that stuff. All that shit, they nailed it. They got vegan cold cuts. and vegan hamburger, all that shit. But chicken sandwiches, they just knocked it out of the park. It tastes identical. And I remember when I was vegan, that shit didn't exist when I went vegan. And everyone was like, well, if we just get the right food, we don't need to talk about slavery and abuse and ownership and capitalism. We don't need to talk about any of that. That's too hard. People are too stupid to understand why racism and speciesism and slavery are wrong. People are too stupid to get that. All we need to do is get them to understand that animals feel pain. And of course, they all know that. Everyone has a dog. And then we just need to give them alternatives that taste exactly the same as the traditional foods they've been eating, like hamburgers, hot dogs, chips, mayo, that type of shit, cold cuts. And so they did that. And people are eating more meat than they were back when I went vegan. I've been vegan for over 20 years, and people like they're eating more. It's worse. Things are worse. More animals are being killed. That's vegans for you. I look like Morty. How about now? It's Feral Friday. How about now? I don't put stuff in my hair, so it does what it wants. Thank you for asking that, though, Ben from Berlin. Ben, no one talked about my hair yesterday. No one talked about my hair until I came out in support for Donald Trump. And now everyone's got something to say about my hair. What a victim I am. I'm such a victim. No, it's different. Good. You're forgetting about my freedom. Yeah, I guess, but that's the thing. I watched this movie Land and Freedom last night, and it was so goddamn good. And it just shows me the same thing in every social justice movement. They're like, oh, but we can't scare people away. Don't talk about freedom and liberty and not being owned and no private property. Don't talk about that stuff. Don't try to convince them of those types of things. Don't try to convince people that slavery is wrong. Just convince them that they can have a hamburger alternative that tastes and is the same price. It tastes the same and is the same price. And that'll change the world. Everyone would go vegan then, right? Because of course they would. Who wants to kill a cow? But they forgot that you're up against a multi-billion-dollar machine called the agricultural industries. You're never going to fight them. You're never going to win. Anyway, this idiot. Yes, poor James Woods. Look at this. They're opening Freedom Fuel, and somebody is subsidizing them. Who's subsidizing them? Donald Trump said he is working directly with them, but how are they having cheaper gas than everyone else? How is it possible?
Last week, this was a Sunoco, and Donald Trump released on Truth Social that he was working with people to lower the gas prices across America, and they did it with the Freedom Fuel Network. And
this guy's all about the cock. I mean, I only got the one, so yeah, I am all about this. Yeah, man, I'm into it. I'm into getting it wet. That's for sure.
My concern about it is clearly the price is subsidized, and I want Americans to be asking, where is that money coming from? Why are corporations and businesses willing to subsidize gas 50 cents a gallon for people to make President Trump look good? I have sympathy for people who are paying more at the pump, and it's very hard to feed your families these days because of inflation. But we also have morality, right? And we have to vote with our dollars, just like we vote with our
morality over. This guy's talking about morality over here. You guys are into morality or what?
Yeah, we have a landscaping business, small business, employ about 3 or 4 people. Gas prices have been crazy this year, as you know. It really adds up to what we have to charge our customers because we can't really pass it on to anybody else.
I love it. I love how many of you guys said protect buildings, 31%. But look, watch me just ask the AI. Is it true that modern police in America have their roots in slave catchers? Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true. Though it is part of a complex historical narrative. Historically, historians generally agree that modern American policing evolved from a combination of English models like London's Metropolitan Police and distinctively American systems like Southern slave patrols and Northern night watches. Oh my gosh. Oh my dear Lord. Established in the early 1700s, slave patrols were groups of armed white men tasked with tracking down fugitive slaves, deterring revolt, and enforcing strict curfews. After the Civil War, these patrols formally dissolved, but were widely replaced by militia-style groups and local constabularies that strictly enforced Jim Crow laws and black codes. There you go. Ask anybody, ask any historian, read a book about it. American police has its roots in slave patrols. They are not there. When you ask, how come women who get raped don't go to the cops are ill prepared, and it really isn't. They just added that on later. That wasn't their purview. That's not their core competency. Their core competency is not catching bad people. It's catching black people. That's their core competency. They're very good at catching black people, not so great at catching just regular bad people, murderers, rapists, those types. They don't normally catch those. They're really good at catching black people though, over bullshit laws like, I don't know, marijuana possession and stuff like that, being out at the wrong time, walking while black, stuff like that. They're really good at that shit. Not good at not good at catching rapists.
So $3.47 a gallon's a godsend, honestly. I don't support his policies. I think he's caused a lot of the problems that this country's having. So I'm definitely not on his side.
But you appreciate this?
I appreciate this, but like I say, I mean, they just started bombing again last night, and they're talking oil's already going up again. So it's a seesaw problem.
I love Donald Trump.
Can't beat the price. If you could beat Sam's Club or equal Sam's Club, that's a great price. Trump's the man. I mean, you may not agree with the way he behaves sometimes.
Yeah, you might not agree with the way O.J. Simpson behaves sometimes, but he's the man. He's the man. Yeah, he cut his wife's head off. But you know what? I don't agree with everything he does, but he's the man. Michael Jackson, I don't agree with it. You know, R. Kelly, I don't agree with everything he does, but he's the man, and I love him.
Or what he says. But he's a businessman. He's a policymaker. He's the man.
What policy do you like of his? Please, someone in the chat, tell me the policy they like of Donald Trump's. Please, anybody, please. You filled up your tank for $2.14 a gallon. Were you in 1987? Do you have a time machine, Satanic Temple, Stephen? Satanic Stephen, do you have a time machine? Did you go back in time? $2.14 a gallon.
You know, wish we could have him for 4 more years.
Is there anywhere in America selling gasoline at $2.14 a gallon today? No, it's highly unlikely. With the national average sitting at approximately $3.88 per gallon, the cheapest state averages like Oklahoma are hovering at $3.38. Thank you. Thank you very much. Love you.
Could President Trump's controversial plan to build a 250-foot tall arch in the nation's capital actually become a reality? Well, today that proposal took a major step forward. Thanks for joining us here. I'm Scott Thuman. The National Capital Planning Commission gave preliminary approval to the project, despite several people speaking out against that arch. Our Tom Rousey shows us just how tall the proposed arch would stand and how it...
A socialist claiming to be an anarchist. Sweet Havoc. Sweet Havoc. Do you know what socialism is? Do I need to tell you again? Sweet Havoc, you're here every day. Let's do it. Socialism. It's a political philosophy to prioritize, to organize society in a way that prioritizes public need over private profit. Everyone's a socialist unless you're a fucking psychopath, like these assholes who claim to be capitalists, but they're not. A lot of people claim to be capitalists, but they don't even own any capital. They claim to be capitalists because they think if they lick the boots of the bosses that they'll be, I don't know, get special points in heaven or something. Maybe they'll get 70 something virgins or whatever it is. What does Elon Musk promise you in the afterlife? What does Donald Trump promise you in the afterlife to get you to pray to him so hard? I'm a capitalist. I swear, boss. I swear, boss. I'm a good capitalist. You're not a capitalist. You don't own any fucking capital. You're just some schmuck kissing the ass of the bosses, doing what you're told, following orders because you need a dad. You're too feeble-minded to make your own decisions or have any kind of courage in your own self-determination. You're afraid of free. Something about freedom terrifies you. everyone's a socialist. Everyone ever drove down the interstate highway and said, what a beautiful day. You're a socialist. Anyone who ever thought, man, I can't believe America built that Golden Gate Bridge in the middle of the Depression. Are you serious? That you're a socialist. Anyone who ever thought, man, God bless the red, white, and blue. I love this military of ours. They keep us safe at night. Fight for our freedom or whatever. You're a socialist. Jesus. Now, there's lots of different flavors of socialism. I'll give you that. But this whole idea, you're not an anarchist, you're a socialist. Organizing society in such a way that prioritizes the public need over private profit. Yeah, I guess you could say I'm a socialist, especially when I live in a government like this. I live under a regime like this. I guess you could call me a socialist. I ain't gonna be mad at you. But I'm an anarchist. I'm all about total liberation for all, freedom for all. I hate fascists, Nazis, slavery. These concepts aren't that hard to understand. And now that I've explained it to you, Havoc, lock it up, put it away in your little nugget, put it away in little nugget, because if I see you saying shit like that again, I'm gonna be like, I gotta ban you, sweet Havoc, because I keep repeating myself. I see you in the chat. These are concepts that you should have known by now. You're here every day.
Compares to some of Washington's most recognizable landmarks.
Construction of the arch requires congressional approval.
Although a number of people spoke out against the Trump administration's proposed arch, with one.
Yeah. I mean, this is an embarrassing thing. Everyone should be against this, right? Everyone must be against this. Donald Trump putting a Trump arch.
Man suggesting an alternate location.
Specifically at the newly created oval marking the arrival of South Capitol Street and the Anacostia River.
In the end, the National Capital Planning Commission preliminarily approved plans for the 250-foot structure. However, the commission is still deliberating whether the size violates federal law capping building heights in the city.
Oh, it's too tall. You're capping the building height cap. He thinks he wants it bigger than all the other buildings. This sucker.
Give you a better sense of the arch, it would be well over twice as high as the 99-foot Lincoln Memorial, but less than half as tall as the 555-foot Washington.
This is disgusting. What is it with this guy?
Monument. We went up about 250 feet in our building in Arlington. You can see the height we're at is well above most of D.C., except for the Washington Monument. However, many buildings in Roslyn that can be seen from D.C. would still be much higher than the arch. This traffic circle that I'm standing in is where the proposed arch would be built. Now, even though it's across the Potomac River from...
Oh my God, I've been there.
...from the Lincoln Memorial, this circle is still technically in D.C. And, you know, some of the folks who spoke to the National Capital Planning Commission said one of their biggest concerns was how the arch and its construction would affect Arlington National Cemetery in the distance.
That's always what people are saying. It's a desecration of Arlington National Cemetery. It's going to be so... Think of the size of this thing. It's going to be this thing towering over. It'll cast a shadow on John F. Kennedy's grave. He's buried at Arlington. All those losers. Donald Trump thinks all those boys buried in Arlington are losers. Losers and suckers and losers. This is what he says about our soldiers. So yeah, I guess, yeah, put Donald Trump's little statue there, 250-foot statue. Embarrassment, my God.
Under this plan, families would lower their loved ones into the ground to the sound of pile drivers.
Wednesday's vote was not final. The project has to come back before the commission at a later date.
Look at this thing. Jesus Christ.
Tom Rousey, 7 News.
Lance Wiggs was dating Tyler Robinson in court.
Why does this channel promote terrorism? Well, are you talking about like the 2003 definition of terrorism, that anyone talking about animal rights is a terrorist? Is that what you're talking about, Brad? You got to be more specific than that. Terrorism. What's your definition of terrorism? You guys call, all you MAGAs, you cry so hard, you call everything terrorism. Someone sneezes in Donald Trump's general direction, you're like, terrorist. Somebody says a joke about Donald Trump, you're like, terrorist. Jimmy Kimmel's a terrorist. and then Colbert made a joke, and then everybody's a terrorist. Good morning, blue-eyed brother. Hey, Jenna X-Ray Dragon. How you doing? You seen any good bones lately? You get any good bones lately, Jenna X-Ray Dragon? Huh? X-ray humor. Thank you so much, Jenna X-Ray Dragon. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the channel and independent media. Man, did you hear about this guy? His name's Charlie Kirk. And was J6? Yeah, was J6 terrorism? I think J6. I don't promote that. I don't promote J6. Yeah. The arch will be dedicated to Putin. Well, yeah, I mean that's who funded it, right?
An interview with Twiggs was shown in which Twiggs describes Robinson returning to their shared apartment the day after Charlie Kirk was killed.
Twiggs. Lance Twiggs. What a name.
Did he talk about what he had done?
Wait, okay. So Lance Twiggs. Okay, I don't even know. Like I thought that. Okay.
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was.
I bet you MAGAs are really upset that Lance Twiggs isn't like full on RuPaul, right? Like you guys all wanted Lance Twiggs. This is the first time I'm seeing what Lance Twiggs looks like. Did anybody else? I'm sure that you guys thought he was going to look like RuPaul. All you MAGAs were going to like. You really wanted a Trenton. He looks like a regular beer chugging ex-Mormon from Utah. That's what he looks like. He looks like everyone else in Utah. These long hair. He looks like, you know what he looks like? He looks like all the husbands in the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. He looks like he's in Dad Talk. He's in Dad Talk and he's married to and what's her name? Frankie Paul. What's her name? I forget. Frankie Paul.
Crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Also in court, a State Bureau of Investigations agent talked the court through text messages between Twiggs and Tyler Robinson late on the night of September 10th.
Is that gonna be admissible? Oh, I hope that those text messages are admissible.
September 10th is when Kirk was shot. Take a listen.
And Tyler says, "I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while."
I'm still okay, my love. I don't believe that these are real. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. I'm sorry.
Longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. And then Lance replies, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" And Tyler says, "I am, I'm sorry." Lance says, "I thought they caught the person." And then Tyler says, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude and interrogated someone in similar clothing. I planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after."
That testimony, those messages, key to the prosecution's
The rifle drop point moments earlier.
case, their effort to persuade a judge that there's enough evidence to put Tyler Robinson on trial for the assassination, for the killing of Charlie Kirk.
They haven't even convinced that they're going to put this guy on trial. It's going to be amazing. If this guy does not go on trial, Tyler Robinson goes free. What an incredible turn of events. Okay, so what do you think? Who's more like, oh man, so most of you got the, okay, let's do a poll right now. Who do you think is going to be more? We're going to do a poll right now. The new poll is, who do you think is more likely to not get a trial? Oh, how about who is more likely to walk free? That's better. Luigi or Tyler? Who's more likely to have, get some of that Donald Trump freedom fuel?
Victor Marx is officially the Republican candidate.
Oh, I love this guy. This guy cracks me up. This guy over in Colorado, this news anchor in Colorado cracks me up. He's such a badass.
Colorado governor. The ministry leader who performs exorcisms and won't say how many people he's killed in his armed missions abroad will now be a significant underdog in the general election race against Democratic Attorney General Phil Weiser. The Associated Press called the race this afternoon. It is a narrow win, but outside the automatic recount margin. Over State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer. State Rep and MAGA pastor Scott Bottoms brought up the rear. Marx needs to unite the badly divided Colorado Republican Party. Kirkmeyer and Bottoms both said they would not support Marx in the general election, calling him a fraud and a con man. Kirkmeyer tonight thanked her supporters and added, quote, "And for the record, I still have not killed anyone."
He's a fraud and a con man. He's gonna fit right in over at the MAGA headquarters. We love frauds and con men in America.
Marx posted this on social media.
Those of you who supported someone else in the primary, I want you to hear me clearly. There's a place for you in this campaign.
I don't know how you guys look at people like this and don't see that they're full of shit. How is it so easy that, how come I can spot a grifter? Like, what is it in me that does not trust people? Like, I mean, sometimes it's overkill. Like, sometimes I just can't trust certain people, and I just don't know why. Like, I think Hassan Piker I just don't believe him. I don't believe him. Maybe I could be true. I could be proved otherwise. I could be proven false. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But this guy, come on, you don't see that? You don't see that he's full of shit? Like, your bullshit meter doesn't go off the Richter scale when you see this? No? It's the room. It's the room, maybe. It is creepy. It's a creepy room, that's for sure. Yeah. Anything not to talk? I did almost an Waffle Jackson. Did you just wake up? We've been talking about him all week. Everybody's been talking about him all week. Waffle Jackson. Did you just wake up? Did you miss this is Friday. We've been talking about Graham Plattner all week. And by the way, I hated him from day one. I always had a problem with him. You know, all you fucking MAGA dick suckers, all you Donald Trump dick lickers, you guys, you're always like, oh, yeah. What about Biden? I've hated Biden since I was a little boy. Or what about Graham Plattner? I hated Graham Plattner from the second I knew about that Nazi tattoo. I think it was the first time I ever heard about him was in relationship to that Nazi tattoo. And you guys are still like, what? But whatever it takes to not take Donald Trump's dick out your mouth. That's the only thing. You it's like you take his little tiny dick out your mouth. You're like, what? Graham Plattner? Okay, back. That's what you guys are doing. Biden? Nah. You're sucking that little clitoris-sized penis of his. His penis is the size of a clitoris. But most of you maggers have never seen one of those either, so I don't really expect you to know what I'm talking about.
Mark spent 4 times his nearest opponent's spending to squeak out the primary win. He now faces Phil Weiser, who has won statewide twice. Colorado has only elected 1 Republican governor in 55 years, and Republicans have not been competitive in a race for governor since 2014.
Now, Phil Weiser, he's a smart fella, but he represents the current system because he is part of it. And that current system.
What's with the lion, bro? Did you go to Tijuana and get that fucking velvet painting of the lion behind you? Sick.
Has made Colorado more expensive, less safe, and harder for regular families to trust government. In order to change this, we must win.
Victor Marks has not displayed much understanding of state policy or issues during the race. He's campaigned largely on a call for Christian renewal of Colorado. The last Republican candidate for governor, Heidi Ganahl, flirted with claims of election rigging and focused on furries in schools. She lost by nearly 20 points.
Furries in school. Look out, everybody. Why are you MAGAs obsessed with furries, by the way? What is it with you guys?
CBS News has learned that President Trump did not use his new Qatari gifted Air Force One when he left the NATO summit in Turkey this week due to possible.
But why? Please tell me why Donald Trump is not using his fancy $400 million jet that he got from the Qataris. I mean, if you're going to accept a bribe and why aren't you using it?
Security concerns. The president was seen leaving the summit aboard the old Air Force One, prompting questions about why the new updated model that he traveled to Turkey in wasn't being used. CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga joins us. So what can you tell us?
I tell you what, a lot of people are talking about the paint job too, and maybe it's because my name is Sky, but I like that the old one's blue. I think it was blue so people can't shoot at it so easily. It looks like the sky. It's harder to see or something. That's why I always thought that's why it was sky blue, like a security thing. Maybe that's why, because he painted it black and he painted like this big red stripe on it. Maybe that's why he painted it like a circus rodeo barrel, and that's why it's a security concern. Nailed it. I think I got it.
Yeah, Lindsay, filed is under things that we don't report on every single day. A new Air Force One being put in commission and then quickly taken out of commission, at least for this particular trip. Our understanding is that Secret Service had advised President Trump and his team with some understanding and sign off from the White House military office and military aid not to fly that new Qatari donated Boeing 747-8 back from the summit directly to the United States. Instead, there was a bit of a trade-off in the UK. There are a few reasons why this might be the case. Here's what we know. The old Air Force One, which President Trump took instead, has long established secure communications.
Oh, look, he's got dark blue and red. I think that's why, because people can shoot at it too easily. Maybe that's why. It's too much of a target now. Oh no, don't take my kitten ears away from me while I'm at school. Yeah, I mean, I guess like if somebody wants to wear kitten ears at school, I just don't care. Can they read? Can they do basic mathematics? I'm more concerned about shit like that. I guess like if you're going to school with kitten ears and you're managing not to get your ass kicked, I say great. I mean, what a world we're living in. That's way better than the school I grew up in. School I grew up in, if you showed up to school with cat ears, you'd probably get your ass kicked. I don't know. We only had a couple openly gay people, and some of them got their asses kicked. And I grew up in the 90s.
It is basically a West Wing, including the Oval Office and the Situation Room, rolled into an aircraft. It has defensive systems with misdirection capabilities, missile misdirection capabilities. It has the ability to have anti-jamming, secure communications, can deal with space weather, that sort of thing. And during a major war where the president...
It's good that 90% of leftists are either women or gay. You should watch a movie called Land and Freedom. You might like it. Land and Freedom. It's like a war movie. You should check it out.
Is not only at heightened risk, he called himself during a reporter gaggle Iran's #1 target, #1 on their list, but also has to be making decisions in real time as commander-in-chief and really needs to have the surety of secure communications when he is flying over the Middle East in certain geographic areas. So we do also know, based on conversations with sources, that this new Qatari 747 was rushed into service after just 1 year. Questions about what it was outfitted to do and not do. We know that, for instance, it can't refuel mid-air as the old Air Force One can, and whether it is safe.
It can't refuel mid-air. What the hell? They gave us did they give us a broken jet? They gave you a broken jet, Donald. Return it. You sold your soul for garbage, is what they're saying. You can't even refuel this thing in mid-air. Why did you take this thing, Donnie? See, this is a thing. This is the old monkey paw situation, you know. You don't take wishes from monkey paws. The Qatari, they're not good people. I mean, the people might be okay, but like the government's not. They literally bought people from Nepal and used them as unpaid slave labor for to build their FIFA cities for the World Cup. And you know, I've ever since then I've really hated FIFA. But Donald Trump took a $400 million jet as a gift from them. Don't take gifts from strangers like that. Don't do it from bad people. It's not worth it. Now you got a $400 million jet you can't even fuel in the air.
And secure in all spaces, Lindsay.
Do we know how the new Air Force One will be used moving forward?
I think that's a really important open question. Will it be used just domestically? Will it be used on these big foreign trips? I think that remains to be seen, if there will be certain instructions given to those guests on Air.
I have to say, if this thing does explode in the air or something crazy happens, Donald Trump kind of had it coming, right? Like, we can't get mad, right? If this thing turns out to be like, if it really were, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I very highly doubt something crazy is going to happen with this jet. Although this is kind of crazy. Like, why is Air Force One in the news as even a question? In my whole life, we've never questioned Air Force One. It's never been like, well, is it safe? Like, that's never been a thing, because normally presidents don't take presents that are worth $400 million from Qatari royal family. But, now we're taking bribes from the Qataris. So if it does happen and it like blows up over Newark or something, like, we really can't be mad, right? We really can't be mad at that point if somebody blows up this thing. Like, he kind of has it coming at this point.
Force One, for instance, to draw down all of their windows to reduce light for, a possible deterrence of any sort of missile targeting. So I think a lot of that remains to be seen. I mean, there are multiple Air Force Ones that are in practice today. Some are differently equipped than others. So it wouldn't be, I guess, totally unprecedented to switch planes based on the mission set. But what is unprecedented is having, a foreign ally donate a plane to the United States, typically.
Qatar is not a foreign ally, but whatever.
It takes about 6 to 10 years to build and outfit a military plane like Air Force One. This one, of course, equipped in just 1 year, Lindsay. So a lot of questions still.
Taking jets from the Sunni Muslim-controlled Qatar. I wonder, is Sunni the one that has majority Shia? In Qatar, what is the demographic mix of Sunni and Shia Muslims? Because they don't like each other. Ooh, okay. Shia is only 10%, so the Sunni are the ones in charge. 89% of Qatar's total population consists of foreign expatriates. The exact Sunni Shia breakdown for the entire country is unavailable. Foreign expat 89% of Qatar's total population are foreign expatriates. What? But the citizen population is overwhelmingly Sunni. Unbelievable. Okay, so great. They love Sunni Muslims. The legal restriction of the rights for minority groups. They have many expatriate religious breakdowns: Hindu, Christians, Buddhists, and population figures. So there are extreme legal restrictions and rights on minority religious groups there because we like that. We like that about our allies.
Nicole Skanga, thank you.
Ukraine attacked a dozen more of Russian tankers.
I like that there's a heart in the middle. Do you like that? That Ukraine has a little heart there in the middle?
Sea of Azov.
Like, come on. If I were building a drone and I was going to kill Russians, I put a little heart in the middle.
Ukraine's military said on Thursday as it ramped up efforts to disrupt fuel supplies to Russian
I've never seen this little heart thing.
forces and isolating Moscow-occupied Crimea.
Happy
The
Valentine's
vessels were used to
Day!
supply fuel to the Russian military and to transport oil and petroleum products in circumvention of international sanctions. In the first 4 days of the week, Ukraine hit at least 36 of Russia's ships. And
These are love bombs. This is love bombing. I know you guys love bombing. This is love bombing right here.
Set them on fire in the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea.
Boom! Here's some love from Ukraine. From Ukraine with love.
According to Ukraine's defense ministry, these included 32 so-called Russian Shadow Fleet tankers and 2 dry cargo ships. They were all trying to deliver fuel to Crimea.
Damn.
In response to growing attacks from Ukraine, Putin has said he will press ahead with this war despite mounting difficulties like fuel shortages linked to Ukrainian drone strikes on oil industry targets.
That's wild.
Kiev's long-range persistent drone attacks has sparked a massive fuel shortage across Russia, leading to widespread reports of escalating prices and lengthy queues at petrol stations throughout.
Do they get to choose when they're flying? Do the drone pilots get to choose if they're going to do purple or green or what? I like this little heart in the middle. From Ukraine with love. Here we go.
Numerous
One
regions.
more. I watched this all day. Watched Ukraine. Are they doing the mouse? What? Are they flying it with the mouse? It looked like some of them are flown. I'm like, look, they're flown with the mouse. Look at this shit. I thought they would have like a joystick. It looks like they're over here clicking on shit in order to aim this thing. They are. Holy shit. That's insane. I feel like I should join the Ukrainians. I could do this job. Every American could do this job. I could do this. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Right here. Do it right here. Right here. Get it. Nailed it. Man, I got to say, I always hear about how, Sky, you think that just because you have guns, you can keep off all the bad guys. I'm like, yeah, I think I do okay for a while. I can do okay for a while. If the Ukrainians can take on the Russians for this long, I feel like we could do it. Fuel shortages coming to American. Yeah. Well, I mean, the Strait of Hormuz is closed again, right? We're closing it down. There's war, baby. There's more. There's war. We're back on war. Us gamers can finally do something cool with our heart crosshair drone bomb. I didn't even know that was a thing. Did you know that was a thing? I had no idea that there were heart crosshair. I had no idea that this was a thing. I wish I'd known. I would have gotten involved sooner. I would have been more into this shit. I didn't even know that this was a thing. Luigi Mangione, you think 54% of you are saying that he might walk free. I like it. I like it. Would you fly drones for the Ukrainians? Or how about during the American Civil War, will you fly drones for us? Because we're gonna need them. We're gonna need some drones. We're gonna need some drones. Maybe we should be stockpiling drones instead of bullets. I don't know. Figure that out later. I don't know. This is Feral Friday, everybody. Welcome. This is a call-in show, by the way. I don't know if you knew that, but it is. It's a call-in show. Thank you so much. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator and free speech and critical thinking advocate and coffee addict. Thank you for being here. If you decide to do a super chat or Venmo or Cash App, Venmo and Cash App, you can Venmo or Cash App at Sky Jack Morgan. Support independent media, and I will buy coffee and Melania coin with every penny. That's a promise. It'll be coffee or Melania coin. Those are the only two things I buy with all the donations. Anybody supporting this channel. Thank you.
This morning, we continue to follow new questions in the deadly ICE shooting in Houston's East End.
Community activists and local lawmakers have been pushing for body camera video to be released, but we now know that the ICE officers involved were not wearing them. Jalissa Garza joins us live with more. Jalissa,
What?
There's now political.
They weren't wearing body cams when they shot him? Wait a second. ICE wasn't wearing body cams when they shot that man to death, and they claim that he tried to ram them again. ICE, again, are saying that somebody tried to ram them, and they murdered him. And there was no body cam footage, no dash cam footage, no footage except for the traffic cams. How interesting.
Pushback from Houston area members of Congress.
Yeah, Trayson, there sure is, and there's a lot to go through here this morning. And as you mentioned, we now know that according to DHS, the ICE officers involved had not been issued body-worn cameras. So now the question shifts to why they didn't have those cameras in the first place. Now take a look at your screen. Do want to show you part of that statement from DHS. They say the officers had not been issued body-worn cameras and blame government shutdowns for interrupting.
Oh, yeah. The government shutdown. That's it. It's the government shutdown that did it. Yeah. It's somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. Somehow it's the Democrats' fault that our ICE agents are shooting unarmed men in the streets. Yes.
The rollout. But Houston area Democrats are pushing back, including Congressman Meny, who says in a statement that ICE had money for detention centers, signing bonuses, new agents, and enhanced enforcement operations.
That's true. They had money for all those things. Signing bonuses, concentration camps, all that stuff in New Jersey, a bunch of gas bombs. They were gassing their own people. They shot that priest in the face. They had all that money for that, but not money for body cams.
But still did not equip all officers with body cameras. Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia says body cameras were one of the accountability measures Democrats had pushed for.
That was one of the items, is that they have and wear body cameras, and that it's protected, preserved, and not tampered with. So now we may not have that.
DHS says body cameras have been deployed to more than half of ICE field officers, with the remaining officers expected to receive them in the next 60 days. Now, coming up during our extended morning newscast on the KHOU11 app, we're going to hear more from lawmakers who are demanding transparency and demanding that questions be answered from DHS and ICE. Plus, we're going to hear from a former FBI agent on the procedure questions surrounding the stop itself. Reporting live this morning in Houston, Jalissa.
Okay, so if you are going to go to America and you're expecting to just walk down the street without getting murdered, newsflash. That is not something you can reasonably expect anymore. So I don't think if you're an American, if you go to Mexico, you should have the reasonable expectation for the cops to not just pull you over and shoot you. After all, they're federales. They call them federales. The police there are called federales because they are federal police force. A lot like ICE in that way. I mean, their mandate, their missions are different, but their structure isn't that different. Federales are just federal agents. So if you're going down the street in Mexico anytime soon, and a federale just pulls you over and shoots you in the face, you kind of had it coming. Sorry, I mean, we do it to them. We do it to the Mexicans. If you're Mexican and you come to this country, our federales will shoot you in the face and kill you. Now, white people, if you go to Mexico and federale pulls you over, well, don't be upset. Don't be upset if they shoot you in the face, because all bets are off now. Like, we don't care, I guess. We don't care that our people will be murdered now because of this. I guarantee it. These are how these things start. If we don't respect other people's citizens, they don't respect our citizens. Why should they?
In your health headlines, a parasitic infection outbreak is growing nationwide as officials try to determine how.
I know there is a parasitic outbreak right now. They're called MAGAs.
it started.
More than 2,000 cases have now been reported, including 48 right here in Texas. Some of them were found in Denton, Collin, and Tarrant counties. Michigan is one of the hardest hit states with more than 1,200 cases right now. It can cause problems in your stomach along with cramps and fatigue. The infection is spreading through contaminated food and water, especially fresh produce, pools, and lake water. Doctors urge people to thoroughly wash those fruits and vegetables and avoid swallowing water while you're swimming. If you start to feel sick, experts recommend getting checked out by doctors.
Nice. We have a Donald Trump airport now. Look at that. The Palm Beach International Airport in Florida is now rechristened President Donald J. Trump International Airport of Palm Beach. Luckily, no one ever flies to Palm Beach, so screw it. No one ever wants to go there. It sucks. You ever been to Palm Beach? I've been to Palm Beach a few times. Kind of sucks. Just kind of sucks. What are you gonna do? Yes. How am I advocating against my own people? If you go to Mexico and a federale shoots you in the face, that's because of Donald Trump. How is that advocating? What do you mean advocating against my own people? Don't be such a little pussy. Cry more. Cry more. Little baby doll. Cry more. Yes. Good thing the World Cup matches were mainly held in blue states. All the World Cup tourists seem to love America. Well, yeah, that love America. They were here for vacation. Everyone loves America when you're here on vacation and you get to buy big pizzas and shit. And they laugh about all our big, stupid, fat people. And they laugh about how you can buy a gun at a Walmart. I guess that's love. Yeah, they loved America so much. I watched all those videos. I played them on the show. They acted like everyone just discovered America for the first time. A lot of it also was just, content creators making content. And look at this. They have big pizzas in America. You guys are the best. I love America. You could buy a gun at Walmart. If that's what you love about America, awesome. I don't know how that is pertains to anything that we're talking about today, but hey. Republican controlled Florida legislature loves it. Ron DeSantis says, yes, if Mexican agents kill an American citizen, then don't cry about it. Unless you're going to cry about how the ICE agents just shot a Mexican dude for no reason and mysteriously didn't have body cams, mysteriously have no dash cam footage, no evidence whatsoever. And all the evidence that we do have, traffic cams and stuff, point to the fact that he did not try to ram them. That did not happen. Maybe we'll see. Maybe there'll be another clip today. We'll see some clips of how they shot this guy. Right in him. They shot him in cold blood, an unarmed man. So look, when a federale or any Mexican shoots, if some little blonde girl is in Cabo San Lucas for spring breaks and gets shot, don't cry about it. Don't cry about it. If we're not going to respect the citizens of other nations when they're here, and we're going to shoot unarmed foreign nationals, then don't expect us not to get shot in other countries. Don't expect that anymore.
An appeals court upheld Illinois' ban on assault weapons. The U.S. Court of Appeals ruled 2-1
And Illinois, they're banning assault rifles?
in favor of the statewide ban, adopted after the deadly July 4th parade shooting in Highland Park. Attorney General Tommy Rahul calls it a win that enhances public safety in Illinois. It comes after the U.S. Supreme Court said it would hear arguments in a case challenging Cook County's ban on assault weapons. Cook County state's attorney promises to defend the law vigorously.
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo came to the United States in early 1990s.
There he is, Araujo. I wonder, if assault rifles, I can't wait to buy one. I'm going to buy one the second I get to New Mexico. As soon as I get my New Mexico ID, I'm going to go buy one, because they can't sell them to you if you have a California ID, because you have to show ID in this country to get an assault rifle or any gun. So you can't do it if you have a California license. You can't go and buy one in New Mexico. They can't sell it to you, which I think is bullshit, because whatever, I don't care. Maybe I could buy it with no, you have to prove your address. I thought maybe I could buy it with my passport. I don't know. I have to get a driver's license in New Mexico anyway. But when I get one, I will buy a bigger, badder gun. That's what I want to do. I really want to get one of those tactical rifles that you could put 9mm clips. There's ones that you can get extended Glock clips. And my handgun, my pistol is it's a Glock clone, and it can have Glock clips, but they have 9mm rifles, and you could switch back and forth so your clips can all be the same. I think that's pretty cool. So if you have a rifle on your shoulder and you have a handgun and you have a couple clips, you're set for the day. You can hold off an army that way because you got all the clips. You don't have to have two different sets of bullets. I think that's pretty cool. That's my plan for the apocalypse. Do a ghost gun? No, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to jail. No, I don't want to go to jail. Skyjack Morty. Like Rick. Oh, jeez, Rick. Jeez, Rick. You can't buy an assault rifle, you dumb Do you not know what an assault rifle is? Yes, I can. What do you mean? I can buy an assault rifle here, California. Except if you buy them in California, you have to buy them. You have two options. You have to either get the ones that you have to break in order to put a new clip in. It slows you down for a second, or you have to get one that's got like this funny fin at the back of the handle, so you can't put your thumb on the other side of the grip. It's weird. Those are the. And I don't want to go through all that trouble. So I need to wait. I'm excited about it though. I can't wait.
The 52-year-old father.
I mean, I need to wait, but I can't wait. Anyway, look at this guy. He's a father, and ICE shot him. ICE just shot him, an unarmed man.
Delgado Araujo came to the United States in early 1990s from Mexico. The 52-year-old father of three lived.
He's been here for over 30 years.
And worked in the Houston area for decades. And on Tuesday morning, around 7 a.m., he left his home, as he did on work days, to pick up his three coworkers in his white van and then head to his job at a construction site. But he didn't get to the construction site. He was shot and killed by an ICE agent in an unmarked car, according to his eldest son.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I said Trump shot him. Well, yeah, Trump shot him. I mean, ICE is just the Gestapo. You wouldn't say that when Gestapo was rounding up Jews, you could say that that was an extension of Hitler, right? Hitler rounded up the Jews. That's how Hitler rounded up people and put them in concentration camps. You're gonna split hair? No. Oh no, they didn't. Gestapo did that. Yeah, I love how all you maggers want to split hairs when it comes to that. They are enacting the policies of Donald Trump. They are following orders. They tell you every day. ICE agents are just following orders. Whose orders? Donald Trump's. Tom Homan's. Well, who chose Tom Homan? Steve Miller. Who chose Steve Miller? Donald Trump. Okay, so it's Donald Trump. Got it. Nailed it. What's an assault rifle? Explain it to me. Do you really not know? Are you just playing stupid again? Or are you just stupid? I said tactical rifle. I usually try to say tactical rifle because I know that people get triggered with the term assault rifle. But let's go ahead to what is the definition of an assault rifle? It's a compact military grade firearm that can switch between semi-automatic and fully automatic fire. Yeah, exactly. Now usually the fully automatic is disabled in the United States, but you can do trigger force reset, I think they call it, and there's another one you could do a bump stock to make it fully automatic. The strict definition, but it might be used as it might fire an intermediate cartridge, more powerful than a pistol but lighter than a traditional rifle rounds, and use a detachable magazine. The distinction between true assault rifle and civilian style assault rifles are that assault rifles restricted to military and law enforcement use are capable of fully automatic burst fires, and civilians are not. They usually are called AR-15 style. AR-15s are semi-automatic and are mechanically restricted from burst or automatic fire. I just said that. Like, what is you fucks? Like, you don't know what an assault rifle? Did I just say that? I just said that. Look, it ain't that hard. Assault rifles. There's civilian assault rifles like the AR-15, and there's the assault rifles like the military, like the M16 and things like that. I'm not a gun aficionado. I just want to get a carbine that has a tactical three. What do you call them? 3 point. It's like because you have 3 points of contact with the gun. Your hand, shoulder. I think that's called 3 point. I don't know. I like firing rifles and shotguns. I have much more experience with like 22s, of course. I grew up with a 22, and I got pretty good with it. And I've only fired a few assault rifles in my life, but I like them. I mostly have experience with handguns and shotguns. I think most people do. I don't have that much experience with riflery, but except for 22s. Like when I was a kid, I had 22, like I said, but like I don't really have I've only fired like the high powered, like I've fired a couple of AKs. I fired a couple of AR styles. And I fired a 5.56 a couple months ago. That was really fun. But anyway, I don't really want one of those big ones. Like I said, I would like a 9mm style interchangeable with like Glock clips. I think that'd be really cool. Thank you everybody for watching. This is gun talk all of a sudden. Sorry about that. I'm excited about buying a gun. Thank you all for watching. My name is Skyjack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Please like and subscribe and go buy a gun if you're in America, because we're going to need you for the revolution. Everyone should have one. If Just remember, as they start taking away your right to own one, the people who have them will be maggers. They will all be maggers. They'll be alone. You'll be alone. You'll be the only one who doesn't have one, and all the people that do have one will be maggers. So just if that's the world you want to live in, where all of the people you know who are maggers have guns, but you don't, then don't buy one. But if you don't think that world sounds great, buy one, any sized, just one, and learn how to use it. Thank you.
Son Ronaldo says his father built a life in Houston, fulfilling his own American dream while also making houses for others.
My father was a private man, a man who dedicated his life to work. He worked the last 30 years of his life building homes in the Houston suburbs. Part of his dream was to build a house for himself and his family, just like the hundreds he had built for himself over his career. One that he could call home. One that he can call ours.
That's the American dream. He's been here for 30 years, and they shot him unarmed.
Following the fatal shooting, ICE said the traffic start was part of, quote, a targeted enforcement operation.
Oh, yeah.
The Department of Homeland Security put out a statement saying, and I quote them here, "From information we are receiving, he rammed an ICE law enforcement vehicle, refused to follow multiple verbal commands, and weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to run over an ICE law enforcement officer, resulting in our officer firing his weapon in self-defense." Tried to ram an ICE officer, weaponized his vehicle. Does that sound familiar?
It does sound kind of familiar, Chris Hayes. Why is it always the same story? How odd. Yeah. And it's funny how everyone who's dying in the concentration camps that's suicide. They're all committing suicide. That's how it happened. And also Jeffrey Epstein, it was suicide, guys. Shh. Suicide. Shut up. It was suicide.
How many times exactly have you heard that line? Weaponized their vehicle and tried to ram us. It is because it has been the go-to statement when ICE officers shoot someone. It is what they said about Renee Good in Minneapolis, who ICE officers shot and killed. It is what they said about Marimar Martinez in Chicago, who was shot but survived. It is what they said about social media influencer Carlitos Ricardo Parias in South LA, and on and on. But again and again and again, in all three of those circumstances and in others, when we finally get to see the footage of these other incidents, we learn it's not the case. Sometimes it's just plainly invented. Well, just this evening, a local Houston news station, KHOU 11, obtained this new surveillance footage that shows something different than what ICE described. Here is how their investigative reporter, Jeremy Rogalski, breaks it down.
Now, if you look closely through the trees, you can see the white van followed by the ICE agents in a dark SUV. You can see it coming across the screen. Blocking traffic, crossing traffic, blocks the view for the...
Hold on. Someone's saying we have a great artist. Well, we do have a great artist. Haven't you seen the picture that he drew for Jeffrey Epstein for his birthday? He's a poet and an artist. What do you mean? Donald Trump is a poet and an artist. He's exactly like... He doesn't know how to draw the female form. He's kind of like the Austrian artist who just wasn't so great at drawing people. Maybe he should have gone to art school. Maybe they should just let him in. Maybe the world would be different. It's funny how many maggers are openly Nazi, and yet maggers will still constantly be crying every time you call them Nazis. And then you could go through all of the evidence that they're National Socialists, and they still are like, no, don't call us that. All you crybaby victims. Cry more. Can we get some wet floor signs for the maggers in the chat today, please? All you crybabies constantly crying. Jesus Christ, I need a wet floor sign for you guys. All right, let's see how this shakes out. Let's see how this goes.
In a dark SUV, you can see it coming across the screen. Blocking traffic, crossing traffic, blocks the view for the moment. Then you can see the ICE vehicle appears to try to cut the van off, and both vehicles veer off to the side of the road.
What the hell?
The white van then goes in reverse, then forward where it pulled over a few houses away. Meanwhile, the ICE vehicle makes a 3-point turn on Canal Street and then drives forward to follow the white construction van.
You can see that in the clip there, right? It's the black SUV is swerving in front to cut off the white van.
Black SUV tries to ram the white van. Got it.
House Democrats are now calling for an investigation into this Houston ICE shooting. Congressman Christian Meny is a Texas Democrat who represents part of Houston. He is one of the members demanding an investigation into the shooting.
Democrats to the rescue. That's who's going to save us.
He joins me now. Congressman, what do we know, particularly from DHS or anyone official, about what actually did happen to Mr. Rao?
We know that a man who has spent so many years here in Houston, a father, a husband, someone who had built a business here and who had sent his kids to college, was murdered on the street in plain daylight by ICE agents who were in an unmarked vehicle. But outside of that, we know not much at all because ICE has rushed to make statements, including calling Mr. Rajo a illegal alien instead of recognizing his dignity and his humanity. But they have put out no evidence. So we have seen and heard nothing from ICE except the same old that they have said took place in other cities.
So what? He was like 19 when he got here. How old was he? He was like 17 when he got here, something like that.
for the evidence to come and show that that is not the case. So we know that ICE has been hiding the ball, that they have not shown us whatever evidence they have. And we also know that the Trump administration has already started lying about this.
The letter to Markwayne Mullin, who's now the head of DHS, demands that they provide complete and unedited body camera footage for the officer who discharged the firearm that killed Araujo. In addition, provide complete unedited body camera footage from all officers present in the incident, as well as all dash camera footage from both vehicles. His son talked about the fear that he imagined his father went through. And we've now documented several cases of this in our own reporting of basically unmarked cars coming out of nowhere. I want to just play what his son said about
That's the thing. If you're going to be in an unmarked car,
the fear that he imagined his father having in that moment, and get your reaction. Take a listen to what his son had to say.
My father was being followed by 2 unmarked cars. Had my father seen an emblem of ICE or an emblem that says anything about law enforcement agency, my father would have complied. He would have stopped. He would have not ran away because he feared for his life. He drove fast because he feared that someone would take his tools. One of his worst fears is that someone took away his work tools, because that's the tools of the van as well, because that is how he made his livelihood.
makes sense. He was afraid that you assholes were going to steal his tools. Makes sense. He lives in Houston. He lives in Houston, thought you assholes were going to steal his tools, so he ran and you shot him.
What do you think of that?
It's absolutely heart-wrenching, and I think it speaks to exactly who we are here in Houston. Most folks don't know, but in Houston, we're a town of immigrants. We're so many folks, whether they be blue-collar, white-collar, folks who are liberal, conservative. We all know people or have people in our communities, our classmates, who are immigrants and who are undocumented immigrants, and we treat them like the neighbors and the human beings that they are. But we're also a town that has...
MAGAs don't like human beings. MAGAs are against humanity.
a lot of road rage, and I can tell you...
MAGA hates humanity. They hate human beings.
I can't think of a single person who I know in the city who would pull over for an unmarked vehicle where folks are yelling stuff out the window at them. That is not how law enforcement should be conducting themselves. If federal law enforcement, ICE, comes to our city, you need to be making sure that people know that you are part of the federal government, and all of your operations should be done in a way that recognizes the dignity and the humanity of the people who live in this town, and ensuring that they leave your interactions still alive. But that's not what happened at all. And we've already seen the Trump administration start to try to make lies about this. They have said that the officers were not issued body-worn cameras, and the reason is because of the government shutdown that took place earlier this year. Well, we all know that that is an absolute lie. ICE had $75 billion. They spent that money on enhanced operations across the country, on recruiting more agents, on getting more vehicles. But somehow they couldn't purchase body-worn cameras that are used at every single other level of law enforcement, from local government to state government. We're seeing the Trump administration start with their lies. We've seen a man was murdered in our community, and people are very angry about it, because in Houston, we take care of our own, and that includes our undocumented neighbors.
There's another part of the story, finally, I want to just get your thoughts on, which is there were 3 men in that van, as we said in the top he was picking up to work with. We have reporting it appears 3 other people were in the van. They presumably could recount their version of what happened, right? So there were witnesses to this.
There's witnesses. Beautiful. I didn't know anybody else was in the van. That's incredible.
Inside the van. They were detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement during the encounter.
Where are they now?
We haven't heard from them publicly about what happened. Now, those 3 men are under pressure from immigration officials to agree to self-deport. Juan Proano, who's a representative for the families and CEO of the League of United Latin American Citizens, claimed in an interview with New Republic. This is reporting from the New Republic about these 3 individuals who could be witnesses to this. And seems to me it's very important that their security and safety is looked after, and that their account is gotten. And I wonder if there are efforts afoot to make sure that happens.
Those people are going to be dead. They're going to kill those people too.
This is exactly why here in Houston, Democratic lawmakers are calling for an independent investigation, because the Trump administration has shown that they cannot be trusted. They're already trying to get rid of witnesses to send them out of the United States so that they're not able to provide their account. They're already making excuses for why there was no body-worn camera footage. ICE cannot be trusted to run this investigation. DHS cannot be trusted to run this investigation. I was so proud when our district attorney, Sean Tier, already announced that he is doing his best to begin conducting an investigation at the local level. But the feds control the evidence. And
so people did get some tape. Look at this.
We have seen time and time again that ICE will lie, that the Trump administration will lie. And I will tell you, I have toured immigration facilities here in the state of Texas, including Dilley Detention Center, and I have seen and heard from folks who are being pressured to self-deport. It is the policy of Donald Trump's administration to force folks who are in this country who get detained to self-deport. And they're doing the exact same thing with these folks who would have eyewitness accounts. At some point, we're all going to have to ask ourselves, is the Trump administration trying to get to the truth, or they're trying to demonize, harm, and murder immigrant communities across this country in order to score political points and hopefully do well in elections? I think
they want to murder. They want to murder immigrants. That's it. They want to murder everybody who isn't a white Christian national. That's how it is. Yeah, they want to kill anybody that isn't a white Christian nationalist.
Disgusting. I think what the president has done with ICE is an absolute travesty, and I want them to get the hell out of my city.
Good luck with that.
We turn to a horrific story now emerging. The shocking moments on a...
Good luck with that, Democrat. What are you going to do about it? Oh, I'm going to write a letter. I've written a letter. What else are you going to do? Well, that's all I can do. All I can do. I mean... that's all I can do. I wrote a letter. Best I can do. Thank you, Democrat.
Plane. An instructor jumping from the plane, leaving his young student to land the plane on her own. How she saved her own life. Here's Victor Kendo tonight.
Tonight, the frightening incident for a student pilot in Argentina, forced to land a Cessna 150 during a training exercise after her instructor jumped to his death midair. Authorities say 42-year-old Leandro Bertazzo had been working as a flight instructor since 2022. On Saturday, the student taking off with Bertazzo from the Flying Parrot Cordoba school. An official from the flight school telling ABC News the instructor told the student, "You know what to do." Then he unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and jumped out of the plane.
Holy shit. What? You go for a man. That's exactly how I'm gonna go. I'm gonna become a flight instructor, and then go take someone up there as a part of their education, and I'm gonna be like, you know what to do. Sayonara. Wow, that's how this person's going out. Damn.
This was a remarkable breach of trust between an instructor and a student, putting her in a very dangerous situation.
The 22-year-old student alerting the flight school and managing to land the plane safely.
The student actually had her license. She just didn't have the number of hours that were required to use that license.
Police locating Bertazzo's body in the Toledo district around 6 p.m. According to a school official, Bertazzo's family says the pilot had gone to see a psychiatrist last week. David, that student, still in shock after landing, saying she initially thought her instructor was joking. The federal prosecutor's office is investigating. David?
Thought he was joking? What do you think he was? He left the plane. He deplaned. He defenestrated himself. And he felt like, you know what to do, and he jumps out of the airplane with no parachute. That is so crazy. Oh my God. Better than shooting up a school, I guess. That's one way to go, man. I don't know. I feel like that's that's some panache. That's some panache, at least. At least it went out in style. You know what to do. I think of that as like an old person thing, though. That guy looks really young. Like I can imagine like a 75-year-old doing that, but that guy looked like he was 30. Just jumped out. Yeah, they're investigating. What's to investigate? I guess to see if he had anybody bribing or blackmailing him or something. I don't know. Maybe something was going on. He went to a psychiatrist. It didn't do much good. It's too bad. Like I wish we had healthcare in this country, and maybe he could have gotten psychiatric attention earlier. But no, in America we don't have healthcare. We have flight schools. You get to just jump out of the airplane if you know what to do. Because Smoking Blondie, good. They never call in. Anybody who says they can't use the link put the link up again. Sure, here you go. Here, I'll put the link up again. Here you go. You can call into the show. Here. They don't call it, guys. They're cowards. They're not ever going to call in. I don't know why you think that. How many times have we been through this? It's been happening. It's happened so many times. Maggers, they talk this big shit. And then you're like, call in. They're like, I can't. I don't know how. It's like, okay, well, then you don't have the IQ to use the internet. Anybody who uses the internet should be able to click on a link or remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 numbers and letters. I'm sorry. We used to all remember 10 numbers for everyone's phone number. If you can't remember 10, it's StreamYard.com/10 letters. This ain't hard.
We're just glad she's okay. Just an awful story out of Argentina tonight, Victor. Thank you.
And daughter are in jail. They're accused of robbing a man at gunpoint inside his own house, all while stripping his air conditioning unit for scrap metal. Channel 2's Michael Sided, live now in Southeast Atlanta. So, Michael, police say the victim grabbed a hammer to fight back after coming face-to-face with an armed intruder.
Yeah, George, just a wild story here. We know that this victim had just moved into his rental property. He was waiting for the city to come over and turn on his water. That's when he found himself staring down the barrel of a gun. But as police said, he actually had a hammer, and he was able to fight them off.
Where'd you get that little hammer? Is that the size hammer that guy had? Hold on a second.
Wild story here. We know that this victim had just moved into his rental property. He was waiting for the city to come over and turn on his water. That's when he found himself staring down the barrel of a gun. But as police said, he actually had a hammer.
Did you carry that around with you? That's like a pocket hammer. I don't know if I've ever seen a little hammer like that.
He was able to fight them off.
It's like a Donald Trump sized hammer. He's very small hands, very, very small hands, very, very small hands.
This is what's left of the home's air conditioning unit. Atlanta police say it was ripped apart in the middle of the day while a 35-year-old man was being held at gunpoint inside his new home.
This happens in Atlanta. This sounds like something from the show Atlanta. This guy moves into the house and some lady steals his AC unit.
PD says the victim had just moved into the house on Metter Way and was waiting for Atlanta Public Works when he heard footsteps. According to court documents, he looked up and found a stranger standing in his hall.
Cullen's on the air, man. Cullen wants to talk. Judging by your face, you look over 18. Okay, cool. Cullen, how the heck are you? What's the deal and how you feeling? Can you hear me? Damn it, I can't hear Cullen. I can't hear him. Can you hear him? I cannot hear him. He's got to turn on his microphone, I think. You got to turn on your microphone and we can hear what you got to say. Cannot hear you. Can anybody hear him? Anybody? He's muted. He's not muted on my end. I've got a bright microphone on my end. Maybe I think it's probably it's probably your ear pod, your head pods, your phone pods. What do you got? I don't know what you got in your head. Your AirPods? What? Oh, wait. I heard something for a second. I'm just going to shut up for a couple seconds and see. I keep on hearing a psh, psh. Oh, you do. You hear the sniff. Yeah, it sounds like a sniff, but it's not a sniff. It's like a static noise, I think. Oh, it's hooked up to your phone, maybe. Maybe that's why. You got to hook it up to your ear pods are probably hooked up to your phone and not your computer or something. I don't know. Maybe just turn off your headphones and use your laptop mic. That might work. All right, I'll give you a second. I'll tell you what. Why don't you just try to get yourself sorted out and put it in the private. There's a private chat to the right of your screen. Let me know when you're done. I'm going to keep going. So, oh, you ready? Okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. I saw the thumbs up. I thought he was ready to go. I guess I misread that hand gesture.
Oh, wait. Police say 48-year-old Shainika Batista pointed a handgun at him and said, quote, "Don't move." Investigators say the victim grabbed the hammer and chased Batista outside where he found her daughter, 33-year-old Alexis Avery, stripping his HVAC unit. Police say the two struggled before Avery hit the victim in the head with a pair of bolt cutters.
A pair of bolt cutters? That'll
Both
smart.
women ran away. But before they got away, the victim pulled out his cell phone and recorded their SUV.
Oh, got a private chat. Let's see if are we ready to rock and roll? You're working on the mic. Hang on. Gotcha. Okay.
Leaving the neighborhood. Police say that video helped him identify.
I mean, I would just turn off your. I bet you anything. It's fucking these AirPods. If you, don't listen to me. I don't know. I'm not a tech wizard.
The license plate and track the suspects to a scrap metal facility where the stolen HVAC parts had just been sold.
It's crazy, you know what I'm saying? Because this is the dead end. You know, it's only us right here, so it's like to come back here. You got to be looking for something.
We spoke with next door.
This guy looks like a character from the show Atlanta. Have you ever seen this show? The fact that he's like, I gotta leave. So if they're stealing people's AC units, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
For Jamal Thornton, who says he had no idea what happened until we told him.
If that's happening next door, then it's time for me to go.
Yeah, it's time for me to go if I gotta.
Yeah, late this afternoon, had a chance.
If you start stealing my AC units, I think I might
The text with the victim, he declined to comment on camera, but he is doing much better. Obviously, though, very shaken by what happened. We're live in Southeast Atlanta. Michael Side, Channel 2 Action News.
Southeast Atlanta, but it's hot. That guy looks like he's, man, hot Atlanta. Man, every time I've been in Atlanta, it's so goddamn hot. I want to die. They got this thing in Atlanta, though. It's this peach. And, you know, the peach emoji is supposed to look like a woman's behind, I think. And the peach, and on New Year's Eve, they watch the peach drop like it's the ball in Times Square, except it's a peach. Because Georgia's all about peaches and Coca-Cola. I don't know that they've ever made peach flavored Coca-Cola, which seems like they're just leaving something on the table there. I feel like they should have stumbled on that at some point. Why don't they have peach flavored Coca-Cola? That seems like it would be a thing. Georgia Coke, right? That would be a thing. But live it up. I live ITP. You live ITP? Man, I don't know what that means, but Hotlanta's hot. God damn, it's fucking hot. It's always, every time I've been there, I'm like, holy shit, people live like this. And it's like, it's an oppressive heat. Like I lived in Las Vegas, and it wasn't that. Las Vegas, it's like you're in an oven sometimes. It's you know, this whole thing, it's a dry heat. It's kind of a joke, but it's true. It's true. But then Georgia's just like, it's like you're underwater. Everything's soaked through. That dude looks so hot. Poor. Look at this guy. This poor bastard. He's out there. All I want to do is have a job outside.
Let's get some more details now on the exact types of scrap metal thieves are typically after: copper, aluminum, nickel, stainless steel, and scrap.
So all of it. Stainless steel, copper, aluminum, all the metals. Any metal you got, they'll take. I try to think, when was the last time in America people started stealing metal? Do you remember the last time this happened? Do you remember? It feels like this is around the time when George W. Bush totally trashed our economy by getting in forever wars, jacking up the price of gasoline, and destroying and almost single-handedly causing the housing crisis. Remember that shit? Do you guys remember George W. Bush? Those were fun times. And people started stealing metal. Remember that? Remember that? People like breaking inside people's houses and stealing all the copper out of their houses and shit. I feel like we're back. We're back to the 90s. Ain't that nice? Back. Oh, well, I guess it'd be 2000, like 2000, 2005. We're 20 years ago. We're back. Every 20 years, we got to go and break into people's houses and steal their metal in America. You guys know what I'm talking about. In the 70s and 80s, they did that shit too. I wasn't around. Well, I was alive, but I don't remember that. Smoking Blonde. You know what I'm talking about. Like 20 years ago, the people were breaking inside people's houses and stealing metal and shit. Remember? Yeah, like up until like 2010, they were doing that. Like 2005 to 2010, there was a big thing. People were stealing metal, stealing catalytic converters. I hear that's back now too. Everyone's stealing catalytic converters again because there's like some kind of metal in there that people want. You love scrap metal? Yeah, I mean, who doesn't, right? Who doesn't love scrap metal? It's good times.
So we are now officially in Donald J. Trump International Airport. How do you guys feel about this name change?
I resent that the name is on every institution that we have. This is
What, you don't like him on the Kennedy Center? No?
Included.
I think the efforts and the funds are better spent helping people than glorifying the president.
I think it's disgusting, ridiculous, pompous, and a lot of other bad things.
How does it make you feel when you think about the fact that your airport now is named after the president?
It makes me sick every time I even see the sign on 95.
It is the moment virtually no one was waiting for. And
That's the thing, man. I feel like if you put your name on and everything, I think the reason why they don't, you got to ask like, okay, well then why don't we put living president's name on shit? Why don't we do that? How come no one else does that? And I think it's because if you put your name on everything, people start thinking about killing you. I think that's why we don't put them on the money. If you put some asshole's face on the money and every time you're looking at the money, you're like, fuck this guy. You know, you just get, at some point with 300 million Americans, there's going to be enough people looking at the money being like, fuck this guy. And you go to the airport, fuck that guy. He's all over the place. Man, fuck that guy. Every time you look around, there he is again. That's the danger of being on the TV all the time, being on the money, being on the airport, having your name. Like, people are going to lose their shit eventually, and someone's going to do the unthinkable. I mean, not the unthinkable. Everyone's thinking it. Everyone's already thinking about it. There is a peach flavored Coke. Okay, I guess I missed it. I don't know. When I was in Atlanta, I don't remember it. So I've only been there a couple times, to be honest with you, and it was hot. That's the number one takeaway. No, it's a cool city, but holy shit, it's hot as fuck. And everybody's like, "What kind of Coke you want?" I think that's my favorite thing about Atlanta. What kind of Coke you want? Sprite. Okay, coming up. Ding dang do. Like Democrats with Trump. Yeah, exactly. Like Democrats. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you ducking me now? No, I just saw it. Okay. I don't know what's happening. I can get my speakers and mic to work. Is this a StreamYard thing? It shouldn't be a StreamYard thing. Let's try. Are you ready to go? Let's try it out. Hell, well, testing. 1, 2, 3. I am not ducking you. No, sirree. I have you on the screen right now, and no one can hear you. Okay, no, you got to just... It's never been a problem before. Never had this problem before, to be honest with you. I am not ducking you. I would never duck you. Everyone always wants to... Why do MAGAs always play the victim? Like, I'm so fucking nice. Jesus Christ. I'm nice to I've been nice to every MAGA I've ever had on the show, and they still like, you're ducking me. You're being mean to me. I'm being so nice right now. Are you ducking me? I'm not ducking you. What the fuck? Anyway.
Latest egotistical grift we all expected. Starting today, Florida's Palm Beach International Airport is renamed the President Donald J. Trump International Airport. That is unprecedented. The first ever airport named for a president still in office. also the subject of 2 separate lawsuits, and it sparked calls for Congress to ensure that the Trump family doesn't profit off the name change in violation of the Constitution. Today, NPR reports that a Trump organization spokesperson says Trump and his family, quote, will not receive any royalty, licensing fee, or financial consideration whatsoever from the airport renaming. But at the center of concerns is the Trump organization's unprecedented move to register multiple trademarks for the airport's new name, meaning, as the New York Times recently explained, quote, the Trumps won't profit from airport-branded merchandise sold on site, but the agreement doesn't prevent them from profiting off such items sold elsewhere. It also gives the Trump family control over any biographical material presented at the airport or on airport materials. And it requires the airport to pick a vendor to provide any branded merchandise from a list approved by the Trump family business. We are back with Michael and with James. James, the Trump org filed 3 different trademarks: President Donald J. Trump International Airport, Donald J. Trump International Airport, and DJT. Can the family make money off of this?
They can absolutely make money off of it. And I think that the devil here is in the details, which is to say, this is a carefully crafted agreement. And what it reminds me of, Alicia, is the deal for the Qatari jet, right? Oh, it's going to go to the library when
Waffle, you little fucking cunt. You little fucking cunt. Clutch your pearls. Get the fuck out of here, Waffle. You come in here talking so much shit and you feel horrible. You feel I'm so rude to you. I'm so rude to you. You're like a boil on someone else's ass. You're annoying, but you don't really annoy me that much. But clutch your pearls somewhere else, Waffle. Hey, Smoking Blondie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. You got your mic working. Thank you.
Oh, look, it works.
Hey, everyone has technical difficulties from time to time. I'm not going to hold that against anybody.
Of course.
You know, the first time I ever did a live stream, nobody watched, and I did a whole hour. There was nobody commenting or anything. No one was watching. And then I watched it back, and I didn't have the mic on.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I talked for an hour. I did the whole thing. It was my first time. It was my first time ever live streaming, and I did not have the mic on. I felt so embarrassed, but then I realized nobody watched it anyway, so who cares?
You kept it up, right?
No. I deleted it. I was embarrassed enough to delete it. No, I deleted it immediately. But I keep it up. That would be funny if I just kept it up for a maybe I didn't delete it. Maybe I just put it on private or something. But I think it's been deleted. I don't remember now.
That would be so good. And the people hitting like closed caption.
What's he got to say? He looks so impassioned. No, no, I fucked it up, and I didn't have it on. I was pretty embarrassed. So what are you gonna do? You have it connected. My AirPods I can hear, but I can't hear you through the AirPods on the computer speakers. When I could disconnect the AirPod, it's like the StreamYard doesn't have audio at all. Maybe you have the computer muted. I don't know.
That could be.
Sometimes people mute the computer and they're like, why can't I hear you? But then why would that affect the mic though? That's weird. He says he can't hear me though either. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. But it looked like the mic, it wasn't muted on my side. So I don't know. Anyway, Smoking Blondie, what do you have to say? Do you think Araujo was murdered in cold blood by ICE?
Yes.
Do you think that American presidents should have airports or other buildings named after them while they're still sitting presidents?
No, especially if they're getting paid.
Yeah, they said he didn't get paid, but they're saying he is going to make money off of. I mean, that's like, I don't believe him.
His name is trademarked.
Mm-hmm.
So he's getting paid. Anything with Trump's name on it is being paid for his name. That's the only thing he's been good at is PR. Selling his name is the only thing he's ever been good at.
He's a self-promoter. I mean, that's how he's a good businessman. Who says he did?
No, he's not.
He said so. He said he was.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is, right? You say it enough times with a loud enough megaphone, the people will believe you, I suppose. He didn't take a salary. He did. I love when people say he didn't take a salary. He didn't take a salary. He took $4 billion last year. He enriched it. What do you mean?
Okay, so that's a falsehood anyways. They ruled he has to take a paycheck. There's only record of him donating one paycheck in his first term. It's a fallacy that he's not taking his pay. He has to take his pay.
You have to take some pay. That's true. But presidents have done it in the past. I forget. There's been a couple rich presidents, and they took it, and they took like $5, and then they gave away the rest.
I don't believe he's given anything away.
I haven't checked. It doesn't matter because it's like what's it like $400,000? I'm not worried about the $400,000 we're paying him every year. I'm worried about the $4 billion he's getting on the take. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Colin, try speaking. Speak. I could see him, but I can't hear him. But he's not talking either. Maybe he can't hear me at all. Okay.
I can see him.
I can see him, but I can't hear him. It's weird. I don't know. But Smoking Blondie, what else is on your mind today? Are you excited to go to Palm Beach International Airport?
Oh no, I don't ever want to go to Florida. I have been as far south as Georgia. Loved Savannah. Funny story, my car was stolen in Savannah, and it was stupid Veloster Hyundai. Cops made fun of me. Nobody wants your car. Can't believe it got stolen. My iPad happened to be in there. I was on vacation with 2 dogs by myself, and my iPad and my laptop were still in my car. So I just tracked it with an Uber driver, Vietnam vet, who wouldn't let me out of the van for my safety, but he helped locate my car. We got the cops there, got my car back, everything. But
crazy.
Savannah, it was Savannah, and it's really scary being that far away from home and having to think about flying with, a lot of stuff I owned in my car being taken, and my 2 dogs. Like, it was scary, but
Savannah's nice, though. I love Savannah, Georgia. Did you spend any time there? That's great. I love it.
Yeah, I did. And the only reason I did is because the boat, I went out on a dolphin viewing boat, and the captain was a hippie, and he's like, you'd love Savannah. He's like, the nightlife, the music, he's like, everything. He's like, you would really like it. So I just packed up that day and drove to Savannah and stayed a couple of days.
I have nothing but love for, I love every state, though. I always have a good time everywhere I go. Smoking Blondie, though, speaking of states, I did think of you when I saw that Illinois had a new assault rifle ban. Is Indiana going to ban it too, you think?
No, no way. Indiana will make sure that there are assault rifles in Illinois.
Because that's what happens, right? A lot of
now,
like people from, isn't that what happens? Like Chicago or Chicagoans buy guns in Indiana, and
they do. And so, they especially like our gun shows. You can walk into a gun show. Like earlier when I said a ghost gun, it's legal here to buy a receiver and build up. You can walk into a gun show and buy all the parts you need and build it in the car outside.
Yeah, but don't you have the receiver is the one, that's the part that has the serial number on it.
Yep. Yes.
A ghost gun is where you print the receiver, so there's no serial number.
No, ghost gun is just not, it's prefabbed. Like, it comes to you complete. A non-ghost gun comes to you built by a manufacturer. Ghost gun definition just means it's, you build it.
I don't know. Now we're blaming StreamYard. Is the normal streaming software.
Just have them restart everything.
I mean, the thing is, restart, but I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. MAGAs always want to play victim. It really is sad. It's like this victim mentality every time. Look, man, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I've never had this problem with it. I've been streaming for 5 years, and I've never had somebody not be able to use their, like, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm trying to help. Yeah, you are. If it's same as Zoom, it works the same as Zoom. It's basically a Zoom with chat. That's all it is. Look, Colin, I don't know. You want to blame StreamYard? Blame StreamYard. Blame whoever you want. Blame Jesus. Blame Biden, I guess. But blame whoever you want, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying. I try to be nice about this. I'm trying to be helpful. I don't have the answers. Smoking Blondie doesn't seem to have the problem. She's on a fucking cell phone. Are you on a cell phone right now? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you. Use your cell phone instead of a laptop. Maybe your laptop's fucked. Maybe you've got some. You know what could be happening actually? Now that I think of it, what could be happening? Some laptops have exclusive. If you have another app running while you have your browser open, if you have like Zoom or something else open, it will take exclusive control over your sound. That could be what's happening. That could be it. Close your other apps. Close your other apps. Sometimes we'll fix it. Quit all the other apps, but whatever. I mean, and I'm trying to be helpful. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be polite, but like, I'm sorry. Like, Smoking Blondie. I mean, I forget what we're talking about now. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to manage this.
What were we? Oh, we were talking about guns.
Yeah, guns. Do you think Tyler Robinson's going to go to jail?
I don't think he did it, but I'm not sure yet if he's going to go to jail. They don't have the evidence. It shouldn't even be going to court. What they've shown so far is not evidence. And I do not believe he's going to get a fair trial. I do not trust the investigators. I do not trust his partner, that they have him writing text messages like he's a 90-year-old man. I don't trust any of it.
I don't trust it either. I don't think those text messages are real.
No.
I think that Tyler Robinson, I mean, it seems like a Patsy situation, classic for me. It just seems like classic Patsy shit. I don't think he's going to get a trial at all. Like, what if it's this controversial leading up to the trial? Like, I don't think he's ever going to get it. I don't think he's ever going to see the trial. I don't think Luigi Mangione is either, by the way.
No, I think he's gonna take a plea at this point.
You think Luigi is?
Yes.
Oh, I hope not.
I hope not too. I really do. But I think his lawyers are trying to save his life.
Well, if they might take the death penalty off the table anyway because of this, because of all the shit that's happening. They might take it off the table, but the burden of evidence will be lower.
But didn't they say that the feds are talking about taking it off, but not? He still has state charges they could put.
Yeah, but does New York still allow state execution? I thought it was
My
just
husband says no.
No, New York doesn't have. No, I just looked. New York does not have. The state's highest court ruled its capital punishment statute is unconstitutional in 2004, and no state executions have been carried out since 1963. There have been no executions. So I think it's just the federal government now thinking about killing him.
Okay, so I think if there's no risk of him dying, I don't think he'll take a plea. They have a good case for him.
Well, they're going to do the state, and then they're going to do federal. It's two cases, right? But now we're just looking at the state. I mean, what if he gets acquitted at the New York level? I mean, holy shit, that'll be a big deal.
The 913 billionaires are going to riot.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if Luigi goes free and the United States government kills him.
Oh my God, dude. That would be America for you.
What was the crime and who is it? What, Luigi Mangione? I don't know. I don't think he committed a crime, so I don't know.
He didn't commit a crime.
He might be innocent.
Well, self-defense, even if he's the one who pulled the trigger, it was still in self-defense. He saved millions and millions of people.
Sure, even if he did it. I think it's justifiable homicide, but hey, that's not the case though. That's not the defenses. They're trying to say that the evidence isn't legit, which
I've put money on his books.
You did?
I have been since he got arrested.
Oh my gosh, that's rad. You're buying him ramen.
Yeah, I've been in jail, not for very long, but 2 weeks is long enough to. Like you're hungry in there all the time, even if you can manage to eat what they try to feed you.
Yeah.
You need that mental. I mean, it's part of breaking you down, right? That's why when you go to prison, the food is better than in county, because while you're in county, you're waiting for trial. They want to wear you down. The rich people don't have to sit in there, right?
Yeah. Right. They want to wear you down and make you look bad in court and shit. You're like sitting there like all.
And we know that what we eat directly affects how we feel and how we think, right? So just want to make sure that he has as much to eat as he can.
Yeah, I mean, LSD Dream says they're trying to get Carmelo Anthony free. I mean,
he should. That's a different case. That's a whole different situation. I think he should pay a price, but he didn't murder that kid.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, the kid's dead, but I mean, like, that seems. He says, "Don't touch me," Everyone says, he says, don't touch me. Keep touching me and find out what's going to happen. And he did. He fucked around. He found out. That's stand your ground as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and all these people that are like saying that no, it's not. I guarantee you, at their homes, Sky, they are telling their kids to fight bullies back, to stand up to bullies. You know they are.
Mm-hmm. I would tell you to stand back. Don't push me. Don't fuck around. Like, especially, look, if two big black athletic boys were messing with a white boy, and the white boy shot one of the black kids because he was afraid,
or stabbed
everyone would be
him,
like, well, yeah, it makes sense. He was self-defense.
Yeah, of course they would.
But if a black kid shoots two white kids, actually, he didn't even shoot him. He took out a knife and he stabbed him. And only one of them
with a pocket knife.
With a pocket knife. Well, it was 3.5 inches, right? It's a pretty big knife, but a pocket knife. It's still a pocket knife. He stabbed him, and I don't think he wanted to kill him. He just got him in the heart, stabbed him in the chest. Shit.
That's a hard that's a hard move to pull off. It wasn't on purpose. He wasn't trying to stab him in the heart.
No, I think he went like this and got him. I think it's too bad he didn't just he just should have stuck him in the belly. The guy would have lived.
He'd have been better to do that tuck and slash.
Yeah, could have done. Things could have got a lot of different ways. I mean, and then you find out that the dad's like super racist and everything. Of course.
Yes, of course.
And you're like, okay, so these white bullies were bullying a black kid in Texas
at a track meet.
At a track meet. What do you know? All right, let's see. Colin, you're on the air.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you
great.
great.
There we go.
Welcome to the show.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's on the phone now. I don't know what the deal was with the computer.
It happens.
I guess I'm a MAGA, just retarded.
I did not say that.
131 IQ, just retarded.
I didn't say that at all.
It was me. I was a victim. I was a victim. It was Trump's fault. StreamYard just sucks.
I thought it was Biden's fault. I thought it was Biden's fault. It's StreamYard's fault.
I'm crying like you.
It's
Trump's fault. Everything is Trump's fault.
I'm not saying, hey, Trump's president. The people in power. The people in power need to be held accountable.
Okay, so how did Trump pull that trigger?
Do you think which trigger? I'm sorry.
You were complaining about some Mexican guy got shot because he was trying to run over some ICE agents, and then Trump pulled the trigger and killed the Mexican. How does that happen?
If you're enacting someone else's policy, let me ask you: if the Gestapo put Jews in ovens, is that Hitler putting Jews in ovens? Or do you think Hitler's innocent?
Yeah, I guess by extension, but Hitler didn't himself take the Jew and put him in the oven. Does that make sense?
Totally. I completely agree. So
just making sure that we're on the same page, because you said
Hitler
Trump
innocent?
No, Hitler is not innocent.
Okay, so if I say Hitler gassed Jews, you understand I'm not speaking about literally, like Hitler didn't turn the knob on the gas chamber, right? Hitler didn't usher the Jew into the gas chamber, but Hitler gassed Jews. Is that a fair statement?
Okay, so here's the difference. Hitler's direct order was for the Gestapo to gas the Jews. Trump's direct order was for ICE to deport alive the Mexican illegal immigrants, whoever. It doesn't matter, brown, black, white, blue, green, who cares what they look like? If they're illegal, they got to go. It's not, Trump didn't say, hey, go kill all the illegals. That's not the order. That's the difference. You're being disingenuous.
It might okay. So the Hitler's order, by the way, was not gas the Jews. Hitler's order was
what was his order then?
Deport the Jews.
Is that what he said, or did he
Absolutely.
say kill all the Jews? Show me. We got ChatGPT up. Let's look it up because we got to be on facts here.
Was Hitler's original order to deport Jews or to kill all of them? The original Nazi policy was to force the emigration of mass deportation of the Jews to make the Reich Judenrein free of Jews. However, the war progressed as territorial expansion left millions of Jews under Nazi control because the United States and other places they were going wouldn't allow them in. And it became a Europe-wide plan of extermination starting in 1939. 1943 was when they converted to real death camps. Late in the
so
war.
Let me ask you this then. So you're thinking that because Trump is saying to deport illegal aliens, that in a couple years from now we're gonna start gas chambers and put them in the gas chambers? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that at all.
I'm trying to follow the logic because eventually Hitler's order was to kill the Jews. Am I
hold on.
incorrect or correct? Because it is correct that he killed the Jews, like you said.
During the deportations, during the liquidation of the ghettos, or just the ghettoization of the Jews, because it was a mass deportation situation, they created concentration camps in order to process large groups of people during a mass forced deportation, which is exactly what we're doing. We're basically in like 1932 Germany, before the really bad shit happened.
That's what I'm saying. So you think on the path that we're going to gas.
Let me
gas
finish.
people.
Just let me
That's
finish.
What you think.
Just let me
I'm
finish.
asking a question.
Let me finish. Because we're not talking about gas chambers, I guess, really, because we're talking about a guy who got shot in the street.
Well, you're saying that Trump ordered them to get killed. That's for them to kill that dude.
Okay,
that's
listen.
not what happened.
So if Hitler ordered the mass deportation of millions of people, which he did, the Jews and others, but let's just stick with the Jews, and when they did that, if they shot an unarmed Jew in his house or in a car or anywhere else, because he were acting under orders of Hitler, you would say Hitler killed that guy. Or wrong? Am I wrong about that?
I mean, I would agree that we're reaching here a little bit. We're saying that, Trump actually shot the Mexican for trying to run over the ICE agent. I don't really know, pull up the video. Let's see it. Let's see the video of just the straight, you said you had like dash cam, street cams.
They don't.
Let's see the video.
All we have is a street cam of the black SUVs, unmarked cars, forcing him on the side of the road by cutting him off. He pulls a U-turn. He pulls a U-turn.
So, wait. He's a legal citizen. They're trying to stop him. Why is he running? Why is he running? Are you going to say we don't know because he got shot and killed and who knows?
Well, the witnesses there are saying he was running because he didn't know that they were ICE or anything else. He thought that someone was trying to steal his tools. He thought someone was trying to steal his tools.
Someone was trying to steal his tools.
Yeah, he was in Houston. A black truck tried to pull him over, like cut him off. No sirens, nothing like that.
Wait. We don't wait to find out. We don't wait to find out if that's actually what was happening before trying to drive someone over.
He didn't try to drive someone over. He got murdered.
He was driving at people. Yes or no?
No. The video doesn't show that at all. He just
okay. So let's pull the video. Pull the video. Let's see that street camera, the red light camera. Let's see what it looks like.
I don't.
I haven't seen it.
It doesn't.
I just know that I know that people aren't out here getting killed for being brown, and that's what you're trying to suggest, and that's absolutely disingenuous and honestly dangerous propaganda.
Okay. All right, then
you are the Nazi. You are leading us down.
It is happening.
If we're 1932 now, if we follow your logic and your progression, we will be 1940.
Absolutely, 100%. Unless something seriously changes, absolutely 100%. Yes.
Okay, so let's see.
Okay, so
we gotta get
hold
off
on.
this.
Now let me just ask you this. Forget dash cam footage. Let's just go because I don't really. This one case isn't really like the big thing because you're talking about what's going to happen in 10 years from now if Donald Trump is still alive and we're still doing this shit.
Well, you said 1932 to 1939. We're talking 7 years.
Well, in 42 and 43 was when Auschwitz and the 2 million people were killed in just 1 or 2 years.
So
it takes
years.
a while to get to
I agree.
ovens and shit. It takes a while to get there. It didn't just start with ovens. It starts with deportation. So let me just ask you this. During 8 years of Barack Obama, he deported the most people ever. He tried to ameliorate that with programs like DACA and stuff to try to get people a little bit on his side to make it look not so ugly because he was putting kids in cages. 8 years, his ICE killed 54 people in 8 years. In 8 years, he killed 54 people in ICE custody.
Pull it up. Let's see.
What do you want me to? How many?
I don't know if that's accurate or not. I mean, it just sounds like
how many people were killed in the 8 years of Barack Obama's
54.
deportations by ICE?
And are these deaths while they're in custody, or are we talking about deaths while they're trying to capture them?
Well, both. So 56 in custody, mostly due to medical neglect. 67 deaths, predominantly attributed to health complications like underlying illnesses, medicals. 6 were classified as suicides. Various different things. Okay, so all day long, if you take all of it, it's 67 in 8 years. That's how many people Barack Obama killed.
Okay, let's kiss his feet then, right?
With his ICE agents. No, I'm not kissing his feet. What are you talking about?
Obama's toes because only 64 people died. Is that what we're about to say?
Maybe you should understand. Like I
I'm
was
waiting.
against
Keep
those
going. So how many
deportations
people
too.
have Trump? How many people has Trump killed in?
Look, I'm not
1
sucking
year?
off. I'm not sucking off Obama. You came on this show to suck off Donald Trump. You are sucking
I
off
ain't
Donald
sucking off
Trump so
I ain't
much.
sucking Trump
You
off.
are holding water for Donald Trump. Like, well, what about? Like, that's what you're doing. You're
No.
playing
You
whataboutist games.
said Trump
You're
shot
playing.
somebody. Trump
He
didn't
did.
shoot anybody.
His policies
You
are
said
resulting
it.
in the deaths
You
of many
said Trump
people.
pulled the trigger.
Would you say that
You're
Barack?
live. We can
Hold on.
we can rewind it. Trump pulled the trigger.
And you just
That's what
heard
you
me
said.
say. You just heard me say Barack Obama killed 67 people. Did
I
everybody
know.
hear
And I
that?
asked you if you were glazing him because you were saying it's such a low number or something.
No,
64
that's a
people is
lot.
bad.
Actually, it's a huge.
Bad.
It was
okay. So
67.
So how many people?
67 in 8 years was the worst. But actually, George W. Bush killed a few more. But the first year was a bit of an outlier because.
All right, let's stop. Pause right here. Pause right here.
Talk about presidents killing people.
Oh, I know. Pause. Because all of it. Anytime somebody dies, it's bad. Nobody wants to kill anybody. Nobody wanted to go over to Nazi
Unless he's
Germany and
Mexican.
kill all the Germans. Nobody wanted to kill Hitler until they did some bad shit. So let's say, is there ever a way to round up a bunch of illegal aliens that are not following your rules? Not if I, you know, what I'm saying, if you come to your house and they're not following your rules and you have to get them out, is
They're
it
not
ever
in my
going to be
house.
pretty?
They're not
Is
my
it
house.
going to be pretty?
It's
Is
not
it
my
going to be
house.
pretty? No. If you
What the fuck are you talking about? My house? What are you talking about? My
if you're
house?
kicking people out, is it going to be pretty?
Why are we kicking people out again?
They're not supposed to be here. They're
Why not?
drawing a strain
why
on
aren't they
our
supposed to be
economy.
here?
They're using the road. They're using our gas. They're using our
using the road.
houses.
Uh-huh.
They're
paying
drawing Medicaid, Social
They're paying
Security.
taxes.
They're taking hotels.
They're paying Social Security. Wait, they're not.
Hold
They're
on.
taking Social Security.
They're not taking Social Security.
You're
They're
lying
paying
now.
in
You're just
Social
telling
Security
lies
and
now.
Medicare. More, and they can't even collect it. The government knows where they're putting in income wage taxes
So
on.
wait.
They can never collect. They
You're
know
going to tell me
every
that Social
4
Security
months
isn't
where they're
paying
at.
for any of their health care or any of their
They don't
stays
get
or anything
healthcare.
of their
Social
food,
Security,
food
no.
stamps, SNAP.
They don't
None of
get any
that
of
is
that.
getting paid to. They're
They
getting
don't
none
get
of
any
it.
of that.
That's bold-faced lies.
They get
Ask
one thing.
ChatGPT.
They get
Ask
one thing.
ChatGPT right now.
They get
Ask
one thing.
ChatGPT. All right, let's hear it. What do you say?
Sure, let's do it. They do get one thing, and it's a very small percentage, but they get if they're dying in the street, there is an act of Congress that allows that actually pays through Medicaid to patch them up and not allow them to die.
Okay, so they are getting health care. Okay, so
No, not healthcare. Hold on, that's not fucking healthcare.
if they show up to the hospital, are they going to get turned away? Yes or no?
If they will get first aid, yeah, basically first aid.
They will get health care.
That's not healthcare.
That's not healthcare. If that only a moron, only a moral imbecile would say that's healthcare.
All right, everybody in the chat needs to recognize
Only a moral
that
imbecile
Skyjack
would call
just
that a
straight
healthcare.
bold-faced lie to every
Is that
single one of you.
healthcare?
Propaganda.
You're a liar.
Propaganda at its finest. They're not getting health care, but if they show up to the hospital and they need treatment, they will receive treatment and they will live.
They'll get first aid.
Who's paying for it?
They get first aid.
If you want to, know
First
who's
aid,
paying?
whatever, it doesn't matter. First
We're all
aid, you
paying-
can
we're
call
all
it whatever.
triage.
Again, you guys changed the definitions
Smoking
of
Blondie.
everything
Hold on,
to try and
Smoking-
fit your narrative. It's bullshit. They
Smoking
are
Blondie,
getting
you're
money.
getting
They're getting
feedback on your mic.
subsidies. They're getting SNAP. They're getting hotels paid for. I don't know what else you want me to say. They're putting a strain
taking
on
a lot.
the economy.
You're talking
Absolutely.
a lot. They're not putting a strain on the economy. That is not true. That's simply not true, and it doesn't
All right,
matter.
all right.
Let's hold on.
How many more illegal aliens can we accept before the
So-
system fails?
What system are you talking about? Medicaid?
America as the whole, common law, all of it.
You think America's
Welfare,
system? You think
SNAP,
America? SNAP,
all of it.
welfare, none of that goes to
Medicare,
any
Medicaid,
undocumented.
Social Security. How
Literally,
many
it's
more
called
illegal aliens do we
maybe
need before
if you
all of that
call them
collapses?
instead of calling them illegal aliens. And
That's
you
what it
understood,
is.
If you
Skyjack,
call them
come on, bro.
undocumented,
That is the terminology in the letter of the law.
No, it
what
is not.
13 US. What's the US code?
Look, man.
8
if you,
USC 1325. Come on now.
Maybe you would understand more about
Improper
what's
entry
going
of
on.
illegal alien. That
Maybe
is
you
what-
would have a clear understanding of things if you just called them what they are, which is undocumented. And
They're
if
illegal
without-
aliens.
Because if you
They're
don't have,
illegal aliens.
if you don't,
You're
ha-
trying to be nice, and
no, I'm not. No, I'm
I
not.
like that you're trying to be
How
nice.
have I been nice? I'm trying to be nice to
Undocumented
you.
versus
I'm trying to be
illegal
nice
alien.
to
What's the
you,
difference?
not to
What's the
anybody
difference?
else.
What's the
Undocumented.
difference?
I'm trying to explain it.
Okay.
I think you might understand better if you just called them what they are, which is undocumented, because
Illegal.
when you don't have documentation, you
Illegal.
cannot get things like
Illegal.
Medicare, SNAP benefits, Social Security, because you don't have the documents to
They
actually
are
receive
getting
that.
it. It's been proven.
No, they aren't.
This has been proven.
No, they are not.
In the Congress, they have shown. People have reported on it. They won't answer the questions because they know it's dirty. It's fraud. How much? All of this
What do you
welfare
think?
bullshit is the reason for all the fraud. The daycares, the Medicare, all of that shit.
So you think all that fraud's real? You think all that fraud is real?
Leads to fraud. All of it leads to fraud. I like to help people. I don't like to watch people die.
You
but
do,
I don't,
unless they're brown,
like
of course. Then no, you don't want them. But okay, but unless they're brown, you don't want to. You'll help anybody who's not brown.
I don't give a shit what they look like. If they're illegal, I don't want them in here.
Of course you do. You don't want. You don't think you think you're less human if you're born on another side of the border.
Freedom is an idea, Skyjack. It ain't skin color.
You're anti-human. You're against human beings.
I'm pro.
You are against human beings. You're saying you want to ration rights based on birthplace. It's an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment to the American. You're un-American.
You're not. You're un-American. In your ivory tower or something. You think the brown people are kissing your toes?
Americans.
Is this why you're doing this?
You're against Americanism. You're against liberty. You're against freedom. You're against any of the ideals that have formed this nation. You're against all of it.
You think brown people are glazing
you should live in a place like Saudi Arabia where you can worship a king. You should live in a place like Taliban controlled Afghanistan where you can worship somebody that can control the people. You worship the state.
Statement to say you're the one that hates America. I want America to be strong, and you're the one that hates it, and you're the one that wants welfare. You want every illegal alien undocumented. We'll change the word undocumented. You want all the undocumented immigrants just to come over here, and then we'll just naturalize them. We'll give them amnesty. We'll give them Medicaid, welfare, SNAP. We'll give them everything. It'll be a-okay, and just totally
actually, you don't have to give them anything except for
Iran, and you
don't have to give them anything. You don't have to give them anything. You don't have to give them anything. You just have to stop taking away their freedom. Why do you hate freedom? Why do you fear it so much?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you afraid of freedom? Why are you afraid of liberty? Why are you afraid of people? I'm not afraid. Why are you afraid of other people being free?
Who isn't free?
Why do you want to ration the freedom of others? Why do you want to put people in concentration camps? Why do you want to put people in concentration camps?
Should America have a border?
What is a border to your
a line of demarcation between good ideas and bad ideas?
Good ideas and bad ideas. How's that work?
Absolutely, because this is on this side, my country, good ideas. On the other side of that line, bad ideas.
This is where you're a victim.
Which is why we're not one country.
You're a victim.
We're two different countries.
You've been playing victim this whole day, but it's entertaining.
No. You've been crying all day.
A border is a piece of technology. A border is a piece of technology used by the state to limit people's freedom of movement. That's what it's
a line of demarcation where good ideas end and bad ideas begin.
No, it's not what a border at all is. It's a demarcation of superiority and supremacy. A border is there to say that people born on this side. You just said it. You just said it.
Why are you afraid of
freedom? You're calling it good and bad, but what you mean is superior and inferior. So you're just saying that people born on one side of the border are superior to those born on the other side of the border. That's what you're saying.
Why does Vietnam
That's what you're saying, Colin.
have a border with Laos?
That is what you're saying.
Why does it have a border with Laos? Why is there a Vietnam and why is there a Laos?
What the fuck are you talking about Vietnam and Laos?
Why are there borders anywhere?
Well, mostly because as empires started to crumble, they had to create this new idea of the nation state back in the 1800s.
Difference of ideas. Come on,
no, not difference of ideas, because the nation state was birthed. The nation states became
brutal, bro. You're disingenuous. You can't even.
You don't know basic history. If you want me to teach you history, did you come on here for a history lesson?
Let me ask you, Skyjack, how old are you?
Did you come on here for a history lesson? Because you asked me a question. Why are there borders? I can tell you.
Okay,
but you don't want to listen.
Let's hear it. I'll be quiet.
Because as empires started to change and the world of empires was ending, and you'd stopped having things like the Ottoman Empire and these different types of things, you started to have different tribes starting to be divided by region. And at some point, they started to determine that sometimes they were drawn by outside infiltrators like the English dividing up the Middle East. They divided people and conquered them. That's what they did.
I'm about to cry laughing.
What do you mean? So the empires
you're explaining my point for me.
Empires divided people with technology of violence.
Exactly.
Okay,
Which is
good.
why
So-
you need to
so
have
then
a
you
border so
agree.
you don't get invaded and you don't get taken over by superior powers or whatever you wanted to
Because borders
say.
do that. Borders do that.
Yes,
it's funny,
bro.
It's
you
funny.
stand
It's
there
funny
and you
that
guard them and you defend them. You don't let them anybody in. Just like
Unless
they
you're
should
rich.
not let the British in.
Unless you're
oh
rich.
my god. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you've got a door on your front door on your house.
You know,
Rich,
again,
you're
again,
rich.
this thing with the
Ivory
house,
Tower,
the thing with
Ivory
the
Tower,
house is
Ivory Tower.
You keep making that hand movement. It looks really good on you.
Come on, Ivory Tower.
Yeah,
you're
that
the
looks
Nazi,
really good
bro.
on you. That looks
you're
really
the
good
Nazi
on you.
racist.
That looks good on you. Comparing
Oh, my
borders
God.
to people's houses is great. All right, well, it's been great talking to you.
Yeah, I kicked me out too after you just got demolished, bro.
Yeah,
I'm going to
totally.
convert you. I'm going to keep coming on. I'm HSLD. I'm going to keep coming on, and I'm going to convert you to being a MAGA. Actually, it ain't even about MAGA. I don't even give a shit about Trump. It's ideas only. Who gives a shit about what somebody looks like?
Okay, then let me ask you, what idea do you like about Donald Trump again?
I don't give a shit.
What idea do you like by Donald?
I like good ideas. A strong
What idea?
America.
What idea do you like from Donald Trump?
I like borders. How about that? I like borders.
Cool. And you've already agreed that borders are tools of violence used by the state to divide the supreme versus the inferior. Great. Thank you.
I don't think that's
You're a
fair.
supremacist. You're a supremacist.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
a
an American
racist, and you're a
supremacist.
bootlicker.
I'm American
Because
supremacist.
America
Thank you so
really
much.
respects borders.
America
really stays out of other people's
He doesn't
borders.
care about America. He hates Americans. He hates Americanism. Hey, how are you, bruh? Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hi. Oh no.
Hi.
Hey, bud.
Hi, bro.
Hold on. I can't hear you, bruh.
No.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
You're awesome. Just wanted to say, Cullen is a fascist.
Yeah.
For not wanting immigrants to be treated at the hospital.
Yes.
What?
Yeah. If an immigrant gets shot and is bleeding, they shouldn't be allowed to get seen by the doctor.
Exactly.
But he loves humanity.
Exactly. Simultaneously, I when people die, that's a bad thing. Doesn't matter either side. When you die, it's a bad thing. But
yes,
if you're illegal, you can die. What?
Yes, if you're illegal in the street, bleeding out's fine. But yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing is funny to me. It's like a line when he defined a border as the demarcation between good and bad. That's exactly great. It's a state tool of violence to demarcate superior and inferior. And people don't get that. That's why when John Lennon talks about imagine there's no country, that's what he's talking about. Like, that these things are bullshit. It's difficult. Yes, it's difficult.
I'm a friendly, obviously. He pissed me off so much. I needed to get out of the chat and into the real world and so thank you for letting me on that.
I appreciate that too. Any hot takes on the news today?
No hot takes. I've got hot takes on the Odyssey if we want to.
Oh yeah, let me hear it real fast. But you got to get a little closer to the mic though, because you're coming. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, you're good.
I'm on my lunch break at work. And
no, tell me about the Odyssey. I love this. I love this topic.
Okay, it's very nerdy. I've been reading Greek mythology from the perspective of the women involved in the Trojan War, and
oh, like Jeanette Winterson stuff, or who are you reading?
I read Circe. I read Circe by Madeline Miller. 1,000 Ships by I can't remember the author. And the way that these misogynists are about to portray Circe and all of the women in the Odyssey is about to really piss me off. And
you think?
I think so.
I can't wait to hear your take on it when you see it. Wow, I thought this was going to go a totally different way.
No.
That's really interesting take. First of all, I read Atlas. I read Circe and I read Atlas by Jeanette Winterson. I think you would love it, or Jeanette Winters maybe. Atlas, it's so great, but it's like a feminist take on the Atlas myth.
Love it.
Yeah, it was really good. I think you'd like it if you're into that type of thing. I read it in college. It's been a while, but I loved it. I took a Greek mythology course in college, and I read a lot of like different takes on mythology and stuff.
I love it. You're so eclectic.
I just like reading and knowing stuff. It's weird.
I love that so much. So rare.
It's rare. It is rare these days. It used to not be so rare. I used to be surrounded by people who felt this way. So
You're one of the last ones.
Maybe.
One of the last ones.
I just need to get back to a place where people have college degrees or something. But bruh, are you so I love the idea of it being a misogynistic look at it, because do you think that Christopher Nolan's guilty of that? He often has fairly strong female characters. I think a little bit muted female characters often. Like, I think that Anne Hathaway's character in Inception, I just rewatched it and I was like, oh, she's just there because her dad's the scientist.
I haven't seen Inception in a really long time. I mean, I've seen Christopher Nolan movies and I enjoy them. I mean, Oppenheimer was the last one that I've seen. I think that's the last one that he made, right?
I think Oppenheimer was the last, yeah.
Okay. I mean,
were there women in that at all?
Emily Blunt was Oppenheimer's wife. She was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even remember her being in that.
Yeah, she was just there. Exactly. You don't even remember her being there because she was just there. She had maybe like 5 lines.
God, now that I think about it, even Anne Hathaway's Catwoman was barely there.
Right. And she was like she was so sexualized.
Well, she's Catwoman. That's
Well,
fair, all right? I mean,
Of
like,
course. I mean, she's sexy, but like
Catwoman's a cheesecake character from the beginning. It's always, yeah.
True. But I mean, Homer, the Odyssey and the Iliad, Homer, granted, is a product of his time. Wasn't this written in like 7 AD? Is misogynistic anyway, so it's coming from misogynistic material. And if
do you find him misogynistic? So interesting, because I've read Homer and I don't really think of that ancient Greek stuff as necessarily misogynistic, but like super pro male. I feel like I think that's why it's like kind of sexually, like kind of gay coded a lot of times, because it's like super pro men and pro male bondage and male, and I feel like I don't really maybe, and again, I'm just a white dude reading this shit. I could be completely wrong, but I always thought of it as like being not necessarily anti-woman or misogynistic, but just like really male focused, like women are barely on the radar.
Yeah, I really like that take. I will take back my misogyny claim because truthfully, I'm not that educated on the Odyssey. And
I don't want to defend Homer. He's a fun read, but it ain't like fucking.
I don't know anything about the guy.
They're treating it like the Bible or something. Like
truly, it's mythology. So I think I agree with pro male, pro Achilles, pro Odysseus,
yeah, like the statuettes and even like the drawings from that time, the statues, it's always like a man with a 25-year-old athletic body but with a big beard like an old man. And so it's like they want like male dominated wisdom and male like physical prowess. That was what they wanted. And women and all the drawings and everything from women are like soft and like idealized, like
beautiful,
unable to, they never work. They're just they just do their I think about Penelope a little bit. And Penelope's kind of a badass character in the Odyssey. She's kind of a badass.
Super badass. She's super badass in Circe and the Odyssey, but
Athena.
And Athena, I'm nervous about Penelope's portrayal in the Odyssey because I've seen some stills of her crying, and I don't think Penelope cries. Penelope's a badass bitch. She does not cry. So I got another.
She's locked up in that house for a long time, though, with all those dudes around her. I imagine there must have been some. Yeah, I guess like because she's got to be pretty upset, and she might cry when he comes back. Like Homer comes home, that might be that crying.
Right. That's true. Okay. I am just really annoyed with it. I'm a hater. I'm just really annoyed with it. So I'm just looking for every reason to hate it.
Okay. But the hate, I find it so fascinating that the hate that you're experiencing about the upcoming film, which neither of us have seen. Nobody's. And by the way, the people who have seen it are saying it's an epic adventure. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So
I've heard it's good.
I mean, Lupita Nyong'o as Troy, I think, of Helen, and Clytemnestra, whatever her name is.
Clytemnestra. Boom.
Pretty rad choice. I think it's cool that
I like
she's gonna
it.
play both sisters. That's pretty neat. Cool idea. And I think Anne Hathaway as Penelope is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Elliot Page as this ghost of Achilles.
Yes. I think
Kind
that's
of interesting.
fun.
Crazy idea. I'm into it. I like it.
I like it.
Are there any other? Who plays Athena? Is it Zendaya?
Yeah. I mean, have you seen the fashion of Zendaya for this whole? My YouTube feed is full of Zendaya.
I saw she's got like a statue on her body or something, yeah. I guess her as Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war.
I don't see it, but I believe it. I mean, Zendaya can do anything. Zendaya could play me. I'm a short white girl.
I guess she doesn't scream aged, wise old goddess to me, but maybe she can pull it off. I mean, I'm willing to check it out. I think she's a really important character because she's the one that guides Telemachus, and isn't Tom Holland Telemachus? So that's kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
Tom Holland's Telemachus being guided by Zendaya as Athena. That's pretty cool choice.
I think that's super cool.
Yeah.
You know, you are getting me excited. I just am so in my head about the Cersei thing that I just let it
Who plays
cloud.
Cersei?
Samantha Morton, who I believe was on Game of Thrones, which I did not see.
Oh, Samantha Morton.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just ask, who is playing Cersei in the new Odyssey film? Samantha Morton. Oh, I don't even know who this is. Cersei, the Odyssey. You maybe think of Sorceress Cersei instead of Cersei.
Cersei Lannister.
early Charlize Theron might also be playing somebody in it. Is she playing?
Charlize Theron is Calypso. I'm pretty sure she's not. It must be a small part because when I go to IMDb, Charlize Theron's character is not listed. So I think she's playing Calypso.
Well, Calypso's. She's during the Sirens, I think. Is that when the Calypso comes around? Okay,
Calypso leaves Cersei's island and is captured by. I'm sorry. Odysseus leaves Cersei's island and is captured by Calypso, and Calypso falls in love with Odysseus because he's Odysseus.
Yeah.
And she convinces him to stay, and they have a baby, and she tries to marry him, and he escapes somehow.
I forget how they escape the Siren song, and they escape the Lotus. The Lotus. Is it Cersei? They drink the mad. Cersei makes them all crazy.
Cersei turns them into hogs.
To hogs.
Yes.
It turns them into pigs.
Yeah. Cersei kept them on her island on Aiea for a year.
It takes 10 years. The thing about a film like this, even if it's 3 hours long, all of the characters have to be cameos because like how much can you get through? It's still like the runtime.
Right? I mean, it's a movie that spans 10 years. So
yeah.
How long is it going to be?
It's got to be like 3 hours, right? So it's probably 3. Even reading the poem, it is these characters come and go. Like the scene with the Cyclops and shit is like they're pretty fast.
Yeah.
Or else it'd be super boring. That's why the Odyssey works, right?
It's for people with ADHD. Yep.
Yeah. So I feel like that's what's going to happen in this too. And people are going to be like, oh, I can't believe Elliot Page is playing. I mean, Brad Pitt played Achilles. How could you have Elliot Page paid? It's only going to be for like 1 minute, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's
going to be.
Exactly. Well, I'm ready to hear everybody else's hot takes after they see the movie. And then to get mine in the mix. So.
Okay, before you go though,
yes.
Have you seen any movies that you like lately? I'm always trying to. Have you seen any? Like, do you go to the cinema? Or do you like movies?
Yes,
okay.
I love movies. My husband and I we will drive an hour away to go to our favorite theater to see a movie, and we only see horror movies.
Really?
I'm your horror gal.
Awesome, me too.
Yes, we saw Backrooms. We loved it.
Fantastic. Did you wait for the 15 minutes of post-credit footage?
I'm pretty sure we did.
15 minutes of post-credit. Like, who does that?
Yes, because there's I said this in the chat when we were talking about it, but there's a whole series on YouTube of the back rooms because it's this.
Yeah, it started on YouTube, right?
Yes, yeah. So I think that the whole 15 minutes was just wrapping up that. You know what? I'm talking out my ass.
I think it was a wrap up of what was on YouTube. I didn't follow it as much as YouTube. I've seen a couple things on YouTube and I thought it was cool, but it was a little. But the movie was awesome.
Yes.
I thought it was so good.
I really liked it. I haven't seen it yet. Came out today, but I want to ask you about Evil Dead Burn. Are you an Evil Dead?
I have to see it. I thought Evil Dead Rise was really good.
It was so good. Have you seen a trailer?
I've seen the trailer. I am hopeful.
I'm hopeful. It looks so gory. It looks so good.
It just came out at the Regal by my house. I want to go see it. I'm definitely going to see it. I'm apprehensive because like the goofy levels that you're accepting of Sam Raimi, it's like if somebody else tries to do that, it's going to feel kind of lame. If you try to copy Sam Raimi, it'll be lame. So Evil Dead Rise didn't really do that. There were a couple of homage things.
Yeah.
But they didn't feel like Sam Raimi ripoffs, you know?
It wasn't campy.
There were a couple things towards the end, like with the wood chipper and stuff. It got like overboard. And that was fun, right? Like, that was, but it didn't feel like Sam Raimi camp. You know what I mean? It was a new flavor of it.
I agree. And I don't think this one doesn't seem campy either. I gotta tell you, and then I will let you go. But I think it was in 2020. Horrible year for obvious reasons. But right before the pandemic hit, my husband and I were going to go to a local community theater putting on an Evil Dead show. And they were handing out like ponchos for everybody because it was going to spray. They were gonna spray everybody with blood, and we were so excited to go, but it got canceled, and we never were able to schedule. So I know, so bummed. But
that is bummed. So you are looking forward to the Evil Dead movie?
Yes.
Okay, so two more questions.
Okay.
Have you seen yet Obsession?
I have. Okay, I have to admit I have, but we sailed the seas to watch it, and it was a horrible copy of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I did like it. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I liked it a lot too.
Yeah, I thought the woman who acted the main girl, she did a phenomenal job. She was so scary.
She's so good. I think she's gonna be a huge star.
I think so too.
Huge star. She's beautiful in that girl next door style. She's like she's gonna be she's a movie star. She's a born movie star. That woman.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, hit me with the second one.
The second one. Have you seen Widow's Bay?
Yes, I have. Oh my God, I loved it.
Brilliant. It's so good. I can't believe more people aren't watching and talking about Widow's Bay.
I know. It was
love it.
Yes, me too. My memory escapes me because we watched it like a couple weeks ago, but oh my gosh, it was so good. It had me laughing, and
yes, it was. And every episode was its own thing. It felt like almost those old style, almost like a Tales from the Crypt, except with all the same characters and a thread that ties them together.
Yes.
Why haven't we always been doing things like this? Why hasn't Flanagan done this? Why hasn't all the horror?
Well, Flanagan, I do have to recommend. Have you seen
The vampire one?
Midnight Mass.
Yeah,
yes,
love it. Yeah.
Love it. Hamish Linklater, amazing.
The vampire one, what's it called? Midnight Mass, fantastic.
Yeah,
the one in the school sucked. The one, but the hauntings,
I don't
the
think
house, the one where it's like
Haunting on Hill House.
Yeah, then the second one, Haunting of Something Manor.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one.
No, I liked it a lot. And then Midnight Mass was the one with the vampires.
Yeah.
In the small town. And there was one that was called like, I don't know. I forget what
It was House of It was about like Edgar Allan Poe. It was like the retellings of like his poetry. Is that
Oh,
what?
I haven't seen that. No, the one where they're like kids in school and there's like it's almost like a Wednesday Addams style. Like it's just I hated it so much.
Oh.
I was like, God damn it, Flanagan, go back to making cool shit because the House on Haunted Hill was a masterpiece, I thought. I love but we don't have many horror shows anymore, and I think that Widow's Bay, banger.
Excellent. It's not horror, granted. You can consider it maybe horror comedy. Have you seen what
all horror is comedy?
That's it is. I agree.
Yeah. It's all about timing and like like that's what it is. You're supposed to be afraid and then you laugh that you're not actually in danger. Am I in danger? No, I'm laughing.
Right.
Like
you get it.
Yes. I think all of it's horror. All horror is funny. If you're not laughing at Friday the 13th or Freddy.
Especially.
Yeah. Oh no! All right, that was the horror gods cut her out.
Sorry.
Oh, she's back. That's okay.
I got a phone call.
That's all right. Are you with me? Okay.
I'm with you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just got a phone call and okay. Can you see me?
I can see you. Yeah, you're great. You're great.
Hello.
Okay, but
Thank you.
I don't want to argue because we're such good friends already, but I think that Widow's Bay is strongly inside of the horror genre. I think it's
absolutely
square in the middle. And that writer, she's from something famous that kind of, she's had a couple stinkers. And that guy who's the director, oh man, I see his name on shit. He always is such a great director. And I'm like, I can't believe, because he's directing also Sugar.
Oh, no, what is that?
It's about, it's like it's a detective noir film. It's a show with, who's that guy? Who's the Irish guy that's always in everything? Not that guy. The other Irish guy. He's older.
Oh, Irish guy older.
He played Alexander in the movie Alexander.
Fuck, that doesn't help.
Hold on a second. Who's the star of the show Sugar?
Do you have other movies that?
Yeah, it's Colin Farrell.
Oh, if
Colin Farrell.
Britney Spears, I would have gotten it.
Colin Farrell. He's a detective in Los Angeles, but there's like this sci-fi thread through the whole thing.
Ooh.
That is not obvious. I think I caught on a little early, but it's a sci-fi thread that happens throughout the whole thing, and it's pretty dope. I really like it. I'm not recommending it for everybody because you gotta kind of like a little bit of a couple. You have to like a couple genres to really dig it, but I like it.
I will check it out. Sugar.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one last recommendation for you, and then I have.
Please.
And it's I think it's described as a horror, but it's Nicolas Cage, so prepare yourself. And it's on Tubi, so it's free. But we watched The Carpenter's Son. Have you seen that?
No, it's about Jesus.
It's about Jesus as a teenager.
No, is it like it's like in the Righteous Gemstones
No,
where
it's
it's
not.
Teen Jesus? Teen Jesus.
Yeah, get out of here, nerd. It's not like Teen Jesus. Well, he's better than Teen Jesus. It's Nicolas Cage, so there is an element of hilarity, but it's interesting. I think.
Oh, it came out in 2025.
Yeah, it's got FKA Twigs in it, and she does a really great job. This is the first time I've seen her. She's gorgeous, but man, Nicolas Cage is just so Nicolas Cage in this movie. I recommend it if you want a decent story and a good laugh.
A supernatural thriller about Jesus.
Yep.
A remote village in Egypt explodes into spiritual warfare when a carpenter, his wife, and their son Jesus are targeted by supernatural forces. This sounds right up my alley. I'm definitely going to see it.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm trying to get everyone to watch Land and Freedom right now, which is available for free on YouTube. It's a movie about the Spanish Civil War and how anarchists lost the battle against fascism in Spain because communist turns into Stalinism, and they start infighting. I love it.
Terrifying. Okay, I will check that one out.
It's so good. I hope you like, because if you like epic Odyssey type stuff, I think it's bigger. It's bigger than just a little film. I think it's really good.
Okay, Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
We're best friends now. Thank you.
It's a
Luck on
pleasure.
your
Welcome.
move. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to need luck. I'm going to need
Yeah.
the luck on the move.
Good.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Great. What am I missing? What history book? What do you mean, what history book? That was cool. You love Colin Farrell. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like Colin Farrell? Have you seen Penguin? He's so good in that. Like, he's pretty fantastic. Colin Farrell is pretty wonderful. Who doesn't like Colin Farrell? Am I right? Everyone loves Colin Farrell, right? You guys are all on the same page on that? Yes. Here we go. I like this. Sky Jackoff is the recovering retard, Democrat, socialist, entire Americans, you hating piece of shit, dumbass. Any belief chicks with dicks should be women's faces. Are you having a stroke? Does anybody know what this sentence, like, I guess I can kind of get the meaning of this sentence, but why are MAGAs always so damned illiterate? Why do you hate education so much? Why do you hate reading? Why do you hate the English language? Don't you know that's all we have? It's the only language we got. Most Americans, they don't even speak another language. All we have is English. And this guy, Mike, can't even do it. Listen, man, if you can't speak English, maybe you shouldn't be in this country, Mike. Maybe you shouldn't be in this country if you can't make yourself understood by using the English language. Thank you. Appreciate that. That was great. Thank you. So is Nolan a racist and xenophobic for not putting Greeks in his movie? No, it's a story about a character. I don't know if you noticed, but Batman has been mostly played by English people. Spider-Man is played by an English person. Let me think. Who else is being played by? Superman is played. Henry Cavill's English. Thor is played by an Australian. All of the American kind of mythology characters have been played by people from other countries, not Americans. So I think it's okay if you want to make an ancient Greek superhero played by an American like Matt Damon. If you want to take an ancient Greek superhero, because that's what Odysseus is. He's not a real guy. He's like Batman or Superman. He's like Superman. And you have an American play him. That makes sense. That's okay. He's a fictional character, my friend. Now, if you took Michael Jackson and you had him be played by an Englishman who's a white Englishman or something, I would maybe think that might not be the best choice. Or if you took Richard Nixon and you had him played by an Englishman. Oh, they did that. An Englishman played Richard Nixon. His name was Sir Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins played Richard Nixon in the movie Nixon, and no one seemed to care. I care. I don't think English people should be playing Richard Nixon. What about if you had a white English? Although Anthony Hopkins is a good example because Anthony Hopkins also played Othello in blackface. So, like, famous blackface situation with Anthony Hopkins, painted his face black and played Othello. And there's film of that. You can watch that if you'd like. And so he played American face, I guess, when he played Nixon, Henry Kissinger. I always thought he can't say Kissinger, Henry Kissinger, and he was like Kissinger. He couldn't say it. If you watch Nixon, he's faking an American accent pretty well until he says Kissinger, Henry Kissinger, Kissinger. He can't say it. He can't say it. Fucking Anthony Hopkins can't say Henry Kissinger. Or what about if you had Tom Holland playing not Spider-Man but Malcolm X or Martin Luther King Jr., I think that there would be an issue with that. A real person. That would be annoying. But playing Spider-Man, I'm the only one who seems to be annoyed by this. I feel like Spider-Man should be played by Americans, but 2 out of the 3 famous Spider-Men have been English. I find that annoying. Andrew Garfield and fucking Tom Holland have no business playing Spider-Man. I'm offended by your American face. I'm offended by you faking American accents. I'm offended by it. And don't get me started on Chris Hemsworth. That guy's got the worst faked American accent. He's worse than when Dick Van Dyke pretended to be English in Mary Poppins. Oi, Maury! Chimney sweeping, Maury!
All right. Were you involved when the gun was located in the forest area?
I was not involved in the search for the gun, no.
Did you get notice when it was located?
From the footage that we reviewed, we identified an area that we believed could be potentially of evidentiary value, and then it was secured. And then I was notified that as a result of that search, a gun had been located, yes.
Were you involved?
This guy sounds English too. Are we going to trust this English guy? This English guy is the one who found Tyler Robinson's gun?
Involved in the processing of that gun? In other words, boxing it, shipping it, sending it wherever it was going to go to be analyzed?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I want to shift to the autopsy for just a moment. You were not present at the autopsy, is that right?
I was not.
Okay. So anything you know about the autopsy?
Chris Hemsworth always tries to fake an American accent. He's like, our home. God damn it. When he was the worst was when he was in Red Dawn, the Red Dawn remake. Fucking unwatchable with his accent. He's the worst. When he plays Thor, he doesn't even try to cover it up. But when he was in, have you seen Crime 101? It's a pretty good movie. But he has the worst American accent. Chris Hemsworth should never be allowed to play anything but Australian or whatever the fuck Thor is. Whatever Thor is. Thor should also be played by an American, but I don't give a shit because he's like a Norse god or something. Who gives a shit? And he's a minor character. But Chris Hemsworth should not be allowed to play anything but Thor or Australians because he cannot do an American accent.
It was not from personal observation.
No, other than from my meeting with the medical examiner and his report.
Anthony Hopkins Welsh? I did not know that. I thought Anthony Hopkins was English. He's Welsh, like Tom. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Who's that guy? Tom. I can't remember his name. Tom something. What's that guy's name? Tom something.
No, I was not present.
Did you meet with the medical examiner after he had conducted the autopsy?
I did, yes.
And when you met with him, did you provide him information about what you all had learned in your investigation so far?
Tom Jones. Thank you. Tom Jones, man. Did Tom Jones name himself after the literary character? Did Tom Jones name himself after the literary character? Yes. He was born Tom Woodward, and he named himself after the literary character. What the fuck? That's why I can't. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so Gordon Mills chose the stage name in 1964 for Thomas John Woodward to capitalize on the massive success of the Academy Award-winning 1963 film Tom Jones, which was adapted from Henry Fielding's classic 1749 novel, The History of Tom Jones, A Foundling. God, I had to read The History of Tom Jones when I was in college. Tom Jones. I'm probably the only American who thinks Tom Jones, like the literary character, Henry Fielding's character, Tom Jones, A Foundling. Is that who it was? Thor, though, yeah. Yeah, Thor. Yeah. Vikings played by Americans. Grr, I know, right? Look, everyone. Boyega fakes an American accent, but Daisy Ridley doesn't. I don't know why. Star Wars is filled with Americans faking English accents and English people faking American accents. I don't understand the Star Wars universe but they're on different planets. Who cares if they fuck it up? Like John Boyega's American accent kind of sucks, but it doesn't matter. He's playing a stormtrooper. Who cares that he's faking an American accent? Doesn't matter. But Chris Hemsworth always is playing like an American soldier and stuff, and it kills. It's like when Jean-Claude Van Damme played Guile, who's supposed to be an American super soldier, and he's got like, "Hello, I am Guile, Sonic Boom. I am very." He's Belgian. But whatever. What do I care? It's stupid.
Investigative information to him. The purpose of the meeting was to establish what information he could provide to us.
Well, in fact, on the front page of the medical examiner's report, he talks about the investigation and information he learned. Did he learn that from you, or did he learn it from someone else?
Within my recollection, he did not.
Did they film the whole thing in Greece? Is that true, perchance to dream?
Learn that from us, but I couldn't speak to how he did learn about it.
Okay. So you didn't share with him your conclusions about what happened or how Mr. Kirk was injured or anything like
That's
that?
my recollection.
Okay, thank you. And isn't it also true that fingerprints that were taken from Mr. Kirk and autopsy photos were provided to you on a CD?
Yes.
Was there anything else provided to you from the autopsy other than that?
Other than the CD and the report?
Yes.
Not to me, no.
I don't trust him. He sounds like a Bond villain to me. Why was this Englishman in charge of anything going on in this Tyler Robinson case? Why is this English guy? Who is this guy? Robinson's lawyer asks investigator to explain why the UVU site was paved over days after the Kirk killing. Why was it paved over?
You did mention not to you. Were you aware of anything else from the autopsy going to anyone else?
I believe standard practice is anything of evidentiary value that the medical examiner collects is transferred through a chain of custody.
And are you aware of anything that was transferred after Mr. Kirk?
Like after Charlie Kirk is dead, 2 days later they're paving over where he was killed. Why the fuck would that happen? Does anybody
I'm
know?
aware that there were items transferred for evidence. Yes.
What items?
I believe some fragments of a bullet casing. I know Mr. Kirk's personal items to be returned to the family. That's all I can recall off the top of my
Do
head.
you know how many fragments from the bullets?
I don't.
Were there any fragments of exploding
Let's talk a little bit about the
microphones?
ring camera that you obtained, and you interviewed a woman named Ms. Noble. Is that right? To get that ring camera that we watched with the car on the outside.
We interviewed her to verify the authenticity of the video. Yes.
And were you involved in that interview?
With Miss Noble. Yes.
And do you
Crazy
recall if they told you
Jackdaw,
about what they were
thank
seeing
you.
in and around that car that night?
I don't recall. I just know we were there to verify the video. I didn't conduct an interview with Miss Noble at that time.
Can I get some W's in the chat for Crazy Jackdaw? She wants to know. She wants to know why Charlie Kirk's Crazy Jackdaw wants to know why Charlie Kirk's murder site was paved over days after the murder. Does anybody think?
Let's bring up whole. Sorry, just a moment.
Remove the blood? It's concrete. What do you mean remove the blood? How hard is it to remove blood? I've cleaned up lots of blood in my life, and I've never had a problem. Never had a problem. I mean, I guess if it's on carpet, but there was clearly no carpet. What the hell are we doing here in America? We got an Englishman telling me? I don't know. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. Why is an Englishman telling me about this?
All right. Do you remember that? Looking at that interview? Does
Can't send a tenor. What the heck, Crazy Jackdaw? Love you, lady.
refresh your
Thank you.
recollection?
I remember reading the report at some point. Yes.
And do you remember that the Nobles told you that the driver of the vehicle was bald?
I do remember that being in the report. Yes.
The driver was bald. Wait a second. That's not Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson's sitting right there. He's got hair. He's not bald.
And you didn't mention that today when you were talking about that ring camera, did you?
I did not.
And did they also tell you there were 3 other people in the car?
Yes, I believe they thought.
What? There were 3 other people in the car and he's a bald driver? And you're saying that that was Tyler Robinson? Is that what I'm supposed to believe?
I want to go back, if I can, to the scene itself, the preservation of the actual scene where where Mr. Kirk passed. Did you all have canine dogs at any point that sniffed that area?
I don't know specifically that area, but I do know that canines were present, or a canine was present on the day.
But you
We had dogs, but we didn't let them anywhere near where Charlie Kirk was. What?
don't know what task the canine was given?
My understanding was that it may have been used in an effort to track an individual that had jumped off the roof, but I don't know for certain.
And obviously that didn't produce any results, or we would have heard about that, right?
Yeah, not that I was made aware of.
Okay. Do you know when the tent and the
Did she turn around and look at all the bald guys when she said that? I think that's because she looked around. She's like, but you said that the driver was bald, right? And so she looked around and looked at all the bald guys. It's like, were any of these guys the killer? Were any of these guys the killer who killed Charlie Kirk? Because you said it was a bald guy. That's pretty damning. And 3 other people were in the car.
stuff was actually removed from the scene?
I would imagine it had been at least a couple of days, if not longer than that, before anything was removed from the scene.
You didn't have to give permission to remove the tent?
Me, personally?
Right.
No.
So you're not sure when it was removed?
No.
And were you involved in the decision to pave over the dirt that was under the tent?
At UVU?
Uh-huh.
No.
Did you know that happened?
Only because it was in the news.
All right. But you don't know when or who ordered that?
We have no idea why it was paved over. Can we ask? Let's ask the Google machine. What is the standard accepted narrative as to why the dirt under Charlie Kirk's murder scene was paved over days after his demise? The soil was removed and being processed by hundreds of law enforcement, according to Sean Ryan's show. Ugh. Let's see if there's any AI mode here. Let's see. The standard accepted narrative from law enforcement and forensic experts regarding the rapid paving of the area near Charlie Kirk's assassination site is that high-profile public crime scenes are routinely processed quickly and returned to normal public use. According to local authorities and criminology experts, once an outdoor crime scene is thoroughly documented, photographed, and all relevant physical evidence is collected by forensics teams, there is no legal or operational reason to keep the area cordoned off. Okay. But then why did they pave it? Because the shooting occurred on a highly trafficked area of Utah Valley University campus, university and local officials moved swiftly to clean, repair, and repave the location to restore the normal campus. But it was, what the fuck? There's lots of conspiracy theories. And then it goes through all, I'm not going to go through all these conspiracy theories, but it does seem odd. I don't know, man. I've been in situations where lots of people, like I worked in Vegas, people get killed. Like it takes a while, not days. It takes weeks, months sometimes.
A newly released police report and 911 calls are providing new details about how a toddler who was declared dead was later then found to be alive in a hospital morgue. Let's go live now to CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan. Jerika, great to see you. Can you walk us through this just astonishing story?
Yeah, this is incredible. I haven't heard anything like this before. Imagine it is Super Bowl Sunday. You're there with your family and your friends, which is what was happening here in Gilbert, Arizona, about 30 miles southeast of Phoenix. And then there was a 911 call because the family of an 18-month-old boy realized that he had been in the backyard of a pool. They weren't sure at the time exactly how long he had been there, but we did see the video that was released today from police. I want to warn you, what you're about to hear and see is without a doubt disturbing, but here's a little.
This kid drowned in a pool. They put him in the morgue and he's alive.
A little bit of what happened that day.
Come on, buddy. Hey, buddy, come on.
Oh my God, I wasn't paying attention.
I need to talk to somebody that can talk to me about the boy.
Super Bowl Sunday, guys. Super Bowl Sunday, guys. Don't forget if you have a baby and you have a pool, swimming pool plus 18-month-year-old plus Super Bowl Sunday. Apparently, that means that you can kill your child. Apparently, that's it.
Can you do that?
He wondered.
How long?
We don't know.
You guess. 10 to 15 minutes? Was he underneath? Was
No,
he
he
down?
wasn't underneath. Alexis, was he underneath? Was he underneath?
Was he? Okay. No, he was face down. He was face down floating?
Someone was supposed to be taking care of him.
Okay. I was eating. Can you tell me?
I was eating. I forgot I had a baby.
Approximately how long he was outside? Do we know? I have no idea, dude.
So clearly there was some miscommunication.
How do you have no idea? When was the last time you saw this baby? Was it 30 minutes ago? I don't know. Like, I've never had a baby. But I feel like if you left me in charge of your baby, I would know exactly where I was when that kid was drowning. I know exactly how long it was before the last time I saw that kid. Like, if I like, hey, I have a fucking clock. I don't know.
About who was watching this 18-month-old at the time. As the video continues, you hear the parents say they thought he was with someone else. There were a number of people in and out of the house. There were other kids that were there. But in the end, what is just so remarkable about the story is police got him to the hospital. The hospital officials, a doctor, in fact, pronounced him dead at 6:20 that evening. Remember, police got there at about 5:30 that night. At 6:20, police pronounced this child dead. Within hours of that time period, the medical examiner, 4 or 5 hours later, hears a heartbeat. They hear breathing. They realize that this child still has a pulse.
They heard breathing. What, is this like Pet Cemetery? This is like when they bury that kid at Pet Cemetery after it gets hit by a car, which I always thought was ridiculous because, like, what did you bury? Like, he gets hit by a Mack truck and they bury. What did they bury? Like, I don't know. If a little kid gets hit by a Mack truck, there's not going to be much left. And in the movie, like, that Mack truck is flying. But when the little kid comes back to life, he's just like normal. It just looks like a creepy little kid. Scary, but I feel like that kid would be basically mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes? I don't know. Like something like minced meat or something. I don't know. Hamburger.
So then another call was made to the family that went home at about 11:30 that night. The family of Vincent Lorenzo Fiordalino got a call saying that their 18-month son was, in fact, alive. Now, since that time period, the family started a GoFundMe page saying that he is breathing with the assistance of a ventilator and that he is still recovering, but that there was no brain damage. As of right now,
How is that possible? Everyone says his kid's dead. And then 6 hours later, at least then they knew how long it had been. They're like, when was the last time you saw your kid? It's been 6 hours. Exactly. I learned my lesson. Now I know exactly how long it's been since I've seen that little fucker. It's been 6 hours. He's alive?
GoFundMe page has about $20,000 raised. Just an incredible story. But it is important to note, too, that the parents are possibly facing charges of negligence. Police said that they found marijuana in the house and believe that this is a little bit more to the story. As you can.
Damn it. Damn it, weed smokers. I have some weed at my house. Good thing I don't have a baby. If I had a baby and they found that baby dead, they'd be like, he did have marijuana. And we know what we say about marijuana smokers. Baby killers. That's what we say. Ever seen Reefer Madness? Reefer Madness. We know that if you smoke marijuana, you're probably going to kill your baby. That's just how it goes.
Imagine when it comes to maybe not keeping a close enough eye on a toddler.
Fuck you, lady. Oh yeah. It's the marijuana, huh? Man, I know a lot of weed smokers, and I don't know that many baby killers. I don't know anyone who's. I mean, I know some people whose kids have died, but usually because the kids are older and doing stupid stuff like popping wheelies or doing things driving too fast, or they die because of some horrible disease when they're babies. I don't know many people who let their kids die in the pool. I don't know. Weeders, the weeders. Look out for the weeder. I tried marijuana once, made me want to kill babies. It's just so ridiculous. It's so stupid. Did they find the alcohol? They never mention alcohol because the alcohol, there's a bigger lobby for them. More people, there's more money, and alcohol is an over $1 trillion a year industry. So no, we're not going to mention the alcohol in the house on Super Bowl Sunday. It's the weed. It's the weed.
Especially on Super Bowl Sunday.
Such a remarkable story, and so grateful that that baby was eventually determined to be alive.
Oh, we're so grateful. Yeah. We're really grateful.
The 5, if you think you're seeing increased immigration enforcement officers in some local communities, you're not alone. The Associated Press is reporting a sudden increase in the number of detainees in ICE.
I had a caller today that was really into the Gestapo. He loves the Gestapo. This guy, I met a guy today. His name was Cullen, I think, and he Craven Cullen, I call him. I call him Craven Cullen. Craven Cullen. He loves the Gestapo, and here we are. We have the Gestapo. They're shooting people in the street, and if you get killed in Mexico now, you kind of had it coming because our federal agents are killing Mexicans in the street. So if you go to Mexico and you don't have a piece of paper that says you can be there, and they murder you, that's how we're playing this game now. Federales are allowed to murder you because our federales are murdering them. Way to go. This is the way the world is now because people like Cullen, they think they love that guy. The Trumpster fire. Yeah, the Trumpster fire. MAGA
facilities, including some being picked up outside jails. Fox 11's Christine Gonzalez live in Panorama City. The story.
Yeah, there's a lot more posts going on social media from immigrant rights observers, as they call themselves. Many of them are local, from outside a jail in Burbank to this morning, right outside the swap meet here in Panorama City. Take a look at this. Social media exploding with posts of ICE detentions like the one this morning in Panorama City. Another video here from the Fairfax district posted yesterday by the immigration rights group Unión del Barrio. Here's agents active in Altadena and Whittier last week. The Associated Press reports a sudden increase in the number of detainees in ICE facilities, 39,000 in June versus a 30,000 reported monthly. Most of the
I don't know. If I were Mexican, man, I definitely would join a gang right now. 100%. I'd join a gang and I would have a gun. 100%. That's what I would do. There's no way I'd let them take me. No way I'd let them put me in chains like this, like an animal. No way. Look, they treat these people like animals. They're human beings. They're dehumanizing them. They're erasing their humanity. I wouldn't let someone take away my humanity. These fucking Gestapo. Never. These slave catchers, these patty rollers. These King's Guard.
year. Some even reportedly picked up outside jails.
It's very common, actually, very common.
Photos outside Burbank jail posted on social media claim 2 people were picked up by ICE. It doesn't surprise immigration specialist Denise Sanchez. She says clients can spend the night in Burbank or any other local jail on arrest for misdemeanors like public intoxication or not having valid driver's licenses, and may find immigration agents waiting for them outside.
I mean, let's face it. Someone comes up to me with a mask like this, they better stand really far away and let me know who they are. Because I'm not going easy. I'm not going easy. Sorry.
They're booking fingerprints.
And like, I'm a white guy, but there's guns in these streets, man. I would have one if I were these guys for sure. For sure. I'm not letting them take me. Not like this.
Appear in criminal justice databases being monitored by the feds. In a statement, Burbank police saying, quote, ICE agents may take individuals into custody after they have been released from the Burbank jail. And those actions are conducted independently of the Burbank Police Department.
It's not going to stop. It's definitely not going to stop. I feel like this is going to continue for sure.
Now, the Berkeley Deportation Data Project, they got some numbers through the Freedom of Information Act. And what they're saying is that at the end of June, arrests went from 1,000. That was a low that they were getting. They doubled to 2,000. No comment from the Department of Homeland Security on this or on the arrests outside the jail from our inquiries. We'll let you know if we hear from them. I'm Christina Gonzalez, Panorama City Live. Back to the studio.
Well, they're doing it in Panorama City. They're doing it in Burbank. They're doing it all over. Are they doing it in your neck of the woods? I swear to God, a black GMC SUV just pulled up. Like they pulled up like they were going into my house, but there's a parking spot right in front of my house too, and they backed up into it. And I was like, I seriously, for a second, I thought maybe a big black GMC that SUV that's normally never here. You're not from this neighborhood. What are you doing here?
A local automotive journalist says he spent days unknowingly being tracked by police after license plate cameras mistakenly identified the test vehicle he was driving as stolen.
We need more surveillance, guys, to catch immigrants.
Ken's going to break down how all this happened and why this story is
It's not going to affect you.
sparking a much bigger conversation about surveillance.
Right after returning a package at the Kohl's near his Plymouth home.
Hello, sir. Can you come out to me, please?
Joel Fetter.
Is it just you and the wife?
And his wife were suddenly surrounded.
I was parked here. There was a car here, so I couldn't just drive away.
Even a week and a half later, he still can't believe it.
And I legitimately looked at my wife and I was like, I wasn't even speeding. Like, there's nothing I did wrong.
That certainly didn't stop things from getting tense.
Are you armed at all? No? Okay, is this your car?
Dude, why the hell is this cop touching? What? Don't you touch me, you fucking pig. What are you doing?
It's complicated. Can I explain it?
Joel is director of content and product at thedrive.com, meaning the Land Rover he was driving wasn't his, but he was test driving it for work.
I have paperwork that I can show you that I drive this for the week.
Okay.
It's owned by Jaguar Land Rover. If you run the plates, it's owned by Jaguar Land Rover. They own it.
Little did he know, Plymouth police had already run them.
The reason you have 4 cops here is because your license plate is registered as stolen license plates in our system.
Are you serious? 15 years doing this job. I've never had.
Not true. It's going to be a lie. I bet you anything. It'll be like, we thought the zeros were O's, and the individual had a license plate that had an O instead of a 0, and the individual is going to have to come with us because the individual was driving a stolen license plate. And the individual was monitored by a flock camera. The individual.
This is insane.
That's because the plates were flagged by an emerging surveillance network of flock cameras, and not just before this stop.
Hit on our license plate readers the other day too. So. Are you serious? Cameras that read my license plate now twice in the last couple of days. It's picked up and flagged it for the cops.
Real chill. He knows he didn't do anything. Look, he's like he's leaning up against the car, right against the rhino guards. This guy's not afraid of the cops.
Unreal.
And it turns out the issue at the heart of the stop really wasn't real. Plymouth police released him after more than an hour, telling us today, quote, when the license plate was reported as stolen in California, it was improperly entered in the National Crime Information.
Oh! What? The police made a mistake that involved incarcerating, falsely arresting a gentleman for over an hour? That man should be. That's great. I charge $5,000 an hour. You just cost me. I charge $5,000 an hour for my time. You owe me $5,000, you pigs.
Information Center database with incomplete numbers.
Manufactured plate for New Jersey has 2 big numbers, 2 little numbers, and 3 big letters. Okay, 3410 DTM with my plate.
The filth. Okay, exactly. I know what's going to happen here. I know it. I know because it happened. Remember that lady went to jail for 13 days because of an O and a 0 and a black. 13 days was the black Durango because of the flock camera. It was the wrong Durango. But the O and the 0. Oh no, that guy just got pulled over. He got pulled over like over 100 times because the O and the 0 was. He got pulled over 100 times.
Plate for New Jersey has 2 big numbers, 2 little numbers, and 3 big letters. Okay, 3410 DTM with my plate. But what got flagged was 34 DTM.
In a statement from Flock, the company wrote, "We take incidents like this seriously and are looking closely at what happened." Flock system.
We're taking this very seriously. The individual was driving a New Jersey plate.
Is highly accurate in situations like this.
Am I cheap for an hour? For an hour and nobody beat me up? An hour? I feel like that $5,000. $5,000 for an hour. Pigs are lovely, I know, but there really isn't. Old habits die hard. I shouldn't call them pigs. You're right. It's bad for the pigs. It's bad to say that about the pigs. it's an insult to pigs to compare them to police. Maybe we should call the police the filth. I know that in England they call them the filth, which I'm fine. Sometimes you hear them called the grass in England, the grass, because of grasshoppers. They're coppers, the grasshoppers, Cockney rhyming slang. But the grass is too cool of a name too for cops. The filth.
Are rare. That said, an alert should be one part of an investigation, not the whole basis for a stop.
I think the issue is that a human error got amplified because this technology doesn't have.
Guys, what's your favorite slur for police? What are the worst slurs for police? Let's see. Pig, oinker, swine. Pfft, these aren't even that bad. The fuzz, 12, popo, Barney, 50. The filth. I like it. Old Bill. That's British. Busies, black police, Farbror, blah, Uncle Blue. Nah, see, the filth is really the best one, I think. Barney's not bad because Barney Fife, but Barney Fife had a soul. Barney Fife might have been a fool, but he had a conscience.
Enough guardrails in place. The police officers that day told me there were 4 plates, including mine, in the state of Minnesota, that were hitting on 34 DTM on flock cameras. 4. Range Rover told me there's about 15 Range Rovers in the nationwide fleet that had some combination of 34XX DTM. They had to freeze the whole fleet until this whole got figured out. Because other people can get pulled over, might not end it the same.
This is the craziest story.
No, this guy realized they got him white. Sure glad to be white today. I think that's how, you ever notice, like, I don't know if you ever hung out with black people, but if you do, sometimes an old timer, sometimes old school black guys, they'll be like, how you doing? And they say, it's so great. You go, how you doing? They go, still black. I love that shit. Sometimes also when you say goodbye, they'll go like, stay black. I love it so much. Stay black. It's hilarious. Stay black. Or how you doing today? Still black. Fuck. So good. But really white people should say that. How you doing today? Still white. Not getting shot by police so far. Still white. Pretty good if you're living in America.
Legitimately. There are so many concerns here. I mean, I'm thankful my kids were in the car. I'm thankful the cops had the patience to listen and they didn't come in hot and angry, guns drawn. I mean, someone could have got shot, right?
Again, Joel is relieved that concern.
They did fondle your nuts. I mean, that's extra service, right? They came up and grabbed your nuts for you. I mean, depending on how much action you get on the reggae, I mean, you might not have your nuts fondled so frequently, So, I mean, it's nice that the fuzz will come in and feel your fuzz.
Didn't become reality, but just a few weeks prior, he did a whole podcast on thedrive.com about the many privacy concerns that can arise for car owners when our local governments pay private companies like Flock for cameras that can tap into national databases and track you with AI. A few days later, that concern certainly became real, Jenna.
What's the proper response? So you say, heard that word, whatever. I don't know. When I was a kid, I hung around with lots of black people. So I remember those. I fit right in. I mean, I remember last time I was really out late, I was hanging out with a big group of black people in Long Beach. And we went to the cigar bar and there were a lot of older black guys there. And they all talk like that. The old guys do. The young people don't say that shit really. Still black. You don't really find it with the young people. But the older guys, how you doing? Still black. She goes, shit, still black. And sometimes when you say goodbye, you're like, see you later. And they would say it to me and shit. They say, stay black, which I thought was so funny. I love it. Because white people don't have cool shit like that. We have howdy. howdy. That's what we get. As white people, we don't get cool shit like that. But really, we should appropriate that. How you doing? Still white. The cops are fairly respectful.
His concerns about guardrails, like all of this stuff about privacy seems to be moving too fast.
Again, yeah, that's his whole point, because he says the database itself was where the error is, but he doesn't understand why the flock cameras didn't catch that little number that would have prevented all of this.
Yeah, what do they call? They call white guys like me like cookout friendly or something, or cookout ready or something. Yeah, there's a term for that. I forget what it is. It's like cookout approved, I think. Cookout approved. Yeah. One time when I used to manage this restaurant where our kitchen staff was like half Mexican, half black, and I was really kind of proud of that because we had a lot of black dudes working there, and I had a black hostess, and it was really funny because my kitchen manager was black. He was a big, tall black guy, and he's as tall as me. And his name was Arshad. He's a super cool dude. I really love this guy. And we had this hostess. I can't remember her name, but she looked kind of like Rihanna, like light colored eyes and stuff. And we were talking about something, and she says, it was such a great, funny compliment. She said to Arshad, she goes, well, you know, Sky's white, but you know, it's not like white. And he's like, yeah. And he agreed. And I thought that was I felt so touched. He's white, but he's not white. I felt really good about that. I was like, yeah, that's me. I'm white, but I'm not like white. I'm not like Colin talking about how brown people deserve to be murdered because they crossed an imaginary line that demarcates the supremacy of one race over another. I'm not that type of white. I'm not like a MAGA. You know what I mean? I just thought that was a nice thing. I'll always remember. I don't remember what the woman's name was. I forget. She looked like Rihanna. Like, but she was shorter. She was really short, like a little short Rihanna.
The woman who received the most taxpayer money from daycare reimbursements in
She's covering her face. You know, so this is the fraud case in Minnesota that they're all talking about. Listen to this story.
Minnesota last year just pleaded guilty to fraud.
She pleaded guilty to fraud, but let's hear what she has to say about it, because there's something that I think is a little interesting.
Thanks for joining us at 5 on air and streaming live. I'm Rena Sargentopoulos.
And I'm Kevin Holmes. Fahima Mahmood is the first defendant in the state's massive daycare fraud scheme, admitted to scamming 2 federal programs.
And she'll now have to pay millions of dollars back. Our Lou Goose was in the courtroom today. Here now with our top story. Lou?
Rena and Kevin, Fahima Mahmood seemed reluctant in the court.
I'm white, but I'm not like RFK Jr. white. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Jubilations for all. Yeah. Your Bruder calls me his white sister. Mein Bruder.
Courtroom to answer the guilty plea because she didn't want that to mean that her entire operation was a fraud. 5 months after she shut down her daycare, booked a flight to London, and was arrested by the FBI.
Ms. Mahmood, are you here to plead guilty today?
50-year-old Fahima Mahmood admits she committed daycare fraud. Running Future Leaders Early Learning Center on 36th and Chicago Avenue in Minneapolis since 2015, Mahmood collected the most Child Care Assistance Program, or CCAP, money in the state last year at $3.7 million.
Woo! $3.7 million sounds like a lot. Okay, sounds like a lot. She's got the most. This is first number on here. It's like, wait a second. This is the most? What all of the big hullabaloo is about all the fraud. People like Cullen coming onto my show and being like, oh, they're defrauding us. $3.7 million is the worst one. This is the top dog. This is the criminal mastermind of the fraud in Minnesota. $3.7 million. Seems a little low. Just say it. Just seems a little low. Still bad. But seems like maybe not that big of a deal. But okay, still horrible. You shouldn't be stealing. Why did you steal all that money?
In federal court while entering her plea, Mahmood and her attorney specified that there were children attending her daycare and that she has receipts. But the government...
Okay, so there were kids there, though. So wait a second. Where'd the fraud come in? So you took money to pay for the kids there. Okay, so there were kids there. And you have receipts that there were children there. So where's the fraud? I don't understand. Let's find out.
The government didn't accuse her of inflating attendance at her center during the swift investigation that followed.
I do like that. Hold on a second. This is fucking great, though. I do like this.
Her daycare and that she has receipts. But the government didn't...
Black Live Matter. Black Live Matter. Black Live Matter. I don't want you teaching my kids if you can't write Black Lives Matter and put that on. You got it all the way to the Scott. You taped that up and then you walked by it for days and no one noticed that it's Black Live Matter. Black Live Matter. That just, I mean, I know I'm nitpicking here, but come on. The second you realize it, you would take it down, right? It's just a piece of paper. Just yank that fucker down. Black Live Matter. And it's typed. Anyway.
Accuse her of inflating attendance at her center during the swift investigation that followed the attention in Minnesota placed on daycare fraud. Instead, the FBI learned from families that Mahmood did not charge them the required copay to receive CCAP money.
So she did her community a solid by not charging them the copay. That's the fraud? So the fraud is not that she took money for kids that weren't there. The fraud is that she didn't take money from the parents. That is crazy that that's what we got her on. You understand what they're saying is that it doesn't matter that their kids were actually there. And yes, that money was for kids in daycare. But she defrauded the government because she lied about taking copays from the parents. She said, keep your money. The government's got it. So who did she defraud? So the money was going to be there either way. But she didn't charge the copay because she was getting the money from the government. But she was supposed to charge a copay. So she did lie. That is fraud. Technically speaking, that is fraud. That is fraud. And that is against the law. But that money was for those kids, and those kids did exist. Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
Provided incentive for more families to sign up. By pleading guilty to conspiracy to defraud the United States, Mohammed admits receiving $4.63 million in taxpayer money with that scheme. Ms. Mohammed.
Okay, so $4.63 million is what she got.
Any comment? Are you going to be able to pay back any of the money? That's not all. Mohammed also admits taking part in the Feeding Our Future meal fraud scheme, claiming to serve up to 60,000 meals per month to needy kids.
Did she serve 60,000 kids that food? What? Okay, that's the only question, right? If you took the money and there was no food, then that's a problem. But if you took the money and because so far that she's taken the money and there were kids, but she didn't charge the people, and that's against the law, which is a little weird, but okay.
Out of her daycare, fraudulently collecting another $850,000. In-court papers say she diverted much of those taxpayer funds to buy real estate and go toward her
$850,000 to buy real estate? You're not going to get that far in $850,000.
other companies, like this autism center, which has generated another $3.1 million in taxpayer reimbursements over the last 5 years. What the government will seize when Mohammed is sentenced has not yet been determined. In sentencing,
but wait, so the only thing she's on the hook for is the 3.7 million and the 850,000, but the 850,000, they didn't explain that there was any fraud there. They just said that she got another $850,000 that she used for real estate, which is up to her. That's her fucking money. She's allowed to do with it whatever she wants. It's a little weird. $850,000 not really going to get you far. Maybe buy one house in California. If you live in a townhouse, you can get a townhouse in California for $850,000. The house across the street from me is selling for $850,000. That's what they're asking. So the only fraud that I heard in this story was that she took money from the government. She did use it for kids. And then she didn't charge the parents the copay, but then she took the money from but then she took the money and she started another thing to help people eat, impoverished kids. We don't know if those kids actually ate or whatever. We don't know if that's true. But then she only got $850,000. But she's not even on the hook for that. She's only on hook for the 3.7 because she lied about the parents paying a copay. The real estate she bought was all? It was just the autism? So, yeah, because she said that $850,000 was for the autism, but then the autism center also generated money from the government, which makes sense. But that's not fraud. That wasn't fraudulent. Like, she's not on the hook for any fraud there. She's only on the hook for that $3.7 million. It does seem like she did do her community a service, honestly. Like, I would, if the kid, there was no dispute whether or not the children existed. So the whole story that I've been hearing this whole time was that people like her were taking money from the government for daycares where there were no kids, but that wasn't the case here. She defrauded the government because she took the money, but she didn't also take a copay, which you could understand, actually, because if you're dealing with people who have no money and they're able to say, hey, I have a kid, but I don't have a copay. She's like, don't worry, give me the kid. I'll take care of the kid. That kid counts. So they're saying that was a marketing scheme. Because she didn't take a copay, she got more business, and that business resulted in more government assistance. Which makes sense, right? Because you're attracting more children because you're not charging the copay. And if you don't charge a copay and you do it all off of the government dime, then you are making money completely off the government instead of off your clientele. But that is fraud, but it doesn't seem like the type of fraud that we've been hearing about this entire time. That doesn't sound like even in the same fucking ballpark as the money, as the time, all the shit we've been hearing about this Minnesota case. is not that. Everything about Minnesota has been about they were taking money and there were no kids at the daycare. But this was the biggest fraudster. This is the biggest one. It didn't even... But the money was still going to take care of kids, though, right? Yes. Okay. It seems like
will be slightly complicated because the judge can go as low as 2 years in prison or close to 7 years in prison if she puts the daycare fraud and the meal program fraud terms back to back.
Now, Lou, they used a different kind of prosecution. This
the
went a
meal
little bit
program's $850,000. What are you going to get her on?
faster. Will we see something like that in the future?
This was a faster investigation because they didn't have to do all the surveillance to see if she was overcounting or inflating her numbers of her attendance. She wasn't making the parents pay their share of the reimbursement in order to get more of them to sign up. If there's other ones just like that, it's a quick way that they could charge more.
She didn't charge the copay, so she got more kids. And because there were more kids, she got more money. But she was still taking care of the kid. The kids existed. That's a huge, important thing. That's a it's extremely important component of this. Nick Squirrely. Yeah, Nick Squirrely. Jesus. She lied and didn't take... She attracted more customers by not charging. Okay.
People daycare fraud.
All right, Lou. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
With ICE arrests surging in the United States, border crossings at record lows, and deportations in the hundreds of thousands since President Trump took office, all working to make good on his campaign promise.
We will not be conquered.
Some countries around
We
the world
will not be
are
conquered.
to ramp up deportations of their own.
We've seen a worldwide shift toward more aggressive deportation policies.
In the United Kingdom, deportations jumped 21% last year, according to the UK Home Office, to the highest level in 8 years.
You know, just to like the fact that guy Cullen came in and he didn't know that Hitler's the whole thing with the concentration camps was a deportation thing, that the Gestapo was a deportation army, an army to bring people to deport Jewish people. The fact that these maggers don't know that, like, go back to high school, bro. You don't even know that. Well, bring it up, ask ChatGPT. Like, that sticks in my craw because I can't believe I have to keep on explaining this, right? Germany, the Nazis wanted to deport Jews because they said they weren't German, and they wanted to deport the asozial and they wanted to kill the people with mental disabilities. They didn't want to kill Jews, they wanted to deport them. And yet no one seems to know any of that. She's a hero in her town. Of course she is. Of course she's a hero in her town because she gave people free health care. The government took it. Yeah, sticks in my craw. Sticks in my craw. He wanted to, yeah, that's what they do. They get so incensed. You're like, oh yeah, well, Hitler was starting a mass deportation. That's how that thing started. Prove it. I prove it. And then they go crazy, and then it's logorrhea, right? Then it's Donald Trump is the best.
Part of a growing right-wing movement against migration there, with rhetoric that mirrors Trump's.
British people are genuinely scared. Women are frightened to go into their towns alone.
The European Union...
You're right. There are so many podcasts, there are museums, there are statues, there are memorials. The concentration camps still exist. I've been there. I've been to those concentration camps. I've been to Auschwitz. I've been to Dachau. I've been to Bergen-Belsen. And they still exist. You could go there and look at them. Like, I was in Richmond, Virginia, and they had a boxcar there. In front of their museum. Even if you don't go into the museum, they have a boxcar parked in front of the museum where Jews were trafficked as part of the mass deportations. They put Jews in boxcars in order to deport them. They told them to self-deport. They told them all to self-deport, which is exactly what we're doing. Self-deport. And so they did. A lot of them got on boats and tried to come to America. You know what America did? Sent them back.
also just enacted a controversial set of migration policies last month, overhauling its asylum system, echoing some restrictions seen in the U.S. One of the key EU provisions speeds up departures for rejected asylum seekers by automatically issuing return orders when their applications are denied. The European Parliament also greenlighting plans for overseas detention centers that the 27 member states need to formally approve, all of it drawing criticism from human rights activists.
The dehumanization of migrants and refugees, including in the UK, US, and many EU countries, is appalling.
In Australia, the government inked a deal with
Oh my God, dude. Have you guys seen what's happening in Australia? It's insane. You have to watch Welcome Table. It's on HBO. While it's still allowed to be watched, you guys should see that the Welcome Table on HBO. It's a documentary. It's only about people losing their homes because of climate change. That's what it's about. Does that sound boring to you? It's not. It's not. It's mostly about immigration and why we're, instead of building centers, welcome centers, and ways to get people integrated into new societies, no, we're building walls and borders and razor wires, because people like Cullen think that you're somehow inferior if you're born in places other than the United States. But he doesn't care if you're purple or, you know how you know a racist is every time you hear someone's like, I don't care if you're purple or green, you're fucking racist. Anyone who says that shit, they're always racist. Why? I don't care if you're purple or green. They always say that.
the tiny Pacific island, agreeing to pay Nauru more than $1 billion over 3 decades to house deportees who can't return to their home countries. And in the world's most populated country, an immigrant fight heating up as human rights groups accuse India of forcibly expelling mostly Muslim, ethnically Bengali residents to its neighbor Bangladesh without due process.
If they are here illegally, including from Bangladesh, we have laws to deal with them and they'll be accordingly dealt with.
Even our neighbors to the north, who've been some of the most vocal critics of the Trump administration.
And in a time of rising walls and thickening borders, we can demonstrate how a country can be both open and secure, welcoming and strong.
Canada nearly tripling deportations between 2022 and 2025. Part of the trend, forced displacement now at historic highs across the globe, according to the UN.
There's the traditional reasons for why people are migrating, war, persecution, and then there are the new factors like the climate crisis.
There you go. War, famine, disease, and the climate. People are losing their homes because of climate. They're having mudslides take out entire cities. Where should they go? What should they do? Should they live in a cave?
Which frankly isn't going to get better. It's actually going to get worse.
Are other countries inspired by America's immigration policies?
Yes.
Or is it simply that
We have J.D. Vance going to their countries and telling them how to do it.
Immigration policies are part of a global phenomenon?
I certainly believe that there is some causation as well as a correlation. The U.S. has always been a global humanitarian leader. And when the U.S. steps up, other countries respond. And when the U.S. steps back, other countries use it as an excuse.
But with the majority of Americans disapproving of President Trump's immigration agenda, the benefits and consequences of following in his footsteps will certainly have a global impact. Julia Ainsley, NBC News.
No to racism, no to Trump. You know, like, I got to tell you, there's a piece of me, and I mean this. Okay, this is going to be, let's get serious for a second, okay? Let's just get real. Let me get real serious for a second, okay? When I was a kid, there was this thing called the LA riots, and I swear to God, I was 13 years old, and it made us, like, you know, when you're 13, things, you can remember shit like it's crystal. There's something about that, like those early teenage years, shit's coming into focus, bro. And the LA riots happened, Rodney King riots, whatever you want to call them. And it was on TV, but it was also, my school was shut. I could see the smoke from my house. I was in LA. It was pretty, I wasn't in the shit or anything, but the National Guard was in my neighborhood. They were on the rooftops, and the Humvees were driving down the roads. Like it was like a government martial law situation where I was. I wasn't downtown LA. I was up in the valley, you know. It's like near like North Hollywood area. Anyway, like Burbank and shit. Everywhere, these military guys with big guns on the rooftops everywhere. It was pretty insane. And my dad thought it'd be a good idea to take me and actually talk to them. And I did. He said, do you have any questions for these gentlemen? My dad's like, ask them questions. And so I did. I asked them all sorts of interesting questions, I thought, for a 13-year-old. I wanted to and I took notes like I was a little cub reporter or some shit, but I wasn't. I had an interesting mind and curious mind. And my father thought it'd be funny, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what was going through his mind. But I guess my point of telling you all this is that I got a real clear idea of why this was happening, who it involved, and what it looks like when you have martial law and a riot situation where like shootouts every day and that type of stuff was going on for days. And throughout my life, other things have happened that I wasn't so close to, but I feel like I could see it coming a mile away. And then I lived in Oakland, and shit was getting weird. Like people were coming back from war all of a sudden, a war in the Middle East. Summer was coming. And I said, man, this is getting really weird. I think there's going to be a riot. I think a riot's coming. I think it's going to happen here in Oakland. And my friends were like, what are you talking about? I told them all the reasons why I thought, and I told them the story about when I was in LA and stuff. And I left in, I want to say November. And on January 1st at the Fruitvale Station, a policewoman, I think, actually executed a handcuffed black dude. Just shot him right there in front of him. It was on a bunch of tape. A bunch of people with their phones were capturing it. It was from multiple angles. It was just a straight up execution. He was handcuffed. She said that she thought she was grabbing her taser, but didn't grab the taser, grabbed her gun and shot him. That was the story. Kind of weird, but whatever. Of course, there were riots. And they shut the city down. It got kind of hairy. And people were like, oh my God, Sky, Skyjack Morgan, you're right on board. You nailed it. And other times there's been other things where I've been like, man, I'm calling this shit. I just feel it in the air. I know when these things are going to happen. And even though I live in a pretty nice neighborhood and stuff in California, and probably what's happening isn't going to affect me too much right here. But I think shit's gonna get real hairy, man. I think America's got some bad moon rising, and I think that my move to New Mexico is going to insulate me from that even a little bit more. I don't think if you live in these smaller cities further away from the real nasty stuff, maybe you can make it, and it won't affect you as much. That's what I'm thinking. But hey, whatever. You remember this happening as a younger man in the Bay Area. It was crazy, right? In the Bay Area after the Fruitvale shooting. Is that what you're talking about? The Fruitvale execution? Yeah. Yeah, I was like 13 when Rodney King thing happened. And I was like 25, I want to say, or 26 maybe, when the Fruitvale shooting happened. Yeah. His name was Oscar Grant. Yeah. They made a movie. I never saw it, but I think Ryan Coogler directed it. I never saw the Fruitvale movie. Who directed the movie Fruitvale? Yeah, it's Ryan Coogler, 2013. I think even Michael B. Jordan's in it. I think. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan. Does Michael B. Jordan play Oscar? I don't know. I'm not going to look into it, but I've never seen it. I've never seen the movie, but Ryan Coogler, what a great director. He directed Black Panther and, of course, a bunch of other movies that he does great. He just directed Creed, Oscar Grant. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, look, we got the Nazi. As much crap as I give you, we all still need people like you crying about. I'm not crying. I buy bullets. I don't cry about this stuff. I'm asking people to prepare. To be prepared. Don't go easy. Don't go easy, everybody.
If you are a parent, you know that going out to eat with small kids can be, let's just say, challenging.
You say you're up to debate ideas, but you don't have the substrate necessary to build on ideas. Like you didn't know that Hitler's execution, the Holocaust, started out as a deportation. You didn't even understand that, like, the Gestapo was, you don't understand history, so it's hard to get any kind. You've built any idea you have on a foundation of sand. And the idea is that the reason why lies like Donald Trump's find such fertile ground in your mind is because of that. It's because of the loam on which you're building. There's nothing. It's like a quicksand. It's really easy for for a charlatan or a grifter to kind of take root in your mind. Someone like Donald Trump, you're just more gullible, more susceptible to the grift. You're more susceptible to the con man because Donald Trump tells you easy answers without any foundation. And so you're okay with that. You don't have a foundation. Yeah. I kicked you because you wouldn't listen and you cut me off and you were saying Nazi shit. I don't know. Like, if you were respectable and respected and respectful, I would, I was trying to be respectful, but you didn't want to play that game. So
keeping them in line, making sure they actually eat, trying to avoid meltdowns, trying to avoid them sprinting out of their seat.
How much did Hitler offer? Everything. Everything. That's what I mean. Maybe you should watch The Trial at Nuremberg. It's a great movie. You should see it. It's fantastic with Spencer Tracy, or watch the new one called Nuremberg. It's a little bit different, but the original is fantastic. You should watch the Justice at Nuremberg, I think it's called, with Spencer Tracy. Fantastic film. You would understand a little bit better about why. Or watch the new one with Malik. What's his name? What's that kid's name? Ramsey Malik, whatever that kid's name is, and Russell Crowe. That was a good movie. Russell Crowe plays Heinrich Himmler. It's pretty, and he does a good job. He plays Heinrich Himmler, and he actually talks about what Hitler offers. There's even a scene where they say, like, I don't get it. Why were you following Hitler? And he says, they made me feel German again. Don't forget that Deutschland über alles just means Germany first. And you said that you were America first. You are the America über alles. Don't ever forget that America first was the name of the fascist party in the United States in the 1920s and 30s. Before American involvement in World War II, the America First Party, that's what it was called, headed by people like Charles Lindbergh, American hero, as Nazi-sympathizing, Hitler-loving fascists. And they were called the American First Party. There's a reason why they call it America First Party today. Why is MAGA called America First Party? Why do they say that? It's the same idea. It's the same ideology. It's the same mindset that we are superior to others. We think of ourselves as the winners and everyone else is losers. And that humanity has rights as are rationed by the powerful. Those who have inherited some kind of power or privilege get to decide who has rights. You don't believe in human rights. You're against human rights. You think that people should ration those rights based on where they were born, which is insane because where you're born is a lottery. You don't get to choose that. Rami Malek. What did I say? Rami Malek. Have you seen it? Have you seen Nuremberg? It's good. It's pretty good. It's not as good. It's not as good as the one in the man. They had Montgomery Clift, Judy Garland. God, such a great film. With the Terrence. What the hell is his name? No, Spencer Tracy. The Spencer Tracy movie, Justice at Nuremberg. Whoa, what a movie!
We think about all of those things, we prepare for them. But what you might not consider is the rule.
You believe in abortion. Like, do I believe that it exists? Yes, I believe that abortion exists. The thing about MAGAs, they love abortion. How many abortions do you think Donald Trump has paid for? Let me know in the chat. How many abortions do you think Donald Trump has paid for? I mean, literally, there are people saying there's credible allegations that Donald Trump was on a boat in Lake Michigan let me be careful what I say because I don't want people parsing my words, but like there's a credible allegation that Donald Trump was aboard and watched somebody else throw an unwanted infant overboard in Lake Michigan. You guys love abortions. I think abortions are a sad, real thing that happens mostly because of capitalism. People don't have, for whatever reasons, they think they don't have the means to support a child. I myself would probably have children if I consider myself a rich person. And every time I've had a lot of money, there's been times in my life where I've had a lot, and there's times when I've had very little. I never felt rich. I always felt like the sword of Damocles was over my head. And that Damoclesian sword could fall at any moment. Animals in captivity don't breed. Animals in captivity kill their babies. Nathaniel Hawthorne wrote about how early colonists would bury unwanted babies in their backyards because they couldn't feed them in the colonies. They didn't feel like they had enough food to go around. They couldn't feed the extra mouths. Now, of course, we live in America where no one should go without, but people are going without. Kids in America will go to bed hungry tonight and every night. Runny nose plays in the street while a cold wind blows in the ghetto.
At the restaurant for your kids. There's one in Foster City that has gotten a lot of attention for its strict policy about children. Shea Shui added some rules to their menu earlier this year, splashed across their menu, please control your children. Among the banned behavior for kids, making noise with utensils and shouting.
You can't even take your kid to a restaurant without getting yelled at.
Since then, the policy has gotten a lot of attention on the internet and maybe not the kind of feedback you might expect. Kevin Coe spoke with the owner about why he did it.
Shea Shui means House of Shui in French, located in Foster City, run by Yo-Yo Shui and his family.
I see inviting people like you to my restaurant as inviting my guests and into my home. I expect people to treat that with the respect that visiting someone's home would entail.
So imagine your home eating dinner.
There's a child lying there getting changed, getting their diapers changed, right next to another customer who looked mortified.
The sight.
It does suck. I mean, people, I ran restaurants for years and you find dirty diapers in the booths and shit. People are fucking animals. They're horrible.
And smell ruined most appetites that night, but it was just one of several incidents Shui paid the price for. That's why he implemented this new policy.
You better have a baby changing table then. If you don't have a baby changing table, you're asking for shit like that.
Policy shown on their menu. It asks
Shea Shui is family friendly. However, we are not a playground. Remain seated at all times and respectful of fellow guests and the dining environment. Running around, shouting, making noise with utensils, etc. will not be tolerated. Guests not respecting this policy may be asked to leave. Why do you need to put that on there? Just do it. Just say. And then there's recent damages. A customer's child picked up and then dropped a credit card machine on the ground, causing the screen to shatter. We charged the parent $327. A customer's child carved 2 designs into a tabletop using a dining utensil. We charged the parent $109. Oh, man. This is the future of dining, I think.
Parents to ensure children remain seated, and any unruly behavior could get the whole table kicked out. Parents are also financially liable for all damage caused by their children. One incident cost a parent $327 for a smashed credit card machine, while another for about $5 after a kid smashed a teacup on the ground.
It's about the principle. I have $5. It's not about that $5 broken teacup. It's about the fact that you came into here not respecting the rules. You let your child play around. They cause some sort of damage. You should be directly responsible. A lot of people very quietly tell me that they support this policy because they don't want.
Bro, you don't have insurance or what?
Be seen as nosy or, like disruptive to other parents.
That's not the case for Jacqueline Grubb, who came to the restaurant for the first time after learning about the policy.
So when someone actually stands up and says something like this, it's admirable.
Yeah, this lady looks like she loves kids.
And we need more of him throughout the United States being that way, and he can actually cook good food.
For example, this was a Chuck E. Cheese. We wouldn't have the same expectations, but I'm just letting people know, hey.
Raise your prices. You don't want kids. Just raise your prices. I hope you don't have a kids menu.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding. You can't blame the kids. You really can't blame the kids. Kids are kids. Kids will be loud. Kids will cry. It's okay. But it's up to the parents to make the appropriate response.
It may seem bold in an industry where the customer is always right, but at the house.
The customer's not always right. I've put my hands on lots of customers. I've gotten in fist fights with customers. The customer's not always right. The customer's not always right. They're drunk. They're stupid. They don't know where the fuck they are. They don't realize that they're in someone's place of business. The customer's never right. The only thing they're right about, the reason people always say the customer's always right. The customer is always right in matters of taste. That's the line. The customer is always right in matters of taste. Meaning, if they always buy burgers, you can't force a different menu item on them. You can't sell them salads if everyone's buying burgers, because the customer is always right in matters of taste. You can't get them to buy you can't get MAGA to buy green hats. They only buy red hats because that's the one that they can communicate how much they love little kids, and not love little kids, how much they want to own little children, other people's little children, working class children, so they can buy and sell them and eat them and have sex with them. The red hat tells the world that they're chomos. So they're not going to buy a green hat because the customer is always right in matters of taste. That's the only thing they're ever right about, is the matter of taste. They like their French fries with extra cheesy sauce. You can't fucking tell them not to do it. That's what they like. They like French fries with cheesy sauce. And they're not going to, you can't tell them to buy ketchup instead. You can't tell them, nah, fries, they only come with ketchup. I want cheesy sauce. They're always right in matters of taste. Nothing else.
Of Shui, the hope is to put proper parenting back on the table.
We're speaking on behalf of the customers who cannot say the unspoken, and we're speaking on behalf of restaurants who cannot put forth such a blunt and unpolished message to the public. You know, we're just really, we're happy to start a conversation. You know,
That is not starting a conversation. You're banning children, you fucking asshole. Learn how to be a good hospitality. This guy doesn't know how to do hospitality. He's just an asshole. Fuck this guy. Like, I mean, I've been in lots of situations with kids. It sucks, man. Kids, they leave a mess, and the parents don't even like. It's nice when they're like, at least going, oh, I'm so sorry, we're leaving such a horrible mess. And you're like, it's okay. This is not the worst we've ever seen. It's okay. Because the kids, you got to sweep, you got to mop, because everything's on the floor. Sucks. But that's part of the business when you invite people over to your home and you got a kids menu. You got a kids menu at your restaurant, you're going to get kids. If it's $100 a plate, you're probably not going to see too many children. That's why when you go to high-end steakhouses where the wine costs you like $100 a bottle at the minimum, and the plates cost you $56 at a minimum, you never see children there. Almost never. Very, very rarely. And when there are, they're very well behaved because it's fucking expensive. And if you fuck around in there, someone's going to kick your ass out. Kick them out. They're causing noise. Get the fuck out. Don't come back. I'm never coming back here again. That's fine. You'll be happy. I'll be happy. Go to McDonald's.
clearly we touched a nerve.
You touched a nerve because the world must be peopled. I got to get my Social Security after all. How am I going to get Social Security if I'm going to...
Everything that you just described, all of these incredible accomplishments, they take a lot of reading.
Usha Vance, she just got deported. I don't know if you heard. She just got deported. She's in a concentration camp right now. You know, her husband said that Donald Trump was America's Hitler. Her husband said that, and now he's sitting down with her. Pretty shocking, right? What do you think they're going to talk about? They're going to talk about books. They're going to talk about books.
Do you have any time to read for fun these days?
So all the books, look at all the fake books. They're fake books. They're not real. They're just plaster books. This is Come on, that's so funny. Come on, you gotta admit, the gold. Look at the gold. It looks like it's Liberace's house, except Liberace can read. He has fake books. Like, you couldn't get this guy some real books. No, sorry, we burned all the books, sir. We burned all the books. Can I just get some freaking books? Can I get some freaking sharks and some freaking lasers? All I wanted was some books. What are these fucking books? The only real books there are, like, I don't know, there's like a stack of 4 children's books over on top of the table, but the rest is all... Oh, shit. Okay, what do we have here? We have Mein Kampf. And we have a baseball on the other side. That's American. Put a baseball on the other table.
I end up reading mostly newspapers. I usually read stories about myself.
Yeah, I read stories about myself in the newspaper. Donald Trump's the last person in America reading newspapers, ladies and gentlemen. I love the smell of a newspaper. Do you think Donald Trump reads the newspaper? Or do you think people clip stories about him and send them to him because they say something nice? I love Breitbart, for example. Breitbart, they always say nice things every day. I love getting my ass kissed by lackeys and sycophants. Those are my favorite people. I love the uneducated.
With so much going on in the world, it's really kind of you to take a moment to read.
It's really nice of you to take a moment and read, sir, a story about yourself in the newspaper. That's all he reads. Fuck me. Could you imagine if you ask somebody, do you ever read? And he says, well, sometimes I read the newspaper if it's about me. What the fuck?
That was President Trump telling second lady Usha Vance about his...
I mean, that's just like, he is functionally illiterate. He's not like, he can read technically because he can read a teleprompter, but like his reading comprehension is like a third grader. Is Trump functionally illiterate? And, you know, I think that's why he hates Harvard and stuff. It's easier to burn down Harvard than it is to educate yourself. I think people like Cullen's the same thing. It's easier for you to just hate other people who are educated rather than learn like the history of Nazi Germany. Like, how dare you call us Nazis? Well, let me tell you why. Because the history of Germany is we're mirroring it exactly. Show me, teach me. Like, oh God, show me a link, dude. Fucking read a book. It's too hard to educate yourself, so they'll blame anyone who is educated.
Selective reading habits during her Storytime series at the White House last week. Not surprised there, which is President Trump's favorite subject. He apparently isn't alone, though, in his avoidance of books. For the Atlantic's August issue cover story, just out, it's titled, "The Age of Reading is Over." And staff writer Rose Horowitz argues we're living in a post-literate world where fewer and fewer adults read books of any kind, and she examines the impact that has on society. Rose joins us now, also with us for the discussion.
She looks like she just looked into the void and the void stared back. Don't stare in the void. Don't look, Rose. Rose, walk away from the light. Rose looks like she's just looked over the edge and saw that America's about to crumble and we're all going to die.
She's contributing opinion writer for the New York Times and prolific reader.
Oh my God.
Molly Jong Fast. My thanks to you both for being here. Congratulations on this piece. I will just say it's incredibly depressing. So first, what made you decide like this is the right moment to talk about the lack of reading in our society?
So this is a topic that I've been following for a few years, and I think it's the availability.
In the chat, how many books have you read this month? How about year? It's what year is what? It's July. We're halfway through the year. How many books have you read this year? No shame. It could be zero. Put in the chat how many books you've read this year, please.
Of evidence now. We know that the share of Americans who read a book of any kind or an article on any given day has declined by 40% over the past 2 decades. And so it was really just the preponderance of evidence.
Wait, what the fuck did she just say? 40%? What the fuck did she just say?
This is a topic that I've been following for a few years, and I think it's the availability of evidence now. We know that the share of Americans who read a book of any kind or an article on any given day has declined by 40% over the
40% books or articles. 40%.
Past 2 decades, and so it was really just the preponderance of evidence that made me want to write this now.
And it's about the causes for it are given.
40% fewer people in America read books or even an article a day. 40% less in the last 20 years.
Explain a few. Obviously, most I would say the device in my hand is probably offender number one.
Yes, I talk a lot.
The device in your hand, you could put books on it, asshole, and there's articles on it. I read articles on the device. Devices, they're devices for a reason. Like you could still do that. Like look here, I can bring up Peter Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread. God damn it.
About the device in your hand. And so it's really, the rise of alternative forms of media. We saw it first television, then, streaming platforms, internet, and now with smartphones, they just crowd out the time to read and also make it so that, it's really hard to focus on any one thing. I know in my own life when I'm trying to read a book, but have my phone next to me, I am not my most focused.
What is that latest information? So Rose, in your article, you argue that the decline of reading is not just a change in personal habits.
Come on, the phone. Everyone wants to blame the phone. The phone.
It represents a broader shift in how culture is created and shared. And you write in part this: cultural and economic power tends to flow to people who are skilled at using the most popular.
They're not saying finish books. Hold on, Navia. It's not about not finishing books. They're saying that they don't even read at all. Not even an article or like a chapter a day. Like that's what she's saying. Like a chat. You don't have to finish it. Or do you read?
Communications technology. Today, those people are streamers, podcasters, and influencers. Books used to be an essential source of knowledge, memory, wisdom, and morality. They were written by older generations and passed down to the young in a vertical transmission of culture. Now, information moves horizontally from young person to young person. This dynamic makes figures such as Mr. Beast the guardians of American culture. The decline of reading didn't turn the world upside down. It turned the world sideways. And Molly,
It's a great piece and a great point. And the article also makes the argument that reading had to be learned. We didn't just humans millennia ago did not just have the knowledge. It took time and skill and practice, and therefore reached some sort of enlightenment, and that's not risk.
Yeah, I'm curious what sort of because we know that the literacy numbers for people who are graduating from high school are spectacularly low. Can you
How do they even just back up their memories? Like, I write shit down so that I remember stuff.
talk about how that factors into this?
Yes, so we've definitely seen that reading scores are going down for 4th and 8th graders. That for adults, 30% of Americans cannot paraphrase or make inferences from a multi-page text.
That can't be real. What did she just say?
Reading scores are going down for 4th and 8th graders. That for adults, 30% of Americans cannot paraphrase or
30% of Americans can't read an article and paraphrase it?
inferences from a multi-page text. But I argue in the piece that it's not that we're illiterate so much as that we're post-literate. Like, we might be reading more than ever with texts and emails and social media, but people can't focus on a book.
And so you feel like the focus is what prevents us from making better decisions and absorbing the information?
That was what my reporting showed, that it was partially a substitution of time and then partially just, you have the less you read, the less kind of background knowledge you have to aid in comprehension.
Fuck me. First generation undocumented immigrants are often a net drain at state level. Look on that may help federal payroll taxes. They consume. What the hell are you talking about? They're not a net drain. If you're eating and you're buying stuff, you're not a net drain. Dude, I'm so sick of this guy. You're fucking Nazi. I'm so sick of Nazis.
The less, the less you're kind of practiced at just persisting through something. And we know that 2 decades ago, the average attention span on a screen was 2.5 minutes. And now 5 years ago, it was 47 seconds.
There's so much that we're at risk of losing.
2.5 minutes of 47 seconds?
Because of this. It's a really important piece. Please read it. The new issue of The Atlantic is out now. It's the cover story. Staff.
She looks like, she's a beautiful woman, but she looks like she's just, like she's seen the future and she's here to tell us. It's not good. It's not good. It's just not good.
Writer at the magazine. Rose Quartz, thank you. We appreciate it.
There we go. That was her smile. That's her fake. She's smiling and saying, no, I everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I don't know. All right. So, I'm surprised that this is the world I live in, but it is. And I just wanted to watch one more video. I had two, actually just a couple more. I want to skip. I'm sick of talking about Tyler Robinson. Don Trump Jr. is saying that Tyler Robinson's guilty, but whatever. I don't give a shit about Donald Trump Jr. I did want to see this thing about Democratic Socialists, because the classic friction. The Democratic Socialists were the only party to stand up to Hitler during the Weimar Republic to vote against the Enablement Clause. And all 92 of them stood together and said, don't do this. And of course they did. And Hitler was given powers that he shouldn't have had and dismantled the Weimar Republic because liberals were too tolerant of Nazis. They were too tolerant of Nazis, but the Social Democrats were not. And they voted against it. And then Hitler had most of them killed. Now, the Social Democrats today are trying to... Now, I just watched that movie, Land and Freedom. And at the end of the day, the anarchists and the Social Democrats, they are trying to say that the ideas will fuel the revolution. And the Stalinists will say, no, politicking and armed force will fuel a revolution. That's why they call them tankies. Social Democrats, can they swing a state?
Progressive energy inside the Democratic Party
With just their ideas? Can you swing a state with just an idea?
has been concentrated in blue cities. But now that movement is testing something bigger. Can a Democratic Socialist win over voters in one of America's most competitive swing states? Does the energy in New York, LA, DC, and Denver translate in the Midwest? Progressive Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed of Michigan certainly thinks so. And in Wisconsin, Democratic Socialist Assemblywoman Francesca Hong is now leading the polls in the state's Democratic primary for governor. Assemblywoman Hong joins me.
Yeah, totally. I'm confused. Like Don Jr. probably had a hand in the execution of Charlie Kirk, and now he's like, cut and dry. It's cut and dry. Okay, sure. It doesn't seem so cut and dry to me, but whatever. Tyler Robinson.
Now, it is great to see you this morning and to have you on. I want to start our conversation just digging in a little bit into your background, because it's different than the backgrounds of a lot of the politicians that we speak to. You're the child of Korean immigrants. At one point, you had to drop out of college to work, and you were sued last year over credit card debts that you've since paid off. But that's something that many Americans can actually relate to, but maybe not too many governors or lawmakers. So tell me a bit about how your personal upbringing has informed your politics.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Antonio, for having me. And being a service industry worker means that, I am a hustler and I know what it means to work hard, like so many Wisconsinites across the state.
She was a chef. I wonder if did you allow kids in your restaurant?
And my lived experiences in the service industry as a restaurant owner and, 5 years now in the state legislature, I think it gives me an opportunity to connect with voters in many different ways.
Tell me about those connections, because as I've watched your campaign from afar, you're not just going out there and talking to Democrats. You are crossing through your state, trying to talk to more conservative residents in
Well, she's in state assembly in Wisconsin, though.
Wisconsin, and I'm curious how it goes when you connect with them, and then they hear that word socialist, which in so many of our media ecosystems is, something that they're told to be very afraid of.
I love talking to everyone and anyone, literally sometimes stopping folks in the streets. And what we hear so often is that people are stressed, they're tired, and they're ready for change as opposed to this chaos. I think that when folks hear socialism, they may be taken aback, but I bring it back to potholes and the Packers and public education and issues that have broad bipartisan support and broad bipartisan opposition, like data centers, and then support for our public schools and universal childcare, lowering working class people's taxes by taxing the wealthiest few and mega corporations. These are issues and conversations that I'm having with folks in every corner of our state.
I mean,
if you don't want to serve kids, then go move to Las Vegas, open a restaurant in Las Vegas, and have gambling and smoking there. There'll be no kids at your restaurant. You'll be fine. You don't need to have. It's so crazy. Whatever. I don't give a shit.
Talk to you and dig in a bit more on data centers, because that's a huge issue, not just in Wisconsin, but around the country. And I know that there are some voters, and some who are not Democrats, considering you because of your stance on AI data centers. You've called for a moratorium on their construction. Your state already has dozens of them, though. And I'm wondering what you think you can really deliver for voters with a moratorium, and if there's any risk of Wisconsin losing.
I can deliver clean water and air.
Now, if construction continues all across the country.
These dozens of data centers across Wisconsin are exempt from sales and use tax, and the construction of more hyperscale AI data centers, the response has been that communities want community control, not NDAs and promises and jobs, but real concrete measures that will put regulations that preserve our natural resources, protect ratepayers from skyrocketing utility costs, and that we are thinking about our shared future for our kids where there's clean water, lower costs, and taxpayers aren't on the hook for what could happen when these data centers are no longer in use.
I want to talk to you a bit about some of the debates and controversies.
I mean, that's another thing. What do we do when these things are no longer in use? Just bury them?
That have also been a part of this race. Because while we talked about socialism and sort of the labels coming from the right, the reality is that there are criticisms that have come on the left as well. You appeared on 2 controversial live streams, one with Hassan Piker, another with a guy called Mike from Pennsylvania, former Democratic Wisconsin Elections Commissioner Ann Jacobs, said of your appearances this: when you decide these are the sort of people you want to hang out with in order to raise money, you have made clear that you either 1, agree with them, or 2, can be bought, or 3, both. Fran Hong appears to be all. She is willing to sell out the Jews of Wisconsin for a few bucks.
What? Sell out the Jews?
And I want to give you the opportunity to respond to that.
I condemn hatred, discrimination, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia, any sort of dehumanizing of communities. Being on these streams, it's important that we get our message out in places where campaigns struggle to reach voters. Just because I'm on a platform certainly does not mean that I endorse everything that has been said by either the host or other.
Yeah, no shit. Did anyone? Everyone thought that when Donald Trump went on, what's his face, Joe Rogan. He went on the Joe Rogan show. I guess Joe Rogan, remember that supercut of him dropping the N-word over and over again? Remember that? Like, is Donald Trump? I don't know. I mean, Kamala Harris should have been on Joe Rogan. I mean, they should all go on Hassan Piker. He's a huge creator. Kai Cenat or whatever. It's so, I guess, like, unless you're David Duke or like some real like piece of shit like Nick Fuentes, like, I bet you Colin watches Nick Fuentes, must be.
People who have gone on. And if candidates and elected officials who are speaking with more controversial hosts, if we are to be responsible for everything that they have ever said, I would point to the fact that Tom Tiffany, the Republican likely nominee, has been on a radio show that has called for the execution of the governor of Minnesota.
I mean, everyone who goes on Fox and Friends, then Fox and Friends, Brian Kilmeade literally suggested the final solution for homeless. He literally said that we should go to all the homeless and give them lethal injections and solve the homeless crisis once and for all. That's what he said on Fox and Friends. And he still has a job. Does that mean that everybody who goes on Fox and Friends agrees with Brian Kilmeade? That Ro Khanna, who goes on Fox and Friends, he thinks that the final solution for the homeless problem is legitimate?
So I think it's important to recognize that when we are campaigning in areas where folks may not have already heard our message, it's important to let them know that we are a campaign that is fighting for working class people. And it's important that folks are staying engaged on our elections here in Wisconsin.
I want to ask you about how Israel and Gaza have
Yeah, they should go on my show.
also reshaped this race. It's reshaped the Democratic Party all across the country. It's not just the case in Wisconsin. You have made very clear, you've said that you believe Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. And there's also been this debate in your state over an incident from 2023 in which you called the police twice to report an anti-Israel protest display of some kind on behalf of constituents who told you at that time that they believed that it was anti-Semitic. You've since apologized for doing that. Can you explain why?
I was unaware that this was an act of protest. I did not see the words ceasefire now, and I was responding to community members and my constituents that had expressed deep concern over that display. And so I was responding to people's fear and pain, and I always will choose to make sure that communities feel safe. And as a democratic socialist, it means that my values are rooted in democracy, fairness, and human rights. And whether it's here or across different parts of the country or across the world, it's important that we denounce genocide and call it for what it is, and vow to protect communities and ensure that everyone feels safe in practicing their faith.
With our final seconds here, can you just tell me a bit about how you plan to build on the legacy of Tony Evers in the state, as someone that many Democrats still have immense affection for there, and maybe wondering sort of how your policies, your process may build on his?
We will carry forward the governor's passion for public education, ensuring that we are fully funding our public schools and public universities, that our governor has been forced to govern by defense, and Democrats now have an opportunity to win back the trifecta and ensure that we are delivering for Wisconsinites on healthcare, on public schools, on environmentalism. Our Wisconsin progressive roots run deep, and this is a state where so many progressive ideals and policies have come from, and we're ready to move those forward and deliver for Wisconsinites.
I wonder, man. I wonder if Wisconsin could do it. I don't know. Wisconsin, man. I've spent a lot of time in Wisconsin, and it's a mixed bag up there. She's got a tough battle ahead of her, I think.
Wall Street Journal is out with a new two-part feature detailing what it describes as Europe's rupture with the United States following this week's NATO summit in Turkey. The Journal reports that President Trump's tariffs and his threats to take Greenland have spurred a, quote, rebellion by top European leaders who are now drawing limits on so-called flattery diplomacy. Reading from the piece, quote, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has tried hard to appease the Trump administration by flattering Trump. You saw him there saying nothing while Spain was being insulted.
The Wall Street Journal is owned by Rupert Murdoch, and they're putting shit like the word appeasement strategy, like Chamberlain, like the appeasement of Adolf Hitler, appease.
While promising that European countries will spend 5% of their GDP on defense-related expenditures and will.
If if Germany spends 5% of their GDP, it will be the third largest army in the world. Do you really want the Germans to have the third largest army on planet Earth? Is that what you want?
Continue to buy American weapons, whatever it takes to keep the U.S. committed to the alliance.
That's exactly right. The whole point of NATO is to guarantee that our companies will sell them weapons so that our businesses and our oligarchs will make billions of dollars.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, by contrast, has argued that the West is undergoing a rupture. The old America, he has told European leaders, isn't coming back. And they must start building up their own defense systems and technological platforms that don't rely on America. Joining us now, two co-authors of that piece, World Enterprise Team Chief at the Wall Street Journal.
I don't want to hear these guys.
Weeks after,
This is the last one. We record. Okay, so a while back, there was a story. This is so crazy. A while back, there was a story about this kid in Irvine that they found out he bought some chemicals and the FBI showed up at his house. And that was a while back. Does anybody remember that story? It was so funny to me. And this kid was just like doing experiments in his garage. He was just had like a chemistry set.
FBI, police, and Orange County fire authorities descended on a hazmat situation at a home in Irvine this afternoon. It is the same neighborhood searched by the FBI in February after a high schooler's science project triggered an investigation.
Officials say high schooler's science project. Now he's going to college.
The hazmat investigation involves the same family. KTLA Sandra Mitchell live
It's the
in
same
Irvine tonight.
kid.
Sandra.
Micah and Share authorities stressing there is no threat to the public, but this was a scary scene with investigators in hazmat suits surging this Altair neighborhood. Tonight, the attorney for the family at the center of all this says it was just a big misunderstanding. Hazmat teams, the FBI, and the bomb squad back on the scene in an Irvine neighborhood, launching another big investigation after reports of hazardous materials at a home.
There's fire trucks. They have canopies under with probably 10, 15 firefighters under there looking through things. There's cops surrounding the area.
Sky 5 over the scene as crews in hazmat suits stormed this house in the gated Altair community. Tonight, KTLA has confirmed the house is the...
Look at that. Imagine these guys coming up with a full-on gas mask like this is 1917 in the trenches.
New home of a family that was the focus of a similar raid in February. The family attorney telling KTLA the same chemicals from that first raid were being stored in 55-gallon drums in the backyard and are part of a teen student's medical research.
All of this has already been cleared by the FBI. There's no issue here. And there are no charges that have been filed. They've not been in contact with their office. And so, again, we don't anticipate anything coming from this.
Back in February...
Then why do the FBI still keep messing with this kid?
17-year-old Almovin Fritz told me the chemicals belonged to him, and he was using them for cancer research.
I obtain all the chemicals that I work with through online sellers that anybody could obtain them through Amazon, eBay, and at the hardware store. Anything can be dangerous if not handled with a lot of...
So it's legal to have them. It's legal to buy them, but the FBI keeps kicking in your door. What the hell is going on here? This is the second time this year. There's only 5 months ago since I know who this kid is. Now I know who this kid. The FBI knows who this kid is. This kid's famous.
Care and patience and safety.
Since then, the 17-year-old has graduated from UCI with a degree in molecular biology. Two really scary scenes within 5 months causing concern in the upscale neighborhood. But tonight, authorities say there is no threat to the public.
Our client just graduated from UCI, degree in molecular biology. He wants to go to medical school, and his hope is to help to find a cure for cancer one day. That's what he's doing.
This kid's an MCB major. UCI is where they invented the organs on chips. Like UCI is a legit. It's near my house, actually. It's right down the street from my house. UCI. It's a famous place. It's a famous big time university. I mean, it's no Berkeley. But it's UCI. It's a good school. Oh, he's brown. Is that what? Maybe that's what it is. He's got a funny last name. I mean, they don't tell you his last name because he's under 18. I think that's why. But they don't tell you the guys. Maybe his last name is like Abdullah Muhammad or some shit, and that's why they keep coming after him. And maybe his parents are from like Islamabad or something, and that's why they keep messing with him. Have that kid on the show. Yeah, I should. I can't find him. How am I supposed to find out who he is? Yeah, I don't know. All right, so that's it. That's the show. Morning Sky Show, #1 news reaction show on YouTube. My name is Sky Jack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. Thank you guys, for supporting the channel. Crazy Jackdaw, Jenna X-Ray Dragon, and Jen Batch. I appreciate you so freaking much for being on the show, for supporting the channel. I'm going to play some guitar. I want to play a little guitar downstairs. If you guys want to join me, I'm going to do that. I'm going to shut down the studio and I'll go downstairs and you can join me there if you'd like. But if not, Godspeed, Rebels. I hope you have... Oh, wait, I forgot. We've been doing the poetry now, huh? Let's do the poem really quick. We'll do the poem and then we'll get out of here. The poem is Water Thirsty for Water by Nasser Rabah. All right, so we'll do the poem and then I'll go play some guitar. Water Thirsty for Water by Nasser Rabah, translated by 3 different people, and Water Thirsty for Water, translated from the Arabic. It just so happens that I gather emptiness in my shirt pocket and run like I have things to do, or I'm chased by some illusion. Emptiness might exchange greetings with me, and then we part ways at the first line of a new poem. I leave it searching for vacant seats in sad hearts, for a flock of woe flowing from a flute just breaking its fast. Flowing from a flute just breaking its fast. It blesses the meager half of our plate with its fulsome half. My emptiness is an old man expelled from the mercy of the poor and of the alleys, sculpting time for a drink of water, and I sculpt my mirage out of the language and brag. Come, sit with me, you old rascal. There's nothing doing. We're so annoyingly alike, to the point of utter tedium. It's interesting. It's a prose poem. I wonder if I can't read Arabic, so I'm not going to bother. Nasser Rabah was born in Gaza in 1963. BA in Agriculture and Science and worked as Director of Communication Department, Agricultural Ministry. He's a member of the Palestinian Writers and Authors Union and has published 5 collections of poetry and 2 novels and lives in Gaza. Nasser Rabah. I really wonder. I wonder if it. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell anything, obviously. I'm curious about like the structure of it is all. Because I can't tell with three. It's weird. 3 translators. It blesses the meager half of our plate with its fulsome half. It's a fun poem. I just don't have much to say about it, I guess, today. Thank you so much for joining Illegitimate Non-Copyright and Let the Bastards Grind You Down. And thank you very much for staying and watching and having a little bit of a moment of humanity with me. I am going to go downstairs and hang out and play guitar if you want to hang out with me down there. But the Morning Sky news reaction section is over. Godspeed, Rebels. I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you so much for everything. You are incredible, and I love you. You're the best. You're the best around. Nothing's ever going to take you down. Godspeed, Rebels. If you're not coming back, thank you. Hey everybody. How you doing? How you doing, guys? You alright? Feeling good? You feeling good? You looking good? You looking good? I hope you're having a great day today. Thanks for being here. Welcome back. Thank you. What language are they speaking? Hey everybody, I'm so glad that you're alive. My neighbor just texted me. She wants to know when I want to let her have all my fish. It makes me so sad to leave. This makes me so sad. Because, like, I love my fish. But it's time to not have them anymore, I guess. I don't want to leave them. I don't want to lose them. But I can't bring them all the way. 14-hour drive with the fish and everything. It's really hard to... I don't know. I really like them. But it's time, you know. How many of us speak German here? Wie viele Leute können Deutsch sprechen? That was a song that I like to play sometimes. Actually, no, I just started playing that song yesterday. I heard it on the radio and I was like, man, I never played that song before, and I love that song by Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. This guy could totally take your fish, buddy. How can I take my fish? I don't think I could take these fish. How can I take them? I don't think I could take them. I thought about it. I could buy some buckets and put the fish in the buckets and take the aquarium and then hope that they survive. I don't know. I don't think I could take them. Plus, I don't even know if there's a place to put them there. Like, where would I put the aquarium? I don't know. I don't know that house. I'm moving to a house I've never been before. And die Sendung mit der Maus. Oh man, die Sendung mit der Maus. Don't take the fish. It's too risky. I think it's too risky. Du kannst Deutsch, Joyous 777? Don't take them. Everyone's saying don't take them. I'll light the fire. You place the flowers in the vase that you bought today. Starting the fire for hours and hours while I listen to you play your love song. All night long for me, only for me. Come to me now, the rest of your head, just 5 minutes. Everything is done. Such a cozy room. Windows are illuminated by the evening sunshine. Through them, fiery gems for you, only for you. Our house is a very, very, very fine house. 2 cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy because of you and I. In the yard, life used to be so hard. Now everything is easy because of you. All because of you. I'll light the fire while you place the flowers in the vase that you bought today. Wo kommst du her, Joy? Wo kommst du her? Wo kommst du her, eh? Was soll denn sowas? Was machst du da? Johnny Vegan say what I was saying I should yes stay people who live in the States, not for okay me. No hate. Gotta find a good home. Well, my neighbor said they're gonna have. My neighbor's gonna take the fish. She just texted me and asked me when I could give her the fish. And like I wanna clean like there's my fish tank right there. And it's a little green because like the algae eater, I don't know, sometimes he takes a break or something. I don't know, he's not eating as much, so it's a little green. And I usually let the green grow because then he'll go through and eat it all. But I want to clean the tank for her. And I kind of want to it's just sad. I just want to I love seeing them in the morning. I love feeding them in the morning. I have also a pond with fish. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. All the pretty girls in the foreground of my mind. Thought I'd done enough, but they keep on moving the line. I thought I'd found the antidote this time. Thought I found the antidote this time. All the nights I spent fighting bad thoughts in my room, feeling so alone. I'd be on the moon. I thought I'd found the antidote with you. I thought I found the antidote with you. My head's so full of poison and my heart so full of doubt. I get toxins in my bloodstream. You tried hard to suck them out, and it feels like medication, and it's so good for me, I'm sure. But it don't matter how your love feels anymore. Never be the cure. Never be the cure. I used to play the game in my head when I date a girl. Tally up the boys that she fucked till I'd start to cry. Thought I found the antidote this time. I thought I found the antidote this time. But I'm unraveled. I'm unraveled. I'm unraveled. I'm unraveled. I'm unraveled. Willkomst. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for joining me. It's been a fun time. So that was a little song called Cure by Olivia Rodrigo. Little actress, the little singer that everyone's talking about, Olivia Rodrigo. I'm trying to think of another song to play. Oh, you know what I wanted to play? I don't need that. I think I'll just do this one. Play this song earlier because someone brought it up, or I sang it for a second. You can see I'm packing. Look, I'm packing back here, moving boxes. As the snow flies, I want a cold and gray Chicago morning. A hungry little baby child is born in the ghetto. And his mama cried. 'Cause if there's one thing that she don't need, it's another little hungry mouth to feed in the ghetto. Oh, people, don't you understand? This child needs a helping hand, or he'll grow to be an angry young man someday. Take a look at you and me, are we too blind to see? We simply turn our heads and look the other way. Well, the world turns. And a funny little boy with a running nose, yeah, he plays in the street. Cold wind blows in the ghetto. And his hunger burns. So he starts to roam the streets at night. Yeah, he learns how to steal. He learns how to fight in the ghetto. Oh, then one day in desperation, a young man breaks away. He buys a gun, yeah, he steals a car. He tries to run, but he doesn't get far. And his mama cried. As a crowd gathers round an angry young man, face down in the street with a gun in his hand in the ghetto. As a young man dies, on a cold and gray Chicago morning, another little baby child is born in the ghetto. In the ghetto. That was in the ghetto. Well, technically, it wasn't written by Elvis Presley, but most people know it from Elvis Presley. The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar. I'm following the river down the highway through the cradle of the Civil War. Going to Graceland, Graceland in Memphis, Tennessee. Graceland, poor boys and pilgrims and family, we are going to Graceland. My traveling companion is 9 years old. He is a child of my first marriage. Well, if she come back to tell me she's gone, as if I didn't know, as if I didn't know my best, as if I'd never noticed the way she brushed her hair from her forehead. She said losing love is like a window in your heart. Everybody sees you're blown apart. Everybody sees the wind blow. I'm going to Graceland in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to Graceland. Poor boys and pilgrims with families, we are going Graceland. And my traveling companions are ghosts and empty sockets. I'm looking at ghosts and empty pockets. But I have reason to believe they will be well received in Graceland. Of the human trampoline, and sometime when I'm falling, flying, tumbling in the tumbler, and I say, oh, this is what she means. She means we're bouncing in the Graceland, and I'm losing love like a window. Everybody sees you're blown apart. Everybody sees the wind blow off. Graceland, Memphis, Tennessee. Graceland, for reasons I cannot explain. Going to Graceland. is tied to men from other countries. Your love of language is tied to men with other countries. That's great. You and Duolingo have a frenemy ship. I was 300 plus days in Dutch and Welsh and my phone's died. Stop charging it all. Oh shit, that sucks. Oh, thank you, Kathy Skywalker. You're amazing, Kathy. Thank you. All right, I'm tired and I got so much stuff to do. I'm trying to do a members only thing later on today, hopefully, with any luck. It's Friday, nothing to do. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you all for watching. Illegitimate non-carburetum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. I think you're amazing. I'll see you later, okay? All right, thank you. We'll do a members only later on today, okay? Please leave a chat or a comment on a video. That'd be really awesome. Or share a video. That'd be great. Share the channel around. It helps grow the channel. Thank you so much for doing that, all of you who have. And please leave a message on any of the, leave a comment on any of the videos. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you on the other side. You're amazing. I appreciate you. Godspeed, Rebels. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.